thanking everybody who is talking, who are talk all are talking since morning, and I'm thanking Leo for giving me opportunity to speak. So um, first, I will start with thanking with the tradition of the tantra, the tradition of the gurus behind me. His teacher, like that we call as a tradition that we believe it goes to the Shiva. So first, I'm thanking everybody who is participating in this, and thanking the organizers who are giving me opportunity to talk and conducting this beautiful Zoom conference for people in the psychedelic community, especially Asian people, to express their opinions. So I want to start with what is the philosophy, what is the science, what is the logic behind this, especially uh, with view of tantra. Now in US, if you see, the word tantra is kind of, it became, it is used in different way than how the authentic tantra is. Like people know about the Vedic astrology, the Vedic tradition, but when they say about tantra, only thing it comes in their mind is it's related with the sex, it's related with some kind of different sexual practices. It's like kind of free sex, that kind of things. Because some teachers in India and US, that's how the picture was created earlier. But the tantra goes very deep. Like it's as ancient as Vedas or the Puranas, who are the similar ancient scriptures are. But there is a difference than the other scriptures and in between the tantras and the other scriptures. So major difference is the meaning. So what is the meaning of tantra? So tantra means technique in Sanskrit, and the technique which uses mantra and the yantra. Yantra means machine or object, and the mantra means word. So here is word, object, and technique. Technique is used with word, and it is acted upon on the object. Now that object can be anything. Like the yantra, generally we see like yantra is some geometric figure which is carved on the metal substance or or on the stones. But the significance of the yantra goes much deeper than that. Like it can be any object. Like many people worship stones, they worship shivling, the idol. Idol is also yantra. Just a minute. Idol is also yantra. So you are worshipping the idol, you are worshipping the metal square, you are worshipping a geometrical diagram. It everything comes under the yantra. So does the substances, the materials which we use. And here we can connect the tantra with the substances. Now it's now I want to go more deeper into this. Like few speakers spoke about the soma, which many people in the community know. Like it's ancient psychedelic substance which was used in the Vedic rites during sacrifices and then again there is a difference of opinions within researchers, within historians, of what is exactly is soma. There are descriptions in Rigveda, the most ancient text of India. Like there are equipments mentioned, like where they crush the soma plant and take the juice of the soma plant. They will use the wooden equipments to make a juice and crush it. So based on those equipments and based on the those verses, which are like mostly poetic verses in the Vedic scriptures, historians and Indologists try to find out what was the plant soma. Now, for soma, there are different candidates in plants. Like initially, people try to see it as some kind of alcoholic drink. Then some researchers came with the cannabis experience and connecting it with soma. Then uh, recently, few research is going on connecting it with the mushrooms, like what soma plant was a mushroom. Then there is another research, and from my own research in the Ayurvedic medicines and all, there is a name of plant Ephedra, which is also connected with soma. That's also psychoactive plant, but it's not psychedelic. It's more like a coffee. It creates more alertness and reduces your sleep. But obviously, that plant is not. You cannot associate that plant with the experiences which are mentioned in the Vedic scriptures. The experiences of beauty, the poetic experiences, the supernatural powers, the extrasensory perception. All those cannot be generated by Ephedra. So there are different uh, theories. Even some historians have connected with soma as a mixture of ephedra, cannabis, and opium. Based on the excavations they found in bacteria or like current Kazakhstan and those regions where the Vedic civilization was. So uh, there was discussion about what was the soma plant was. So the psychoactive substances in Indian civilization and Indian tradition starts from Rigvedic age, and it starts from the soma. And then we come to the tantra. And tantra is, as like I said, tantra is as ancient as Vedas or Puranas. The scriptural tradition, the tradition from the temples, the excavations, uh, astronomical dating, all these things go very deep. All those things, all these researchers, um, because there is no uniformity in the opinions of the historians and Indologists, but the scriptures of Tantra are as ancient as Vedas. So we start from the Soma. which was a psychoactive kind of psychedelic substance, which is a still is a mystery, because one thing is described in some Ayurvedic text about the plant soma. It's obviously connected with the moon, because the meaning of the Sanskrit word soma is the moon. So there were, but these are not genuine stories. You can call it as a mythology. Like they used to say, like the soma plant uh, will have such leaves which increase with the phases of the moon. Like when the new moon, it will shed all the leaves. Then how the first phase, second phase, up to the full moon, then that plant will grow with different phases, and the leaves of the plant will increase. And on the full moon, with the all astronomical calculation, they will find the plant, they will take out the leaves, and then they will process that plant. So these are the stories. Now, from these stories, we come to the tantric tradition. Now, the tantric tradition has lots of emphasis on the use of materials. Like those of you who are familiar or who have came across tantric practices in the psychedelic community or the spiritual practices. Mostly yoga is also related with the tantric practices. They know, like substances like alcohol, meat are used in the tantric ceremonies, in the applications of the mantras, where you use um, certain substances, certain types of alcohol to get the result which you desire. So here the focus goes more deep on the materials. In Tantra, we classify these substances as per the five basic elements, which are um, akash, like a space, air, water, fire, and earth. That's how we classify the substances. So, like I said, in Tantra, especially the alcohol and the meat is used, and equally the most important substance which is used in the meditations uh, during the rituals of Tantra, during the worships, during the your focus on the particular geometric figure, on the idol, is cannabis. Now, when you go deep into the why cannabis um, has so much given higher value in tantric meditations and during rituals. And simple way to understand this is go by the names. What are the Sanskrit names for cannabis? A few names I will mention, which we can relate with the other psychedelics also, because the meaning of the psychedelic is psyche and delia, the which gives pleasure to the psychic being, which gives pleasure to your psyche. Sanskrit word for the pleasure or the bliss is anand, and that is exactly the word you will see which is given. For cannabis. Anand is word given for cannabis. Then another word for cannabis is samvit. Samvit means consciousness. So again, you see the substance which increase the inner bliss in you, which takes your consciousness to higher level, is called anand or samvit, and that substance is cannabis. Like when we start any ritual or when we start any practice, it is supposed that um, your mind should be thought free. There should not be distractions in your mind. Your mind, your focus should not waver when you chant the mantra or when you are doing the ritual of worship with using different ingredients. You focus your full attention on the idol or on the um, metal object or shivalingam. Your mind should be totally focused. Now, cannabis does that. Now, I know that in the psychedelic community, like I experience many substances I'm still experimenting with, and but the one thing in cannabis you see is your focus is unaltered. The thought which you get or which you create remains for longer time, and also along with that the expansion of time which we experience during intake of cannabis. So cannabis is used, um, it is used initially like when you sit for chanting the mantra, you sit for chanting for the meditations. It is prescribed in the tantric scriptures that you should smoke cannabis first and then you should sit. So when you smoke the cannabis in a controlled quantity, then your body, your mind, and your vital energy, which is also called prana, they get stabilized, and then you start chanting, or then you start doing the dhyana or the focused meditation on the idol or on the geometric figure like yantra or the shivalingam like that. So no other thoughts comes in your mind. Your mind is totally focused, and then it creates bliss inside. So using I'm starting with the cannabis. So using this uh, psychoactive substance, you achieve three important things, like the bliss, which we call anand, um, total focused mind, samvit, the consciousness, and the expansion of time you get with after the smoke and after or the eating it. So cannabis is one of the important substance in the tradition of the tantra, and you will find many ancient tantric scriptures which give detailed process. Even classification of cannabis is also given in tantras like Rudrayamal Tantra or Mahachinachar Tantra, where like it's classified into different colors like white, red, yellow, and black, depending on the potency and the use. The again with the Ayurveda principles, it is also divided into different gunas, what we call sattva, raja, and tama. Sattva means which is more connected with the purity of intellect. Then Rajo Guna means which is more activeness, and Tamo Guna which is more um, illusion. I will not say illusion, it's more like a strength of the earth, like base, groundwork. So cannabis is also classified like this into different, and this is all the textual references. Like I wondering because there are many religious practices, and I listen. Many people were talking earlier about how psychedelic experiences and how they can be connected with religious practices, and how the Timothy Leary connected LSD with the uh, descriptions in the Hindu scriptures like Tantra or the Vedas, and those internal experiences of the expansion of the consciousness. So here we have the actual religious proof from the ancient scriptures, which support use of medicine. Like earlier times, the soma was there. Then the tantric times, you see cannabis. Similarly, opium is also used in some mantra practices. Then there are mild substances, but they act more deep. They act on more deeper level, like Brahmi, which increase your memory. It brings the clarity. Then there are substances. There are plants like Jatamausi, Ashwagandha, um, Kapikachu. Many people don't know Kapikachu plant that has DMT in it, and it also has MAOI compound. So you can take the powder of the Kapikachu. Its botanical name is Macona pruens. So that plant seeds you can crush, and you can take that seeds, that powder of the seeds with the milk before sleep, and it will take you more into more deeper state of your sleep. And for me personally, when I used to experiment with Pikachu, I used to get very ancient dreams, like dreams of my like very distant past births. And when I was studying about DMT, when I uh, come to know about this plant, and I started using those seeds for the meditation and for the dreams, for enhancing the sleep. And then it started giving me those experiences of the past life. And that was very like a minute, like those who have used um, plants which contain DMT and in the micro doses, because in these plants, the DMT exists in a very micro dose. So those substances act on different level, because in plant medicine and in psychedelic, uh, those who have used different psychedelics, they can tell the difference between experiences with the micro doses and experiences with strong doses. Obviously, strong doses give you instantaneous, powerful experiences, but micro doses gives you more permanent experiences. That's what I feel. Even with the mushrooms, or with the DMT, with or mescaline plants like San Pedro, the microdoses will more act on your deeper level of your body and mind, and it will give you more permanent experiences. So Kapikachu is one of that important plant, which is one of the important medicine Ayurveda. It is used currently for Parkinson's disease. It also affects the dopamine level along with DMT. So, so that's the tradition in India. Though much is not written about it in recent years, and like my friend Rushi today morning, he spoke about the Japanese tradition, how the Asian culture is more controlled culture, and for last couple of hundreds different uh, political scenarios, uh, the influence of the colonization and everything. So that affected many things, and uh, people became more uh, controlled by like it's more controlled work culture. And one thing psychedelic substance teach you, like it makes your mind free. So those countries where these substances are controlled, obviously those people who are controlling these, they don't want the population to think for themselves, think beyond the current state of the society. They don't want to expand your consciousness. So that control is created. Now in India, if in current times, because many of my friends here in US, um, with whom US and Europe, with whom I work, they go with the ancient stories of India. But now in India, you see, obviously cannabis is illegal substance, and so are the other psychedelics. Like in US, we I find in many states, many small cities, they are opening up. They are legalizing substances. It's happening in Europe. It's time for India to legalize these substances. And there is a scriptural tradition for this. It's not like just a modern uh, cult or modern thinkers are saying this. There is scriptural evidence for this to legalize it. And like it, uh, if cannabis, kapikachu like substances, brahmi, ashwagandha, they are used in tantric traditions. So there is a wide scope in the tradition of tantra uh, to use these substances on more spiritual level. And with my personal experiences, I have seen like substances like cacti, mescaline containing plants. Like obviously we know like there are two major herbs or plants in, one is a psychedelic, one is entheogen, ethanogen, and one gives you visuals, like DMT gives you immediate visuals, and one gives you inner experiences. So for the herbs which give the visuals, I forgot to mention the important plant, which is a datura. And whatever I spoke with people who have used these substances, they always say, uh, Datura, we will not touch it for experiences. Like it gives, um, like you require that kind of initiation, you require that kind of experience using that heavy substance. Now, plant like Datura, which is still used as an offering for the deity Shiva on the Shivalingam, where the Shiva is worshipped on Monday, on the new moon, on the yearly festival of Shivaratri. They offer Datura. It's a it's called trumpet flower. It's like a big white flower. They offer the flower. They offer the leaves, and that's plant which contains very psychoactive alkaloids. And the experiences of people who have used Datura, it's like more intense. Sorry, more intense visualizations it creates. Now again, Datura also has all the scriptural traditions, scriptural evidence in Tantra, in the books of Ayurveda, books of alchemy, Rasashastra, which is another name for alchemy in India. So plant like Datura. So that's my point of discussion today is like there is a scriptural tradition, there is scriptural evidence to legalize these substances, and there is a religious authority to legalize these substances. So because many people in US I see like they are trying to build institutions based on the religious evidences, and there is a modern research is also going on comparing the experiences of the individual who have who has used psychedelics and compare it with spiritual experiences like expansion of the mind, bliss, uh, unity you feel with nature. So in this, I feel that Tantra and the Indian traditions help in gathering the scriptural evidence and making it more authentic. So I think somebody asked one question here. Is yeah, that plant is called Kapikachu. Its English or botanical name is Macuna pruins. They are black seeds, and that plant's powder, so seeds powder is taken with the milk before sleep. It has very micro, it contains very micro quantity of DMT. But it, if you keep using it for a few days, then you will feel the difference in the dreams. Then you will feel the difference in your sleep patterns. Then you will start getting much more longer, more lucid dreams, and you will get the dreams of your ancient past. So that's that medicine.
I missed like the first 12 minutes. So do you like teach people tantra, or do you like lead people on ceremonies, or
Yeah, I do teach people tantra.
cool? That's awesome. So you like work with couples and kind of like teach them how to, I don't know, give them basically like the ABCs, I guess.
Yeah, basic. We work with individuals, a couple or group, and teach them the process of the tantra and explain them like it's like a tradition with the more focus on the meditations, chanting the mantras, and working on the uh, rituals. It's very detailed process.
Okay, so there's like a specific, like a tantra ritual you would get, like go through. Like it's the explain how the ritual goes. I think I missed that part.
No, ritual uses, there is a use of different substances in the tantric ritual. Like for example, we start with the basic alcohol,
Okay.
then how it affects your mind, and we use in controlled way using the alcohol. Then along with, we start with the micro doses of cannabis, so it gives you focus and makes you focus on particular thought,
Yeah.
so you will not have divergence and distractions when you meditate.
Yeah.
And
You mentioned that soma.
then with
Sorry.
along with the practice,
I'm
yeah, tell me.
I'm sorry. You mentioned that soma is a like kind of a mystery substance still. Like what do you think it was? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
uh, no, I feel like it is more like a cactus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because few days back I had experience with San Pedro, and the effects it generates um, is very close to the descriptions given about soma. Like the expansion of consciousness, the pleasure, you feel unity with the plants, the earth, rocks, and everything. Because other substances like cannabis or opium or like ephedra, uh, they have their own psychoactive properties, but they are not very similar to what the descriptions of soma.
Yeah. No, that's really cool, man. I had like, heard about Tantra, kind of like just read a thing here or
Mm.
there. Never really grasped the concept of like making sex a spiritual experience. But there was one time where like me and my girlfriend ate mushrooms together and like had
Mm.
that like melting together, like third eye
Yeah,
open moment where it was like it was very enlightening. I like it all came together. Like, oh, that's what that
yeah,
tantric thing's
yeah,
been around for thousands of years now. Like it's
yeah. It feels like
yeah,
that.
it's such a beautiful like experience, man.
Because the sex is also, you can see like it's one kind of mind stimulant.
Yeah,
So, like in Tantra, we start from the alcohol, then we use substances in between, then the sex is the highest method. And along with it, if you use the substances, like during, for example, the sexual practice, if you use cannabis or if you use cactuses or if you use like mushrooms, obviously with the DMT, nobody can have sex, but
right. So the word prana, right? It's like the life force energy.
yeah, yeah.
Um, Came across my radar the other day, and I was
Mm.
listening to this guy. I think it was a Taoist monk, but he was explaining how like if you have more than like one orgasm a month, it could like expend your prana. You're like losing prana in enlightenment. Like, is that part of your tradition too, or what? Is that just some
No,
weird?
we don't focus on celibacy or controlling your sexual desire. Like it should go with your natural uh, desire, because we don't try to control the body.
Right. Yeah, I've never even like thought about China. I think that's the one time I can say I had a tantric experience. Like I'm not sure if I would have like set off that night, like, okay, we're gonna eat these mushrooms together and we're gonna try and have this happen. Like I'm not sure if it would have happened that way, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean? But it's definitely something that did happen. It was
yeah.
but no, that's a cool idea of like having there like be a ceremony and a ritual together. Like I like it.
Yeah.
This topic makes me blush a little bit. Like I'm not sure how like much I can say before it becomes X-rated.
No, the substances like cannabis, mushrooms, no, LSD is a like a total newly generated substance. Like I have a little difference of opinion about LSD. Right?
Right.
It
Yeah.
looks like more artificially generated substance, which doesn't have any traditional. Maybe in some part where it was used, uh,
Um,
but not in the pure chemical form. I don't think so.
right. I think I've heard like plants that like there's ergot, right? It's like a type of
Yeah,
like fungus that
right,
grows on some. Yeah, that's the only like ancient-ish, potential LSD type substance I've heard of up until the 20th century when
right.
alcohol. Yeah.
Mm.
But I mean, it's possible though, right? Like,
Yeah, it's possible. It's surely possible. Like that. You might have came across the word black bread. That
okay,
was ergot.
right. People would eat the bread and then all of a sudden, like, just start tripping out, or what's the how much do you have to eat before? Does it like taste moldy?
Yeah.
Well, anyways, that's a fascinating subject, man. How long have
Yeah.
you been doing this for, like teaching people and practicing this?
Like 12 years.
12 years? Is there
Mm.
like can you become like an ordained priest or something to that effect? Like once
Yeah, there are sequences. Once you learn the process and the mantras, you do the practice, then you progress further, and
yeah,
then you can grasp the whole thing.
yeah, no, that's really cool, man. Is there any books or literature you could point us towards?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I will message in the chats.
okay, yeah, cool. Anyone else have any questions? I feel like I've been hogging the mic. Who do we who do we have up with us? Anyone? I guess it's just me and you, buddy.
I think everybody's sleepy or what? It's late already here in LA.
Right, right. Is Tantra is that solely like a Hindu thing, or is there other like forms of Tantra practiced by other like
No, there are Buddhist tantras. They were practiced in Japan, China, Tibet,
okay,
and they also used the psychoactive substances.
really? Oh
Uh,
man, that sounds cool. Yeah, I don't think I've heard about that. I've been practicing Taoism for a while, but this is
mm.
yeah, something I'll have to look into. It's pretty cool. Um, well, awesome, man. What part of where are you located at?
Now I'm in LA. Now I'm going to back to India in a few days.
Yeah, do you live mostly in India?
Yeah, mostly I live in India.
Okay.
I travel across the world, but
Do you travel
mostly
across the world, like teaching people the ceremonies and stuff?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, dude, that's super cool.
Mm.
Well, did you have anything else you wanted to add? I feel like I just been asking you a bunch of questions.
Yeah. No, I want to see like many people say like synthetic substance and natural organic substance. There's a difference in experiences, like in DMT or in mescaline.
Right.
But is it a more perception based? I feel it's more perception based, like because you think like this is like 5 ml DMT, which is taken from the frog, which will have different experiences, but which is chemical or synthetic chemical, which will have different
Yeah.
experience. What do you think about it?
I haven't tried. I think maybe when I was a teenager, I might have had sex on LSD, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, it wasn't a like spiritual experience or anything like that. So my only real experience like with psychedelics and sex has been with mushrooms. Really, yeah, I haven't tried out DMT. I did recently learn how to extract my own DMT, but like it's just it seems like such a like a fast acting thing. Like I'll take like 3 or 4 hits and just be like blasted off to like fractal hyperspace. Like it'd be hard to imagine like focusing on getting yeah doing all that. Like it just takes me off to such a distant uh, dimension, I guess. I'm sorry to explain. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just not sure how I would pull it off yet. I think I have to maybe get a little bit more experience.
Mm.
Um,
No,
cannabis. What's? Oh,
mm.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm thinking. Like, is it the perception difference if you take a synthetic or if you take organic? Like, if you take synthetic substance.
Yeah, okay. So here I don't know how else to like this is like I grow my own mushrooms and I have been for a while.
Right.
So I'm very like in
Mm.
tune with like nature and the fungus and I like going out into the forest and stuff.
Mm.
Last summer I started, buying this LSD. It was way too expensive, but I had a little bit of extra money. And so I ended up buying some acid and I noticed it's the only time I've ever like
Mm.
tripped out with like techno music. You know what I mean? Like normally I used to listen to this like ancient shamanic like
Mm.
chanting and drumming and this, the Buddhist like throat singers and kind of stuff. Like I normally don't listen to techno music while I'm on psychedelics, but when I was on acid, it was like actually really, really, really cool.
Mm.
um, I don't know.
But do you feel any difference between mushrooms you made in home and mushrooms you used from somewhere else?
Oh, like a synthetic psilocybin being, I
Yeah,
think
synthetic psilocybin or like homegrown mushrooms or use it from like bought some from somewhere and used.
Um, yeah, sorry, I got distracted for a little second. It looks like John Rapp is still asking about the Indian plant that has both the DMT and MOM.
Yeah, I actually mentioned it. It's called Kapikachu.
Pikachu,
Yeah, Macuna pruens.
right? I might
Would
have
you
been
spell
John
that,
Rapp.
please? Would you please spell that out in the chat? And also
Yeah,
list your contact information if people would like to get in touch with you.
yeah, I will mention it.
Thank you.
I was talking with someone, it might have just been yesterday, that was saying that there may be a study going on where they're like actually testing that out right now to like doing a group study to see if people have different experiences with this and like what they're, what the, I don't know, distinguishing differences would be between a synthetic and a psilocybin or whether they get more connected with nature and the universe with homemade drugs versus
Right.
stuff in a lab. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting subject. And I have had experiences too where I kind of like felt like it was like the energy I put into the mushrooms that I were like kind of like part of the experience, you know what I mean? Um,
Hmm.
but no, that's an interesting question, man. It really is. Okay, we got to spell this one out. How do you spell Kapika?
Yeah, I'm typing. 1 minute, I'm typing it.
Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, just like it sounds. Kapika.
Those seeds are used, that plants, uh, powder of that seeds. If you take with the before the sleep with the milk or like hot water, warm
Yeah.
water.
Well, what about you? What's your experiences with LSD? Have you?
No, I more work with DMT and mescaline.
Yeah,
LSD, I feel it's more like engineered substance.
it is. It's longer. You're like committed to several hours too. Like mushrooms, I think is probably like mainly like 5 or 6 hours if they're really good mushrooms. But like LSD can go on for like 12 to
Yeah.
16 hours sometimes. Like yeah, you're definitely in for the long haul.
No,
Um,
but when I work with the San Pedro, which is a mescaline cactus, it gives you the similar inner experience of LSD, but not the side effects of the LSD. It doesn't give you any side effects.
right.
Well, I
That
also don't think that you can compare um, mescaline with LSD. Uh, uh, for me, two very different trips.
yeah. No, but in mescaline, the peyote and San Pedro both have different experiences. I'm
Yeah,
more working with the San Pedro.
right. I think for like my experience with DMT also has kind of an LSD quality to it. It's very short acting though. It's like being on like 20 hits of acid, but only for like 3 or 4 minutes, right? And then another 3 or 4 minutes of being on maybe like 10 hits of acid. um it's a very, very short acting, but like extremely intense, like
Yeah.
experience for sure.
The visuals of DMT, like you cannot compare with other.
Man, yeah, no, I mean, I do get some fractal patterns with psilocybin for sure. I can kind of see like the lattice of I don't know, whatever the structure of the cosmos or whatever that is, but like,
Uh,
yeah, DMT is just this wacky land of like flying colors and shapes and patterns. Like, it's just so intense. Oh my God, my dog the other day was like, I did DMT and I look at my dog looked like a cuttlefish, like had all these like light patterns coming out of her fur and stuff. It was, yeah,
uh,
it's a pretty intense experience, man. The other day, and like,
yeah. And with the 5-MeO DMT, like before, it goes more like it's like there are no visuals in it, but it's like extreme internal experience. Then you go out of your body and then like, expand
right,
your whole
right.
process.
I heard Terence McKenna describe DMT as death by astonishment. I think that's
Mm.
like my favorite quote about like DMT or like way of describing it. That's like it's perfect.
Mm. No, that's the difference. Like many people will prefer psychedelics, which give the inner bliss and inner peace or like inner experiences, and many people will prefer DMT or mushrooms. For in mushrooms also there are different varieties. Like some will give inner experiences, some give you visual experiences.
And there's psilocybin mushrooms growing in India, right? I'm not sure if I've ever
Yeah,
they
they
do
are
have
good.
mushrooms like in the region over there. Oh, that's really cool, man. Yeah. I don't know if it's true. I think I heard someone say that that's the reason why the Hindu gods were like colored blue was because of the like blueness of the mushrooms, but I'm not sure that's
No,
entirely.
no, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I didn't believe that one. Asking, oh, it looks like Eric is asking you to put your information in the chat.
Yeah, I'm putting.
There, who do we have next? Leo didn't send me the itinerary for the evening. Oh, Anya, it looks like you had your hand up. What's up?
Just I'm typing the message. Uh,
Okay.
Anaya,
I can
yeah,
unmute. I can
yeah,
unmute now. Wow,
yeah,
how
yeah. You are
exciting.
unmuted. You can talk.
Okay, because that was difficult to not be able to speak, and now I can't see my main screen. Okay. So my main question was actually a comment about
Mm.
synthetic versus natural, which was a
Right.
conversation that was being had. And one of the distinguishing differences is that with natural grown substances like psilocybin, you not only have the variety of different strains, and they have different amounts of different chemicals that are synergistic with the psilocybin. And they also pick up minerals and nutrients from the growing media or what is given to them. And so you end up with much subtler natural effects. And each mushroom, each strain of mushrooms has their own personality, if you will, and they're different. So it's more subtle, whereas a chemical is going to be the same molecule, right? If it's
Right.
pure. So there's a little more variety and not yet perfectly understood interactions of adjunct molecules and chemicals that
Right.
facilitate certain types of exploration or experience with different types of natural grown psychedelics.
I spoke with people who have used before um, 5-MeO DMT, artificial 5-MeO DMT, and from the toad. Um, they say, like, with whom I spoken with, like, they say the experiences are similar, very similar. I haven't tried the artificial one, but maybe in the mushrooms case or in the cactus, maybe that there is a difference, or in the
Yeah, I mean, I've heard also that for the toad molecule 5-MeO-DMT, that it's that the experience of the synthetic version is actually cleaner. That it doesn't have some of the side effects that can
that's interesting.
make you not feel good. Yeah, so it's actually a better experience in some ways, is my understanding, and it's better for the toads, right, to not
Yeah,
have to be milked and
yeah,
possibly
that's also environment
threatened. Yeah.
issue, and about the
Yeah.
frog species and toad species. No, with this there is the point in earlier today morning, some from Stanford University, somebody was talking about this. Like, depending upon the race and depending upon the culture, there is no enough study. Like, mostly white uh, people are studied under the observation for different psychedelics, but there is no representation of different uh, people of color and traditions. Do you think, like, it will matter much, like, because it's like, if it's like a chemical reaction on the body, like how the general medicine is a general for everybody, like human anatomy and the general medicine. So the psychoactive medicines also should work because they act through the uh, neurotransmitters and the way it goes. So do you think, like, there is a that issue matters
Is
much,
there
like the representation?
Are you asking a question about the differences in how
Yeah,
psychedelics
yeah,
impact
yeah.
different
If
people from
psychedelics
different
affect, yeah,
cultures?
right, right.
So there is a hypothesis that in a minority of persons of Asian descent, that they lack an enzyme or have insufficient amount of an enzyme to process some of the substances that are in SSRIs, in the
Okay,
SSRI medicines. So it has to do with serotonin
yeah,
breakdown and elimination. So it's a pharmacodynamic question for some of these substances, but I have not heard that enzyme difference actually impacts the effect of psychedelics, because psychedelics are processed. It doesn't matter how quickly or slow they're processed. The way that they make their way into the brain and are used in the brain is pretty fast compared. I mean, they once they have that impact in the brain, then they stick around in the brain for whatever time they will take, and it doesn't matter so much how long it takes your body to process out the medicine or not. So I have not heard of it actually having a different impact, even if there's an enzyme, it's like C4 something, enzyme difference across people's. So it seems to be working just fine and at comparable dosage strengths across Asians, Native Americans, Europeans, African descent people, Middle Eastern, Australian Aborigines, peoples from pretty much anywhere.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, it should be similar.
Yeah. But the question is an interesting one, because there are certain medicines that are metabolized differently.
Based on the enzymes.
But not by all Asians, just a percentage, 20% perhaps of Asians. Yeah.
Running over on time. Rick, you know what's
Yep.
coming
Yeah,
up?
no, as Leo usually messages me or emails me a list of the who's on for the night, but I didn't get one this time. Does anyone know who the 1 o'clock is?
No, we can talk until, otherwise I'm
I think I'm gonna try and get some sleep and be ready again in the morning at 6 or 7 to catch the next one then.
Thank you, Anna.
Yeah. Good night. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you,
Okay.
Eric.
All right.
Thank you, Leo, also.
Yeah, I think Leo's in bed, but all righty. Awesome. Well,
Thank you.
yeah.
Good night, everyone who are in US.
Yeah. Okay, so who's the 1 o'clock? Do we know? Is the 1 o'clock here? No, we don't have anybody right now. Well, shit. I guess we can just keep on.
You can't go to the original list and just pull it out, Rick?
I don't have an original list. Oh, you mean like on her Facebook page? I might be able to look at that, but I mean, all right. Yeah, let me see who's here. Oh, yeah, just give me just 1 second. I'm gonna step away for just a sec. I'll be right back. Let's see here. Yeah. Well, I'm guessing they're obviously not here right now. Yeah, I don't know. She did send me a message about somebody possibly not showing up. That's probably right now then, I'm guessing. Let's see. Yeah, well, I guess oh no, that's about something else. Yeah. Well, I guess we don't have anyone talking at 1 o'clock. Well, that's okay. We can fill the time. We can hang out, I guess. How you doing, Eric?
Not bad.
Yeah. It's like you've been
Disappointed
on.
the thing isn't better run, frankly.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be happening.
Well, it does. Sometimes people don't show up. How's your leg doing?
I'm walking every day.
Are you really? Oh man, I thought you would be laid out for a little bit longer than that. That's great. How's it feel?
Uh, Still got pain, but that's to be expected from a hip replacement. So,
Right. How
but
long till, I mean,
I'm,
is it expected to go away with some physical therapy or?
oh, I've got pretty rigorous exercises to do.
Damn.
Uh,
Well, good
let's
luck, brother.
let's try and
Hey,
find.
Rick, I
Yeah.
want to ask you,
Sure.
uh, what is your experience with Amanita mushrooms?
With Amanita, you know what? I haven't been brave enough to try them yet.
Why?
Um, so from what I've heard, it's just, everyone says expect something very different than psilocybin, right? And so, they grow in the area here too every fall. I mean, just big, huge ones out, and they're all over the place.
Where?
Uh,
Which place?
yeah, I haven't been able to. Someone said you can like do like weird stuff. Like, I think Paul Stamets told this story about he was in this parking lot and he like dropped his camera and just kept like picking it up and dropping it over again. Like he was just kept
Oh,
repeating that action and couldn't stop doing it until people in the parking lot started staring at him because he looked like a weirdo. Like I hear like stories like that. Like I nobody's come up to me and just said like, man, I ate these amanitas the other night. And, ooh, I just had this, cosmic journey where I met the
mm.
gods and all. Like I haven't heard anyone tell me some mind-blowing amanita story yet. So
No,
yeah,
it's Amanita goes more on the deeper level. It gives you more experiences in the sleep. It doesn't give you any
uh,
visuals or anything.
like the dreams you'll have later that night, kind of.
Later, gives it kind of locks the body, and then you go into the dream. It doesn't give the immediate visual experience.
Yeah, what does it do to your body? Does it make you feel like weirder in any kind of way?
Yeah, the next day it becomes body becomes very. You get the body fatigue.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. So like I said, they grow all over the place every
Yeah,
fall and
I
every
felt like I got some fever or something like. It was not just a body thing.
right. Right. Oh, someone um okay, man. So I just hear so much weird stuff in psychedelia. So I never really know what's true or not. It's kind of hard to tell, but I heard that like Norse shaman.
Leo,
Oh,
you
Eric,
know, there's nobody that showed up for the 1 o'clock, and
Eric, you got him.
Luna doesn't even have a list.
I muted him. I got the mute button. So I heard stories about Nordic shaman, right? Like, the ancient Norse people
Mm,
uh would follow around the reindeer, like to eat the amanita mushrooms. And supposedly the reindeer, they'd eat the mushrooms, and this guy, they would basically like follow around the pack of reindeer and collect all the yellow snow. And that's something about it being processed through the deer and coming out through their urine, like purified it or took out, all the bad stuff and made it a more like potent psychedelic experience. But that's also one of those things where it's like, I'm not sure if that's true
mm,
or not. I mean, it sounds cool, but I don't know. Can't say with certainty. But on what my point was that I think there is like a process, like a special way you can cook or prepare the amanita aside from just drying it and eating it, where you can like remove some of the alkaloids or whatever that give you some of the like negative body effects. um and it is one of those things. There was actually a lot of like fear about the amanita originally too. Like there was all these old wives' tales or whatever you say about like mushrooms being extremely dangerous and poisonous. So for most of my life, I thought amanitas was like they say like a sushi chef, if he doesn't cut up the blowfish just right, you could like poison
mm,
someone with. Like I've heard, like if you didn't like prepare your amanitas, if you didn't dry them and cook them in a specific way, that they could be poisonous and kill you. So I
mm.
just basically stayed away from them forever. But It's funny is that's the only like a lot of you can like get them legally now too. Like there's places where it's not classified in the same, Schedule 2 or Schedule 1, narcotic drug in America. So it's actually still like, I mean, you can.
Just a minute, I will come back.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Yeah.
Sure thing. Okay, let me know how to support love, Andrea. Is that Andrea saying, let me know how to support love? It's, oh, studying kind of music for sleep, allergies, antidepressant. Oh, wow, man, that's a huge one. Big journeys on in there, huge. Bob Stanley, Carla. Oh yeah, I know Carla. She's the Amanita aficionado. I love her. I think that time when she did like a 4-parter once on like everything Amanita. It was actually pretty cool. I believe they also like make tinctures with that one, right? Is that one of those? All right, I get it. Oh, there he goes. Looks like we got one more message number from. That's what are you sharing? What are you sharing, John? I gotta look this up.
It's said to be the oldest intoxicant.
Yeah, I love that guy. Those are some great YouTube vids to watch for sure. I listened to God, it was like a 3-hour long Hamilton Morris interview with one of the first guys that created the penis envy strain of Q Benzi's mushrooms, which up until the albino penis envy was the like most potent of the magic mushrooms. But yeah, it turns out there's this whole like amazing legend and mythology about how those guys first made that mushroom back in the day. It's that's pretty cool. Well, Eric, you still there, buddy? No, still trying to track down the 1 o'clock. Well, normally I think I would just say we can all talk amongst ourselves and kill an hour, and hopefully the 2 o'clock shows up. I had a long day today. It's been yeah. But who else? Lovely, are you there? No. What about Andrea? Andrea just said something in the chat. You there, Andrea?
I'm still here, Rick, but not for long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what am I supposed to do, huh? I gotta sit here. I gotta tell some knock jokes. Maybe some dirty limericks. I'm gonna get a beer. That's what I'm gonna do. Boy. Yeah, usually there's more people hanging out at 1 a.m. Like I smell funny or something. Where'd everyone go? Hi, Andrea. You gotta rescue me. I need someone to talk to. What's up with you? How you doing? Yeah, you think you gotta unmute yourself. No, yeah.
Okay.
There you are. Hello.
Hey.
Good Good to see
Hey,
you.
yeah, I just got back from a work trip yesterday, so I was reunited with my daughter and tucking her in and sleeping with her
Cool.
earlier. Yeah.
How long were you gone for?
Just a few days, just Wednesday to today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how old's your daughter?
She's 10.
Oh, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, amazing girl.
How did you come across this event?
Um, well, Leo's my friend and asked me to join and support. I don't have a big presentation, scheduled or thought out, but usually you know, I'm a kind of therapist healer, so I do energy work and brain spotting, things like that. So I could
Like Reiki?
relaxation thing or something. What
Yeah, I've heard it called Reiki before. Is that like a Reiki thing?
yeah, I don't know if it's at that level. I
Oh,
had
okay.
um there's different levels I think of that. um I guess I'm not I've taken Reiki 1 and 2, but I don't consider it in that genre for some reason.
Like you
um
something a little bit different.
yeah, I took I healed myself all naturally of cancer about 7 years ago,
Yeah.
and definitely, shamanic work was a part of that.
Right.
Acupuncture, supplements, shamanic work, lifestyle change, the
Yeah.
whole thing. And yeah, so that's sort of the way I came to the energy work, I guess. And
Yeah,
then
that's super
yeah,
huge. Was it
healing.
like a pretty light, like it was a serious situation? And yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's always a serious situation if they're saying
right.
that. I had surgery, and then it took about 15 months to get the HCG levels down to 0. Um,
Right.
so, I mean, I think I tried not to freak out about it, but everybody around me was freaking out about it. They told me
Yeah, it's
it's the
scary.
only way.
Right. My dad, back in like 2002, he was only like 53, but yeah, he just started getting this sore spot in his leg and it kind of started bugging him and he was limping around for a little bit and finally went to go, get it looked at. And it turned out there was this tumor growing and
Oh,
it was
wow.
like right next to the thigh bone. So it like got into his blood marrow and you got like, I think it's called multiple myeloma. Like within 18 months of like being diagnosed, he just, it's like lost all this weight. I mean, yeah, it was unbelievable how like rapid acting it was. Like yeah,
Did
there was
did he heal from that? I mean, did he come back from that?
no. He tried the Jesus thing, maybe. Jesus, like maybe he should have tried some energy work.
I mean, I think when it comes to something like that, I think you have to take an any means necessary kind of approach. You have to try things
Yeah,
you've never tried, and
right. Well, the crazy thing is he actually could have added maybe like another year or so to his life had he gotten some chemo done a little bit earlier, but like he was so hell bent on getting this faith healing. It was crazy. He was turning down chemo. I mean, like, you're gonna see, son, you're gonna see the
well,
healing power of Jesus, right? And he started calling up all the families, like every couple of days, they'd do these like prayer circles where they'd all, pray for his cancer or something. And
your life aligns with your beliefs, right? So it's good that he believed. And
yeah,
um, I didn't do chemo, I didn't do radiation, I didn't do any of that.
right.
So that was sort of my goal and intention. Um, But yeah, I mean, if anybody gets tested and has HCG levels above 50, they might have a growth in their body, right? So that might be a way
Yeah.
to find that kind of stuff sooner.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got to take massive action and do what anybody smart tells you to do, right? In terms of supplements and extra things you can add in, and yeah. So,
Well, I'm glad you
so
pulled through that. That is an amazing achievement. With you,
well, that's plant medicine was part of that too. Yeah.
right. Yeah. I know, like, I still, during some of the different like psychedelic documentaries, when they get to that part of the documentary where they're doing like end of life care, and these people that have terminal illness are, you know, describing their experience and how they no longer like fear death. Like I start crying every time.
Oh,
I get all choked up.
oh, yeah.
It
Sorry,
really
you
is.
Patty too.
Like I've been to that special spiritual place that, you know, mushrooms take you to, and where, yeah, like I no longer fear death, and I mean, or at least I can understand like how it can have that healing effect, you know, like
Mm,
it's a very, very special and powerful thing.
mhm. And yes, CBD, high dose CBD shrinks tumors in rats. I mean, they have all these studies, but obviously it's not mainstream. And, you know, probably a lot of people that consider themselves Christian wouldn't be trying that because of how it's been presented
Yeah,
to society and things like this.
right. Yeah, it's still kind of taboo, I guess. Sorry, I just gotta let my dog in. Come on, come on.
Bone marrow. Wow. Yeah. That sounds painful.
Yeah, it just blew my mind, like how fast it got. It was, right.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like one day he was walking around, and the next day I have to, like, you know, help him onto the little porta potty thing, and like, oh, he
Oh,
just got so skinny, just so, oh man, yeah, it was sad. It was just, it's a
uh,
sad way to go, you know.
well, there's always a lot of, you know, emotional, you know, they say psycho emotional. I don't know how they describe it, but there's always a lot of emotional things that everyone needs healing from, like their childhood trauma and
Right, right. Oh
forgetting.
man,
Uh,
no,
always,
He started blaming me for him not getting his faith healing. Like towards the end, towards the last couple months, when he's like knowing that the faith healing thing isn't gonna work, and now
uh,
like he didn't do
uh,
keep. And I could tell that was time he really wanted back, and he started lashing out at like the prayer group. Like, you guys aren't praying hard enough. Like, you can't be
well,
97% on fire for Jesus. You need to be
I,
100% on fire for Jesus, or I'm not getting my faith healing. And I was like 0%
well,
on fire for Jesus, right?
well,
So he's looking at me, and you boy with your heavy metal and your skateboards, like whatever. Like he's just
well,
like,
you know,
because I
that's
wouldn't get my life right with Jesus, he didn't get
well,
his.
my girlfriend, I had a girlfriend and she had stomach cancer. And one day we were out hiking and you know, I'm just was like, "Are you okay?" And she was like, "I guess I need to eat." And I'm like, "Okay, we'll eat." But, you know, like basically it was out of character for her to act in such a way.
Right.
And you know, later obviously we found out she had stomach cancer.
Oh,
So I think there is something about the cancer that makes people act out of character because of the pain and things like this. So
right.
again, you know, you have to address the root, and everybody's got an ego and everybody's
Yeah,
needs heal, you know, on a deep level. And I feel like healing can go really deep, and
yeah,
all roads lead to shamanism, if you ask me.
yeah. Yeah, not with him, but the desperation was just like, that was one of the saddest parts of the whole thing. You know what I mean? Just
Well, I think he wanted to live, you know,
like,
and
yeah,
you know, after people cross the plane from this place to the next, uh, there's so much more that they can see and have awareness to. And I think a lot of people, you know, I certainly feel like God supported my healing, you know. Um,
right. Like there
so
was a divine intervention.
I prayer, you know, and you know, I also took a lot of massive action. You know, you know, I did anything and everything. You know, if I heard of it and it sounded good, I would try it in terms
Right.
of, you know, physical therapy and you
Yeah.
know, any
Oh,
yeah. So you know, and I was able to take my blood test every week and see
mhm.
um if it was working, I would keep doing it. You know, if it was stable, then I would go back and do more things.
Right.
You know, if it wasn't, you know, going down, but it was staying the same. So, you know, I had a way to monitor if what
Yeah.
I'm doing was successful. So I had some I coordinated with the doctors that way to see if my went down.
So check this out. So I remember like towards I don't even know where the hell he got this from, right? The internet or something, but he heard about this clinic down in Tijuana that sold this revolutionary cancer treatment tonic, right? And it's one of those like kind of conspiracy things, like it's such a radical formula that like big pharma, won't allow it to be sold in the US, but it actually really works as a cancer cure. And I can't even make this stuff up. The story goes that there was this farmer who had a horse, and the horse was getting old and got some kind of like cancer. And so he put the horse out to like pasture, whatever. And the horse was eating from all these different like flowers and herbs, right? And the horse's cancer went away, like the horse. And so the farmer went out and like collected all the herbs that the horse was eating because the horse,
Heard of horse cancer.
made a tonic out of it, and then opened up this clinic where he sells tonic to cancer patients with like, my dad was spending thousands of
Why?
dollars to drive down to Tijuana once every like 4 months to go re-up on a fucking bunch of snake oil. You know what I mean? It was just like,
Well,
yeah,
and the horse get cancer from vaccines. See what I'm saying? Like, and there's so many toxins in the environment, and
right,
but
yeah,
toxins we can control, toxins we can't control.
right.
But
Well,
obviously,
in this situation, there may have never been a horse in the first place. You know what I mean? Like it's so easy to scam people that that are desperate like that. Are
well, but it's sort of healing, right? Like people don't
yeah,
heal from their core life trauma in like 2 sessions or something like that. I mean, there's lifestyles of health, right? There's lifestyles of eating healthy. There's lifestyles of thinking, in ways that nourish your soul and support your dreams and your
right.
self. And so, I mean, I guess I'm glad that your dad believed that, he
Yeah.
could be healed and had faith. And so maybe that gave path generationally for you to have more, to have ever more of what he wasn't able to achieve, like Jim
Yeah.
Carrey, his dad believed, but he didn't quite get there.
Right. Oh yeah, in the Man in the Moon, Andy Kaufman. Is that what you're talking about, Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
The scene where he goes to like the faith healer guy and then realizes it's a scam, and he's kind of like laughs about it for a second.
No, I'm talking about his actual dad.
Oh.
His actual dad had was a musician that was always trying to make it and always, like, I'm gonna do it, right? Like he was always taking massive action towards his dreams, and didn't really ever break through to fame, didn't really ever break through to the next level of everything. But then Harry was able to kind of, I believe, have some fruit with that, right? And he wrote that $1 million check to himself in faith, like this is going to be a check to me. And he wrote a check to him, and then he sort of went to his dad's grave and was like, okay, this is for you. So I would say maybe you got some seeds there for healing and wholeness and health in you, right? Because of all
Yes.
mighty prayers,
Right.
If anything happens, you're covered, right?
You know what? And it's like if any it's kept me like skinny. Like I'm seriously the only dude in my family that doesn't have a big old like beer gut, right? Like as this happens to every dude in my family, once they hit about like 38 to 42, just swells up and gets huge. But my dad was like really unhealthy. Like before the cancer thing, he had given himself like type 2 diabetes from just eating so much, whatever, like candy and fried chicken or soda or whatever it was, right? Like he was already kind of like unhealthy, kind of an unhealthy dude. And it was really sad too, because like he had these ups and downs. I don't know if it was depression or what, like he ran the San Francisco Marathon in like 1994, right? And then just I'm not sure what happened in his personal life, but like got super depressed and, just got super huge, stopped doing stuff, got his first computer, got really into like internet stuff, and then just like, yeah, ended up getting diabetes and then cancer and stuff. So it's been like, inspired me to like stay healthy enough to at least, to not to add those health complications. And it's been something that like I've had to put like serious, like conscious, like effort into like staying
Yeah.
skinny,
Well, I think everybody gets to that place at 50 in terms of like, okay, I'm gonna take it seriously. Am I gonna live a long life and feel
Right.
good? And I think a lot of times people have the mindset that they don't matter. Even some of the best people aren't valuing themselves enough to take really good care of themselves and nurture themselves. And
Yeah.
like talking about psychedelics, right? Like psychedelics could be part of that for people.
Mhm.
Um, but um, but I don't know. I guess that's what I would like to see,
Yeah.
right?
No.
For menopause and men of all ages and women of all
Yeah.
ages, just that they would start to love themselves more and eat better and sleep better and exercise. I mean, I just
Right.
give everybody, I think that's the message for everybody all the time. But
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
there's a everybody's life where they start taking that
I,
serious.
yeah, like if I could probably spend like just the next hour like talking about all the different ways that like plant medicines have like made me better, right? Like
Well,
why
you
so,
see, I've seen evolution since the beginning of these. I mean, you seem so much more grounded and happy and could, I just see your presence has elevated,
right.
since the beginning of these, so I see that too,
Yeah. Oh,
evident, you
right.
know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a interesting journey. Like I spent 2 years like all by myself growing mushrooms before I got like introduced to like the rest of the psychedelic community. Uh,
Oh,
and it's been really cool, like, just like being a part of this, you know what I mean? Uh,
yeah. Yeah, we're not made to be in isolation. But yeah, but you had a process around that, around growing your own mushrooms and kind of getting intimate with that medicine. Is that what you're saying?
um, well, let's see how that story started. I'd been like suffering from like some like crippling depression, and anxiety. It was really bad. It was insomnia. I'd never had worse insomnia. Like between like this was, and then so I started getting like regular like mental health treatment for it around like 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Started getting on like just about like 10 different medications and seeing a therapist and
Oh, that's
all of
so.
that whole, yeah. And it was like nothing was working, you know what I mean? And I was, just still
Well, those things
miserable.
can be toxic for your liver, and your liver has to process everything that goes into your
They were
body.
giving me, I can't, oh my God, dude, I was taking
Like
so
that for
much
men.
medication. It was retarded. I was taking like hundreds of milligrams of Seroquel and trazodone and gabapentin and whatever antidepressant. Um, and
And that could
around
adversely affect
yeah,
other
I can't
life.
remember the first article I'd read about, some of the mental health treatment revolutions they're having with psilocybin, but I was just like, fuck me, I got some pretty otherwise untreatable depression. So I just like the fall of the pandemic, right? Like I'd been indoors for a year and I just like thought like if I go out hunting for mushrooms, like I'm by myself out on the trails, I don't have to interact with like people, just me and my dog. And so
Well, nature can, yeah.
yeah, no, I just hit the parks of Seattle and just started covering turf until sure it took me a while, but I ended up finding enough cyanescence to like have myself a very, very peaceful. I think it was like the first time I'd experienced true peace, probably ever, maybe, I don't know. But
Oh,
after that, like one night, I was like, I mean, not only was I just in love with all the other mushrooms I found in the forest, like I became like photographing mushrooms became like my hobby and stuff. But like that's when I was like, started getting my first like growing kit and some spores, and just like I gotta make this stuff, you know. Um, And so, yeah, that's how I started growing mushrooms. And then, like, I've had nights where, like, I just, got out that big cry and got like more therapy done in like 5 hours than like the whole previous like 5 years before that. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. I mean, it takes the high level therapist, and therapists can only take you to how far they've gone. And,
right.
yeah, it's a lot of cognitive stuff, but cognitive isn't really where the trauma is stored in the brain, So exactly, you got to go deeper. You got to attune
Yeah.
body.
I was caught in this really nasty, like, just this hamster wheel where I was, just running, getting to nowhere because, I knew that I needed to address the trauma, right? Like the real deep down icky that I, need to start dealing with to get past this. But at the same time, it's like that trauma also I was always just fresh out of crisis mode, right? Like just had like relapsed, just did something. So every time, or like I was doing good for a while and this and that, we're in jogging, doing exercise, doing karate and shit. And so I go to my therapist, like, all right, I'm doing good. Just let's start digging at some of this deep down stuff. And they're just like, hey, whoa, 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 buddy. It's only like, you're like still 60 days fresh off of a crack. Like if we start bringing that stuff up now, it could actually make you worse, right?
Well, you
So
want to normalize healing, and you want to. The reason why I like brain spotting so much is that it brings those things up in a really titrated way, and a really gentle way, but also a really effective way for releasing, because you do need to release it out of your body. And to be, fair to you, right? Like anything that was going on in your life, like I don't put that all on you. You know what I mean? Like those things have roots generations back, right? Like that,
yeah.
all the things you were talking about. So, healing is healing. And so I'm glad that you're you've come as far as you are, that you found a way that worked for you, and
Yeah.
that that it wasn't, so
Yeah. Oh, it was an amazing journey, man. Like, yeah, once it maybe took me like maybe about 2 months before I started like, having building a relationship with the medicine, right? So then yeah, it's nothing that happened on the first try, but like I just had so like amazing nights where like I still have some anxiety and depression and still have some insomnia or whatnot, but like I've gotten enough peace and healing out of this to keep me off heroin for the last like 4 something years. You know what I mean? Like
oh,
it's like
good.
gotten rid of like what the stuff that was leading me to like the really bad like self-destructive behavior. Like I'm fixed enough, right? To where
Right.
I can go around telling
Yeah.
other people like, hey man, you got to get in on some of this shit. Like you don't understand this mushroom thing is it's the real thing, man. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it grows more dendrites in the brain, and that's what healing is at the root is, making new neurological patterns and making new
Right.
ideas and beliefs and, possibilities,
Yeah.
right? Like that's what healing is. And, when they do like brain scans, when people, have trauma or whatever, inherent trauma, I don't know all the ways that
Yeah.
trauma,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they have these little dark spots, like in the brain, like Carolyn Leaf talks about it, like little trees or something. And
Yeah.
so there's positive trees and not positive trees. So how I kind of see it is like untangling the trees that are, you know, painful,
Right.
like like something bad happens and kids believe that they are bad and wrong, right?
Yeah.
That's um that's not true. And but
Right.
that children believe to feel powerful, right? Like if it was my fault, then I could
Yeah.
fix it. I'd do something about it. And anyway, so just rewiring those pathways is very, very helpful. Um,
Right.
deep healing and shamanic work and,
Yeah.
psilocybin, they're all like proven to.
Right. Right. One of the things I found really interesting was, Terrence McKenna coined the term heroic dose. And then on a Joe Rogan interview, back when Joe Rogan was like super cool, back many years ago, when he had Paul Stamets on, was like one of the most interesting like 3 hours of my life. But he also referred to like hitting the top floor when you're just like full third eye or something as going on the hero's journey, right?
Mm.
And like my trauma healing experience was I know, and it sounds like such a nerdy thing to say, but it was very similar to the end of Return of the Jedi, where like Luke is closing out his hero's journey, right? Because
Right.
like my issue too with like, that was this thing, like he couldn't become a Jedi Knight until he like basically like faced his daddy issues, right? And in a
Right.
similar way, like I was being held back from moving to the next stage in life until I dealt with this, trauma that like my dad handed down to me. So it really like, yeah, I took that like night on mushrooms where I finally like closed out my hero's journey, put that shit to rest and
Oh.
graduated to be a Jedi Knight.
Well, I
But
think everybody's got mommy and daddy issues to clear
right,
and heal
right,
and
right.
continue to level up in that.
Yeah, yeah.
Everybody's got another level to go with that.
Right. It's a huge part of like alchemy too, that like notion of like you have to dissolve your like, what you currently are, this like chunk of lead and, break it down to its atomic structure and then reassemble it as gold, right? Like that's kind of the whole, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how I really do see therapy is alchemizing the pain. Yeah, because I don't believe like if there is a merciful God or
Yeah,
that that we would have these dark experiences without some propulsion right into the benefit of that, into the fruit of that, into the like the seed dies in the ground and then the plant grows.
yeah,
um so yeah, but I think in the moment, I think a lot of people are really in contraction or restriction or reaction to the pain. And so there's not a lot of hope in that pain space to release it, that it can alchemize, that it can shift, that it can change. So I think it's
right.
really in, anything that can bring
Yeah,
people hope and, support to move
right.
so they're not also doing it alone because most woundings are relational woundings and
Yeah,
like if you're having issues with your dad, I'm sure he had issues with his dad and he had issues with his, you know what I
right,
mean?
right. Yeah, remember Never Ending Story? The movie?
um Basically I don't know if I ever watched it all the way through, but my sister did it quite a lot.
Yeah, it's like a
What
one of
about
the 80s kids or whatever. Anyway, there's this scene where like Atreyu has to like go on these 3 trials to like meet the Sphinx to get the answer to like how he needs to complete his quest or whatever.
right,
And
right?
he passes the first trial, and the second trial, there's like this scientist guy that's narrating, his like passage, but he's facing a mirror, right? It's just like this black polished stone that he's walking up to, and it's refers to it as like the greatest test of all. Like this is when people find out who they really are, like taking that deep introspective look inward. You know what I mean? As like this type of like most people don't have I mean, a lot, well, not most people, I don't like a lot of people, have that fear of like looking at who they truly are and will like spend, a lot of energy in life, making sure they never hear that truth or face it in any kind of way. But I thought like mushrooms was kind of like a way for me of like, looking inward and looking in the mirror like that.
Well, the programming into children, because I can see it as I'm a mother and my child was in public school this last year and things like that. I could see the programming that they're trying to put into her, but I can also see in my experience with people that they have all this shame, but the core of everybody is a beautiful, wonderful, amazing person. That's the core of everyone. And
Mm-hmm.
a lot of times people have a lot of shame and they feel a lot of shame when they're vibing into going into discovery about that. But
Yeah.
that's kind of like shame in the way because the I don't know, they call it like a meta emotion, right? It's a feeling about a feeling. But anyway, it's It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
just,
All right.
but that's not who they really are. So nobody should be ashamed of who they truly are. And so I think that's the fear, that if they go to the root of who they truly are, that that'll be something bad and wrong, because that's the programming they got, right? That's the messages they got, from
Yeah.
school
What if
or
the root of
other,
who you are is actually really bad and wrong, though?
right? No, no. And so nobody is. And
I
and
was. I was very
love
bad,
and
very
acceptance.
wrong at one point in my life.
Well, but we parents should be this unconditionally loving, accepting thing. And I feel like that's a massive amount of what I teach, in being a therapist, is, radical self-acceptance, radical self-compassion, radical self-love, radical self-forgiveness. And yeah, so it's a path
Right.
to
Yeah.
reparent yourself even when you didn't get that, and etc.
Now that you mention it too, like it was like bad and wrong, but it was like most of the damage I've done to like myself, you know what I mean? It's like I didn't do a whole lot of, major harm out there in the rest of the world, but like I guess.
I would say maybe even, whatever was driving you to do that wasn't self-love, you know what I mean? It wasn't,
Right.
wasn't the core of you.
Yeah,
But here we are, we had these experiences, we can be grateful for all of them.
right, right.
But yeah, um, yeah. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna beat you up. You're never gonna get that from me.
Yeah, yeah. How long have you
Everybody
been
has.
doing therapy for?
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I cut out for just a sec? Did you ask me something? How long have you been doing therapy for?
Oh, me? I guess over 20 years now. I've been in the field, and I hear a lot about, online about, oh, therapy doesn't work, and oh, da da da. So I don't know. I think that's sort of what a lot of people are saying right now, but
Right.
I
Yeah.
think it depends. I think it depends. I think there's some really, really great
Right.
therapists out there. And,
Yeah.
and I found brain spotting. I was doing a lot of EMDR with people, but wanting to find a more gentler way, wanting to find something that was less discombobulating. I had a lot of single mothers on my caseload, and, like they still had to go back and be parents after their session, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so um, yeah, I got a incoming of money, and I took the brain spotting training, and I feel like that's the feminine form of EMDR, which
Right.
is
Brain
more like
spotting.
energy work, and yeah,
Okay.
um, just higher level. But
Right.
yeah, so I guess that's my path. I worked a
Yeah.
lot people that had a lot of complex PTSD, uh,
Right.
PTSD. So I really wanted to have a gentle approach, have a soft
Right.
way to heal as much as we could heal, and have every session be a full healing experience,
Right.
and and you know release as much as we could too.
Yeah, yeah. I think therapy, it's kind of like meditation, right? Like meditation for me it was more like it was like playing an instrument, right? Like I just start off with these little baby steps and kind of like learn how to do it. I think like some people like will practice meditation and it's like exactly that. Like it's like you pick up a guitar and you want to just start shredding some Hotel California. They'll be like, I picked up the guitar and I couldn't get it. It wasn't for me. It wasn't my thing. But like with meditation, you got to start off with like the simple Mary Had a Little Lamb notes and kind of work your way up to. I think like therapy was kind of like a similar thing, right? Like you kind of got to practice it for a while before you start getting some results, maybe.
Well, maybe I don't know. I mean, I think with brain spotting, most people see results within 4 to 6 weeks. I think I see the results in every session with people, but
Right.
maybe not everybody
Yeah.
yeah goes that level.
I think couples therapy, when I went and did my first, the marriage, it didn't work out in the end, but like I got so much out of like
Oh,
5 or 6 therapies, couple sessions that have like saved a lot of women a lot of headaches like since too. Like I became such a better like boyfriend in those like meetings, but it was like I guess my ego was just so like, like if that third party, like neutral, smart person hadn't like been like, no, dude, it's you doing this, or like I'd have that moment in the car on the way home, like, fuck, he's right. I gotta fix that. Like yeah, I got so much out of like the couples therapy where I realized like how much negativity and, whatever, all the shit I was bringing to relationships. And yeah,
well,
no,
I think a lot of therapists aren't trained in attachment theory, and there's a lot of ways that the men, women, we relate in love, which is, our attachment wounding acting itself out in relationship, and yeah, our egos and all that. Exactly. So, but that doesn't mean we're bad and wrong or the core of you is ever bad and wrong. But
right. Well, especially when you're young,
not a,
it's just inherently like selfish and egotistical, like when you're in your teens and 20s, you know what I mean? Like that's when you're like,
but I mean,
wow, I
there's
was.
value in self-focus, and there's value in communication, and there's value in vulnerability and all of that. Yeah.
Where'd you grow up at?
Uh, Wapato, Washington.
Oh, you're in Washington too. Oh, cool. I'm in Shoreline, Washington.
Oh, Shoreline. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And then I moved to Seattle and lived there mostly till 2012. Yeah, that's how.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I moved to Seattle. I grew up in Santa Cruz, California, but I moved up here in 2009 and just, yeah, fell in love with the place, man. It's
Yeah, I
just
feel like I grow up faster in California. That's what I feel like.
right. Well, and
Just,
it's the nature too. Like I grew up like in the redwoods, like right by the beach. Like, you know what
oh,
I mean? Like there was enough beauty and awesome nature in Washington to be like, okay, I could do this.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh,
Rivers and mountains and shit. Like, yeah.
oh,
Other places that I've tried to live, like Sacramento or like Klamath Falls, Oregon, just those like armpits that have like nothing going on for them. It's just brown and flat and dry farmland as far as the eye can see. Like that place, yeah, it was too depressing. I couldn't do it. Like I needed to be by the trees and rivers and shit.
yeah. Well, that's good. It's healing. Nature's healing.
Right. Oh, the parks in Seattle too. Like I wasn't even aware. Like it's crazy how you can just go, a couple 100 yards and down this trail and completely forget you're like smack dab in the middle of like one of the biggest metropolitan areas in the country. Like, man, like there's
Discovery Park.
yeah, Seaview, Carkeek's got like some good stuff. Like, yeah, it's just beautiful. They've kept like some of the nature pristine just for those like square blocks that make that park. But yeah, oddly enough, the only magic excuse me, the cyanescens that I've found were all like in man-made spots. Um, they like the alderwood chips, right? And that's what they use for a lot of like landscaping and
Oh,
stuff. And so it's been like these restoration areas in the park where people spread all these wood chips and then the mushrooms end up growing there. Like I've yet to find like an actual like all natural cyanescens spot. Yeah, but I did have to go out in the parks to find them.
mm,
But
mm.
yeah, no, it's beautiful up here for sure. For sure. So wait, where did you say you was it? I missed the name. I know you said it. Wait, what part of Washington? What it had one of those funny names.
Wapato, Wapato.
Okay, where's that at?
Come on, Wolfpack, go fight, go.
Yeah.
It was it was near Yakima, Washington. It's an Indian
Okay. All right.
yeah, it's sort of eastern central Washington.
Right.
And then, I went to college in Seattle and lived there for a long time.
Cool.
And I'm older Colorado now.
Oh, rad. Awesome. Yeah, it's pretty there too.
Mm.
Snow in July in the Rockies.
Snow in well, I guess I'm not up in the Rockies.
Yeah, I know because I drove through the Rockies in July and it was snowing up there. So.
Was it really? Usually,
Yeah, yeah.
6 months of the year to be
Well, there's
higher up.
freak occurrence things, you know.
Mm.
Yeah, Colorado's pretty too.
Mhm.
You said you grew up in Washington? Where'd you?
Yeah, I grew up in Wapato. Yeah, 5 to 18. I was born in California.
Oh yeah, what part?
Yeah, San Dimas, California. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I was actually born in Klamath Falls, Oregon, and then moved to
oh,
yeah
nice.
that place.
Your parents,
That place.
how many brothers and sisters you got?
Oh, 4 sisters and 1 brother.
Oh,
Yeah, very cool. We're all like pretty close too.
yeah,
It's
it's nice you have each other. It's good your parents gave
yeah.
you.
No, it's so awesome. So my kid brother moved up here in like 2021, and it's been so awesome having here because it's like now that I'm doing killer in life, I can have some like redemption for all those times where I just like utterly failed and was like the worst big brother I could ever, Like I get to make up for some lost years, so it's actually pretty cool. And he's great too, man. He plays guitar all killer. We play in a band together and shit. Yeah, no, I'm super stoked to have my brother up here right now. He just had one of like a very mind-blowing mushroom experience a couple of days ago. Him and his buddy, I gave him some tea and like yeah, he totally got zapped with some cosmic juju. Yeah,
Mm,
but I don't even know what you
that's good. I'm glad it's been healing for you. And again, I'll say, yeah, we're not our choices, but we can make better ones. I'm glad, that
yeah,
you're operating in love and you're feeling good about what you're doing. And that's how you know it was a good decision, is how you feel after, right? And
right. Yeah, for
all of
sure.
that. Yay, brother
Well,
love.
thank you so much for helping me kill this 1 o'clock hour. Don't go anywhere. I'm not sure who's on it too, but
I
they're not
know.
here.
Let's get going. We have to.
Okay. Well, does anybody know who's coming on at 2 a.m.? Anybody? Oh man, there's only six. Whoa, damn, I haven't seen it that low. Usually there's like at least 11 people. It might only be like 1 or 2 people talking, but usually there's oh, you know what happened today? Fuck. So for
I
whatever reason, I think
there
we
there was some freaky stuff. I tried to come on
yeah.
earlier. So yeah, I was at the airport, getting ready to come home, and I had a couple hours. So I was trying to come on.
Yeah, I guess it's been a little bit of a cluster. But oh hey look, we got oh hey there we go. Soul Tribe Sanctuary. Is that our 2 a.m.? Hell yeah, awesome. Whew, okay. There we go. Well, cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
if you want to take the floor, it's all yours.
yeah, good job.
Hello. Are you muted still? I can't do let's see here. Yeah, I can't hear you. Where are you? All time. Do I have to ask you to unmute? Did they set the um
Hello. Yeah, you
oh
had to
there
unmute
you
me. I
are.
was
Oh,
muted.
okay. Oh, they got spammed with some porn earlier, so they adjusted with the security settings. So sorry. Well, it's good to
Oh,
have
okay.
you. Thank you so much for it.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So I'll start a present day. Myself and another shaman, we have a psilocybin mushroom church here in San Diego, and uh, we are currently taking a break as we're providing monthly ceremonies and then private ceremonies. Private ceremonies will continue, but group ceremonies right now are on hold. We used to offer 1 day, and we're working on a retreat space. So it's going to be a 2 to 3 day retreat ceremony. And so in lieu of that, I'm all over San Diego, all over the community. And I work between a cacao cafe by a moon and then a boutique metaphysical shop, Halo House, the wellness space. I'm the resident shaman there. And that's present day. All right, so where it all began. I am a third generation Abulario shaman. This is what they would call them in the Philippines. And let's see, I've been connected to this dimension and earth plane for eons. I've tried leaving this reality on many occasions when I was very young and into my teens. And Spirit was always guiding me and saying, "It's not your time, nice try." And so my biggest thing I would always share is that I'd always have some type of animal creature with me. And I would look into my tank and I'd say, the turtle smiling at me, I'm like, why can't I be in that tank? And just smile like you. He's like, bro, you're in the biggest tank that there is. And so it was a constant reminder of the beauty of life in all of its layers. And so, let's see. So I'm currently in San Diego, was in Northern California, San Jose. My brother's mom and dad, two brothers. I'm the middle child. And then we moved from NorCal to Vegas. And then from Vegas, I made it down to San Diego. My journey, my path of this existence has been a multitude of an array of experiences and journeys. And because of those experiences, they've allowed me to be able to be a bridge now to those around me. I would say it is a blessing in what we receive and of how we move through this life. So how the stories that we share, the layers of experience. So when I was younger, I was physically, mentally, verbally sexually abused as a child, or how we would deem it through labels. And because of these experiences, they've allowed me to see life in a greater perspective and how I moved through this experience. And yeah, so I went through, what did I go through? I went through massage school and then worked on cadavers, and that was an experience. And the program dropped, and this was in Las Vegas. And so I found another school and went to school there. And it's so fascinating because it just felt like I was going to school to be a doctor. And through the touch, well, before that, I was always very intuitive in my movement, how I moved through this experience. I was always gravitating towards female energies and frequencies. My mother, my aunt, my grandmother, and they showed me very quickly at a young age to have that perspective for the nurturing. And so back to, I don't even know where I was talking about, such a hummingbird. So, and so back to that phase.
I think you were on frequencies, mother, the women in your life, you were close with your
yes. And then, so that just allowed me to approach things a lot more perspective and nurturing and patient and loving and supportive. And but definitely not perfect. That's part of the journey of the experience. And from there, movement. I was like a yoga teacher and taught spin, taught Zumba, very active. So I was always a cheerleader to those around me, those in the community, because that's how I was brought up in that space from the feminine energy. And so leaving, so I did massage school in Vegas and then worked up and down the strip, and that allowed me to connect to energies. And when I would do this energy work and body work, people would always, how long have you been doing this? And it's so funny now because it's always been inside of me. It's always been inside of all of us and that connection. And so right away from there, that my experience in Vegas allowed me to connect to deeper parts of my lineage and ancestors. And so leaving Vegas, came to San Diego and was so solely focused on building tribe and community. And so out here, I continue my massage practice and teach and spin, yoga, and so forth. From there, I kept evolving. Okay, well, what's the next layer? I gained this tool belt of yoga, massage, movement. What else wants to be cultivated and shared in this space? And so from there, I helped open up a yoga studio here in San Diego, and that's where I've met my present day coworker, Sada now at Halo House. We used to share a wall, and we rented a space. And it's always so funny how life comes full circle in so many ways. And that's why with my connection to nature always allowed me to smile and laugh at this experience, because it's so special and it's such a miracle. And so, yeah, so I as I zoom out, I love going into spaces and environments to bring in this ecosystem. So my name that I've shared was Shaman Virgil. Virgil, my given name. Akua is the space of support. In Hawaiian, it means support, and it starts in our spine. It starts from our mother, our father, their mother, their father, and they've passed down the torch, and now the torch is within each of us. And so Akua is everything around us, everything is support. And then jungle is bringing in the frequency of the jungle back into our realities, and or what we would say the beauty way. And so these labels, these names, are parts of myself that allowed me to move through this existence, through this experience. I'm very much a shapeshifter, a chameleon, and because of what I've gone, what I was able to experience through this life and continuing as we still do, as I still am, to have this fun experience of bringing the remembrance that we are the medicine and life is the ceremony, and to continue to witness nature and to sit with nature and to breathe with nature and remember all of this is so temporary and so special. And so, where's my tangent to? So these labels, these names are parts of myself that allow me to tune in to that frequency of where I'm directing my energy and where I'm allowing myself to be in space. As far as our mushroom church, before that. So from the spaces, I was already taking people in my sessions with microdoses, and then from microdosing, taking it up depending on what was going on in their journey, their life. And that's when I got the message from Spirit that, okay, well, this has been beautiful, great. This is prior to um, COVID. Um, so Spirit said, okay, it's time for groups. And so along my journey, I've met several people to work with. Uh, two in San Diego, one in Las Vegas. And it's so fascinating and hilarious to always be in the present flow of how things run out and roll out in this experience. Even though we have a vision and a feeling of how our we allow ourselves to see what's next for us, it's always it is always an opportunity to see how many paths there are and how many people that we co-create with. And it's so fun because we can say anything and it kind of doesn't mean anything until there's actually inspired action and it's actually written and it's actually shared, it's actually celebrated together. So I've learned many, many, many beautiful experiences and journeys and navigating, kind of like you were saying earlier about a lot about the ego. And for me, it was almost like a sense of imposter syndrome. Who am I to sing, chant, and offer all of this? And I'm always reminded that we're not our skin color, we're not our the clothes we wear, we're not the food we eat. It's we are at the core. We're all energy and sound frequencies combusted into this experience of or these beautiful galaxies converging each other simultaneously, nonstop. And to just even right now, I'm in my van. I can't even because I live in my van. I'm in my van at the park, and
Rad.
it's bruh, it's hilarious. It's
That's a
reality.
cool spot.
Reality is hilarious. I know I'm jumping around,
Okay, man.
but so a year, no, a couple years ago now. A couple of years ago now, I was traveling a week in Vegas, a week in LA, a week in San Diego, and a week in Phoenix. And this was uh that was my journey. I was like, you know what? I'm hearing tribe, I'm hearing community. I'm gonna go to these cities every week and build community and connect us. And I started laughing. Man, I've been on some amazing journeys, man. Traveling all across. And so rewind back. Um, I have this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful honor and blessing to witness magic that's constantly unfolding before me. And what I mean by that, not even just life itself, it's really when I come in to just share space with anyone, just by talking or just being. There's so much magic that unfolds surpass the physical realm, and our spirits or our guides are just dancing and laughing. And I always see myself in conversations where I'll zoom out and I'm just looking at myself, I'm just laughing. I'm like what reality, where am I jumping into? What frequency am I jumping into now? And to be able to play with with the mind and the heart and the breath, it's mind boggling. All right, so I had a business partner in Vegas, business partner in San Diego, and doing these ceremonies. And at points, I'm like, you know what? Really should feel like, really should go. If this is where Spirit wants me to go, then we should really legitimize it. Go to the church and know that this is our sacrament. This is how we can commune. This is how we connect. If this is the bridge and that's a game that we're playing to become a psychedelic or an entheogenic church, then this is the path we'll take. And so continue on that. Actually, let me get some water first. Thank you all so much for joining and allowing me to hear my experience of life.
Are going where spirit guides you, and also being kind of like drawn there by these frequencies, like the same thing?
Wait, say that again. What was the question?
Like, are being kind of guided, where taken to where the spirit guides you, but also like kind of being in tune with these frequencies and being drawn towards like those, is that like the same thing?
Yeah, completely. Like it's kind of like as I was traveling, and when I look at the mountains in Vegas, the mountains in Arizona, the mountains in San Diego, I'm like, these are no different. Yes, surely they're different, but they're really no different. And the people I was connecting to, I'm like, same names, same connection. I'm like, this is hilarious. And to also have the awareness, like, we're not the first ones. Like, we're all doing this, we're all sharing it, we're all playing with it. It's how much we're allowing ourselves to be seen in this experience.
Right.
And I know I'm such a hummingbird. So there's that. And so then I go to okay, so the Vegas business partner in Vegas did not go through. Business partner here in San Diego did not go through. All ego, both parties involved, and releasing that. And from there, I go to Panama and for a tribal gathering where I met over 60 indigenous elders. And we all share medicine and ceremony and ritual and crafts and connection and laughing and crying and dancing and celebrating life and sharing wisdom across all the ages and in many spaces. And one of the sacred sacraments that we have at the church is rape or hape or rome, many names. And when I was in Panama, when I met these elders, so special just to be in Panama and be with the frequency of all these wisdom keepers and to be surrounded in beauty and nature. We were out in the ocean front and many like-minded individuals and really that sense of tribe and community again that I was just projecting out. So I'm an Aquarius and I'm a projector, if that's something you follow, human design and zodiac. And so I see all these, it's almost like a Batman signal. Like I'll see these words, I'll see animals, I'll see colors, I'll see these experiences. And then that's where that imposter syndrome of release, because it's not for me to really necessarily know, it's for me to share. Like, how could I not share this journey, this life that I've experienced? It is ridiculous. It's phenomenal, and it's just beginning.
Yeah.
I'm just getting all riled up because it's really, really, truly is so special to be able to be present, have space with all of you, all across the globe, and also just really thank all of you for holding space for me to share my own experience and to be allow me to hear these words. Because for the past several years, I'm like, I'm going to write a book, I'm going to write several books, and blah, 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 blah. And just like I was saying, we can talk, but it doesn't mean anything until we have that action. And so, all right. So then from there, so right after this tribal gathering, boom, COVID happened. And so it was just like, what in the falafel? I was just like, okay, so we just had this big experience. Now go. You have all this wisdom, go take action. And so I went in this like huge spiral of like saving the world. Gotta save the world. And at the same token, my family like basically disowned me because I was like, I'm not getting the vaccine. No, it's not gonna happen. And so I co-created and appreciate Combosito. Combo helped me actually a lot and Combosito and Rape helped me through this journey. So leaving Panama back into the States, I would continue that journey of traveling around yet at the same time, also I didn't. So because I released those business partners, I was on my own, and I'm like reflecting on this. Hilarious. Like I don't know how I did like ceremonies for 8, 10, 12 people on my own. What was I thinking? Ridiculous. Yeah, it was so phenomenal because it was just like, oh, I've done this. I've done this beyond, beyond, beyond. And I just laugh because now that I reflect in the layers of from that, what has happened to now, just my voice has shifted so much. Through ceremony, my voice was just like boom, activated. And I would be singing and chanting all these whatever's coming out of me. And it would allow, because of the energy and frequency I'm feeling in the space, this voice becomes emanated. And people would tell me, the members would tell me, like, your voice, like that was like an angel that I've seen before or heard before or connected to, or that was my that was like my grandmother who's Native American and so forth. And I would just hear all these things. And again, it was allowing me to witness. It's not for me to know, it's for me to share and to celebrate what's possible.
Like ancient songs in like in different languages were just like coming through you from
Oh yeah.
psychedelic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, beyond. And I would go into like crazy octaves. And then I'd be like crying in shock because never heard that in my life. And so it was really special. So I was doing these ceremonies on my own, and then two women who came up to me and like, hey, let's go to Costa Rica. We've been looking for a shaman. We want to have a retreat center in Costa Rica. I'm like, game, let's do it. Like, again, I was still on this course of like, okay, momentum's happening, the world is shifting, this is the time to take action. And I was very adamant about like, okay, I don't care. Like I'm gonna be vocal. I'm gonna share what I'm doing. Like I don't care if the cops come get me. I don't care if any of this happens and blah 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 blah. Like as I was growing up, like my grandmother always like connected me to Mother Teresa, and I was like, well, I want to embody that frequency. I want to be able to provide what she has done. And so from Mother Teresa to Snotum Core, Snotum Core is just, she her her voice like strikes my being and ignites me to like, hey, vocalize, get whatever's here out because it's fun, it's special, it's different, it's unique, and people want it, and they want to hear the relaxation of how I'm just speaking. And I'm laughing because I was reminded again a couple of days ago, someone was like, so where can I find your meditations, or where can I follow you on Spotify? I'm like, oh gosh, yeah, another reminder. And I laugh because this is also hilarious. It's like this concept of like there's no time, and even like when Susie with Temple of Eden, she was here earlier, she was just like, just get on, like, come on, like this is your time to like share. And I was like don't worry about like the time of it. Just know that like people are going to be connecting and hearing what you have to share. And I was like, you know what? Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty epic.
I'm sorry. So you said you're part of owner of a retreat center down in Central America. Is that?
No. That was still the culminating of where I'm at now.
Right.
So,
okay.
This is so layered, brother. Thank you for
but,
following though.
Yeah.
So the two, one of them, so those two that came forth, we connected. It was amazing ceremonies. One of them stepped out. And so then me and then my current business partner, Shaman Littlefoot, was us present day. So from there, we were connected to who soon became our third person of our church. And he helped us set up the foundation. Before that, I had gone to jail. So this is during COVID. Someone reported me as being a fake shaman. And so I got investigated, and
like financial fraud or something, or like how did
no, they were trying to, they were like tapping into my texts and phone calls, trying to like ask if like I sold DMT and other stuff, and I was like, no, I don't
like a
sell any of
DHD?
I don't sell any of that. This is our sacrament. This is what I've connected through my everything.
I didn't know being a fake shaman was a crime.
Yeah, and this is the reality of all, is that we're all fucking shamans. Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to cut. Apologize. We're all shamans. The moment we came out of our mother, boom, shamanism 101.
Yeah.
That is the epitome of our existence. And so anytime we like say ceremonies, the cow, so type and all of it, it's the reminder that anything outside of us is a tool. And really we're the medicine, and how we move through this life, how we share our words, how we share our experiences.
Yeah.
That's how we puzzle piece this reality. Like, it's not going to 20 ayahuasca ceremonies. It's all part of, yes, there's a programming that is being released. There's an appreciation of Pachamama and Mother Nature. And also that it's up to us how we breathe, how we're breathing into our thoughts, how we're breathing into what we're even visualizing in this experience.
Yeah.
Anyways, I could keep going.
That's cool. Hey, guide me through one of the ceremonies, dude. Like, I want to hear what's a ceremony like. Like, I show up with you or hanging out.
So what is ceremony like?
Get some ayahuasca, and then what happens?
So our ceremonies are very intimate. I've oh my gosh, especially with ayahuasca. When I first sat in ayahuasca, it was 40 men, 40 women. It was chaos. It was phenomenal, but it was too much energy for me. So our ceremonies are 8 to 10 people max, and that's me, myself, and my business partner, Shaman Littlefoot, and then also we're in talks of bringing another person in. So we meet at noon, or rather, let me back up. Let me set the scene for you. Okay, so someone wants to become a member of our church and sit in ceremony with us. They'll first send us an email on our website of their intention. What is your intention? What's calling it a ceremony? And what's coming up? What drew you to this? What medication? Just the questionnaire. How do you find out about that? Then we'll receive that email, and then we will contact you and give you a consultation and ask you about your journey, your path, and so forth. And have you ever sat with any sacred plant medicine or infusion, for that matter? And then we would add you to the list. So once you become a member, you send the email, you have a consultation, you become a member, and then you can register for the ceremony. So now you register for the ceremony, and then we add you to a signal group, and so that we can connect the members together of who's going to be in the space. Sometimes we have volunteers, beautiful, we call them our angel volunteers, who donate their time for voice, for yoga, for breath work, and beautiful members of the community. So yeah, you register for ceremony, and then we add you to the signal group so that everyone can start getting connected. And then the day prior, we send you the location. Where we were currently having them was at a church in their hall. And so we would have myself, any of the volunteers, and Shaman Littlefoot, we would come into the space. We would share our how we want to direct the energy. We do a prayer, a meditation, giving thanks to the land, giving thanks to the stewards, the plants, the animals, the elements. We bless the space, and then we curate the space, getting ready for the members to come through. We have an altar in the center with the elements, with crystals, with herbs, offerings, candles, plants, always plants. And again, my name is Jungle. Always plants. And then in the altar, we would create like a sacred geometry with all the tools. And then on the outside around the altar, we would put mattresses so that you are comfortable in your space. We provide everything: the mattresses, the blankets, the weighted blankets, your little purge bucket, tissue, and then your little shamanic toolkit that comes with an affirmation card, some business cards of our community, like the Cacao Cafe, the yoga, the breath work, the qigong, bringing everyone together because it takes all of us. And then Palo Santo, a crystal, and then a microdose. And then, so we have the members come in. The members come in, then they write in the book of intentions. This is our Bible. So they would write anonymously why they're here, why have they come, why ceremony is calling to them, and they fill it out, and then they take a seat, and then we open up sacred space. I call in the directions. We open up sacred halo, healing alchemy of love and oneness. We call in the highest of vibrations, the space. We call in prayers and meditations for those who are living and non-living to be with us, to hold us in this container. And then we go around, share about a little bit about ourselves, myself and Sean Littlefoot, kind of like what I'm telling you guys now, a little bit about my life, what drew me here. Then we have the members come around and share their name, share why they're there. And then we go into meditation, take us on a shamanic journey to ground our energy, to come into space, to connect to the Rolodex of life, what parts of ourselves are ready to go back into the Rolodex, what parts of ourselves in the Rolodex are ready to be revealed to us, to be rediscovered, to know that those who have come to us, they know that they're here to do the work, to go in and connect to these deeper parts of themselves. So we do that. Then we sit with a microdose and do either some yoga, some breath work, and then we serve rapatito, ape, ground to connect, give some messages, and then we offer our first dose with of our sacrament, the psilocybin.
About how much is the first dose?
So we are not necessarily about the dosaging. We are more about that little is less is more. The reason why I say that is because, again, I preface the whole aspect that we're the medicine and life is a ceremony, that these tools, we're not just giving our power away, that there's a co-creation happening. The medicine itself, and then it's our medicine, and we're doing this dance. So we offer layers of our sacrament so that you can gauge for your physicality of where you're at in space, and then as you are transitioning into the realm, that you can still see that you have awareness of your physical self. So then the layers, the first layer more than not is enough for people. And the reason why I'm telling you this, so that they would receive the first dose, they would put on their blindfolds, and they would sit back. And then we take them on another shamanic journey. Shaman Littlefoot and I were shamanic Reiki masters, and do energy work as we're in the experience. So she channels her energy work through the crystal bowls, and I would utilize it through my voice. So then I take us through shamanic sounds and chanting. And one personal instrument I love is the shruti box. The shruti box allows me to reach an array of vocal frames. So take them through the layers. We let them know. Only let us know if you would like energy work. You just raise your hand. Basically, the visual is everyone's in their cocoon and they're doing the work inside, and they just let us know if they would like another layer or if they would like some energy work done. Otherwise, no hands on. It's up to them taking that journey. And then after if they're still taking another layer, people will slowly arrive back. And just naturally, as everyone comes back, then we bring some vocal music to bring them back, and then we bring out food. Everyone starts to ground, eat, and then everyone we start sharing. And when we start sharing, each individual will come up, share their experience as little or as much as they'd like to share, and then Shaman Littlefoot would give them a channeled message. She's done her training through. I'm already forgetting what it was called, but it's in Europe. It's one of these like castles, but she's gotten her channel training there. So she's very deep, and so beautiful, so powerful. There again, my type of channeling, I'll see colors, animals, and so forth. So sometimes I'll give messages, but for the most part, it's more about channeling the voices and the chants that come out. So everyone starts shares, we give a message, and then we do an activity, like we make some like crystal bracelets so that everyone has the energy and frequency of the space, so that we always tell them like anything, nothing is an end-all pill, yet these tools allow us to reconnect to that frequency when what we felt when all these layers got shredded down. And so then we do the exercise, then we come back together, we close the space, and then everyone goes home.
Do you guys like encourage church members to like also experiment in the psychedelic realm, like on their own time, like do their own little home ceremonies and try to take it to like deeper levels? Or do you just, try to encourage people to like come here for the medicine?
No, that's the whole premise, is what we say. It's that dedication to know that you're in a safe environment, so you're able to go as deep as you'd like. So those are the group ceremonies, and then we offer private ceremonies as well.
Oh yeah, I like been doing mushrooms for a while, and it's just like I found like like 5 grams got me to like a really special place, and then like I tried my 8-gram trip, and that was nuts. And then I got up to like 12 and really started getting some like crazy places. But it'd be like it would be so, I guess, insane for me to imagine like showing up at a place with like 8 other people that did 12 grams of mushrooms. Like that would just be so like nuts, I guess. Done a lot of like psychedelic experiences, but I don't have a lot of experience with like ceremony type stuff. So I'm always like really curious about how other people are doing it. That's actually been my goal for the year. My New Year's resolution was, I'm involved in a psychedelic church too, was about to like learn how to have that same like deep, mystical third eye, like that profound connection to the universe, like learning to have that experience that I've, experienced by myself, many times on mushrooms, but like in a group setting. Like that's something I've yet to like, do. So I'm always really like fascinated to hear about like the ceremony stuff, because I want to be part of that now. Like,
oh yeah, it's so special because really the healing happens when we share. Like I was saying before, when everyone starts sharing, the vulnerability of how it's felt. It's felt when you're connected to spirit like that. Everyone is feeling it. Everyone's connected, and then there's a sense of community and camaraderie.
right.
And that's what carries through. It's up to the members, the individuals, to maintain that. Like it's here, and stay connected. And that's why my traveling through the States, I've bridged all of our tribe to let them know, like, we have our members in Canada, in Indiana, in Seattle, Oregon, Vegas,
Cool. Yeah.
Florida. So it's beautiful. We come to do meditations virtually and in person, and it's just so beautiful. Again, it's such an honor to bear witness the beauty that unfolds before us.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm in Seattle myself. We should drop off some information of where I could hook up with you guys out here.
Yes, totally.
That's really cool, man. So you said you're Filipino at the end? Was I
And Filipino, Chinese, and a multitude of other things.
cool?
That's the primary.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I shared a spot in Daly City with 9 Filipino dudes, and it was like one of the raddest places I'd ever lived, man. I had like a little room with like, my own little kitchen and shower and stuff, but like I'd come home from work and they would like all be chilling in the garage. I got like couches, the TV on, and like stirring up huge pots of food, right? And like I would try to like, go to my room and they would like intercept me, like, no, come on. Like they would bring me in the garage and like hang out and eat whatever they were cooking and stuff. And yeah, it was great. I loved it. I loved being in the Filipino, in the heart of the Filipino community for a while. Awesome. I don't speak Tagalog. I pick up a couple words here and there, but
yeah, super family, super all about helping each other.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, and you're in San Diego now, you said?
Correct.
Cool. Right on, man. So what's
Yes, sir. So does anyone have any questions or anything?
yeah, I think it's just me and you chatting right now. So yeah, if you had anything more you wanted to add, that's completely fine. I'm hoping the 3 a.m. Guest speaker shows up, but we'll see how we'll see how it goes. But yeah, no, it's usually pretty chill here on the AM hours. I kind of guide people through till 6 a.m. So no, I'm really stoked to have you and hear about these stories and stuff. So this is like your calling in life, right? Like you're just gonna spend the rest of your days guiding people to this magical psychedelic place and letting them get some healing, and that's
Well, one of the many things, not my only thing.
right.
Yeah, because psychedelics isn't for everyone. So our church, yes, our sacrament is Nino Santos, the Holy Children, the psilocybin, and then also the Rapacito, and then also combo. But really the medicine is always us coming together, and those special opportunities to dive into ceremony is amazing. Yet also, really, what's magical is when we come together, the community begins to just build and meld into each other, and they connect, they hang out, they collaborate, and it's so beautiful.
Right. Yeah, for sure, man. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I'm one of those people too that, had some deep, ugly trauma inside, and mushrooms just like got me to a place where I could finally like, take that deep inward look and start addressing some of that stuff and, processing it. And it's just like doesn't seem like something that was ever going to happen with, all the other crap I was trying at the time. You know what I mean? Really was like otherwise untreatable until I started growing my own mushrooms and kind of, building this relationship with the medicine that like I really started to get some healing done.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
Yeah. That's really where it's at for me. It's like, yeah, dude, I love the whole mental health side of the psychedelic revolution these days. It's people finally getting some inner peace, after a lifetime of
Correct. Thank you. Yes. And it's so instantaneous. And it's so beautiful too, because it's all ages. We connect to people of all ages.
Right.
It's so amazing. So amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you seeing more
Yeah.
like younger people or older people, you think? Or is it just like a mix?
I'd say like 30 and above.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had 60s, 70s,
Right. Yeah, I
I
think
think a
maybe
few
like
80s.
you know, because I'd been around, I grew up in a little hippie town in California called Santa Cruz. It's, you know, up the
Oh
coast.
yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'd been around. It was the deadhead era of the 90s still. And so we had hippie corner where you could go pick up some, you know, there's the guy, you know, like buds, doses, you know, like or occasionally like mushrooms. And we get just these screaming hits of acid for like $3 or $4 a pop or something, right? But like it wasn't, there was very little anything spiritual about it at all, right? It was just like kids going out to see some wacky colors and, you know, have a goofy time or whatever it was. But yeah, no, it wasn't until I got to like maybe my mid 20s, I might have started to finally see the spiritual side of psychedelics. And then it wasn't until I was like 40 where I, you know, started really applying this to, you know, my life and my mental health and my spiritual path and all of that, you know?
Yeah, I feel it. It's all valid and they're all connected. I always say it's not good or bad. It's how you want what do you want to experience now? And how do you want to show up? And knowing your energy capacity of what is possible for yourself and the many remembrances of burnout and not extending ourselves and
Right.
and honor the nose and appreciate the mind, the body, and the spirit. The more you can
Yeah.
embody the physical body, the more grounded you'll become. Because
Right.
we're so heady because we're constantly creating. Yet we're not trying to go back to where we already were. We were
Right.
already there. So the remembrance of this physical body is everything. And
Right.
a lot of people that come into ceremony, they're just like, you look so beautiful. I just want to stay there. It's like, that's cute, but no, because that's a reminder that that's you. You're everything. You're not trying to go back to be everything. We're all
Right.
here being nothing. and,
Yeah.
and and so that's why it's fascinating to always bear witness to the labels and awarenesses and knowing that the certain labels are simply bridges. And like I don't need to call myself a shaman yet. It allows that bridge to people like, okay, well, that's what that is. So it's basically a modern day doctor, modern day connection to all that all is. And uh,
Right.
I can tell you, there's just, I can throw out so many certifications and blah blah blah. It doesn't mean anything. What really matters is the connection of of self and the connection of how we move in experience with all that surrounds us.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what's something I always thinking about with ceremony is because like especially people that like, you know, spend a few $1,000 to fly like all the way down to like Peru or something like that. Like I've had plenty of nights on mushrooms where like very little special anything happened, right? It was like a very boring cosmic journey. It wasn't, I don't know if it's like, you know, I just wasn't my pH balance or where my mind was or whatever, but like, you know, it was just like, you know, it's just meh. Right. And I was just like, you know, but I started extracting my own DMT like a couple months ago and then messing around with making different like vape cartridges and stuff. And like, I know it's kind of a similar thing. Like I'll have like, you know, a few tokes one night and it's just like, blah, blah, blah. But then maybe like a few days later, just be blasted off to some, you know, fractal higher dimension somewhere off of it, you know, like not really sure like what the difference was, but I was like worried about with ceremony. Like, what if I went and I spent, you know, this time like went and like did ayahuasca and like nothing really cool happened, you know? Like I'm just like, I don't know, it's just something. Let's see. It's I think as like growing mushrooms, I think of it like I think I just have a few extra quarters to like pump into the slot machine. You know what I mean? Just because like I always have my own, you know, stash, I guess, or something. I like, you know, as like I have, I think, you know, more experiences more often, hence more like kind of like third eye breakthroughs or something. Um, but like but yeah, no, there's different, I don't know. There've been also been a good handful of times where like I did psychedelics and it was just like, man, Can't remember exactly where I was going with that. Anyway, what do you
Well,
think?
yeah, it's no different than anything else. It's going to the gym, it's swimming, it's eating, it's psychedelic or not. It's all of it. It's always going to be the same but different. So that's why I always convey it's not good or bad. It's what are you wanting to experience?
Right.
And and we always emphasize we're the medicine, life is ceremony. We're the medicine, life is ceremony. Everywhere you look, everything you do, it can simply
Right.
be a message. It can be a guide. I
Yeah.
always say we're all here to empower and inspire each other. Yet there's no one above or below because it doesn't exist. It's more about how you move through this experience.
Yeah, that also too, like some of the stuff I've read on like neuroplasticity and how like psilocybin can like, regenerate dead regions of the brain or rewire networks that had been dead so they like function again and stuff. Like even the trips I had where it's like, yeah, it was just kind of a boring trip, but I could like take comfort knowing that shit's happening in my brain somewhere, that like I went to sleep and little neural pathways were reconnected. Like at least I got that, health benefit out of the mushrooms, even though I didn't have like some, deep mystical experience or whatever. Yeah. What about bad trips? Do people show up and just start freaking out sometimes? Or I know psychedelics doesn't agree with everyone. Like, what have you had any freak out stories?
How do I convey this? I always say, we always say like there is no bad trip. If there is no bad trip. Everything is always meant to be as it is. It's um yeah, there's no bad trip.
Right, right. Yeah, I
It
don't I've only had like one I could call a bad trip, and then but, like the next day it was like the fever that burned out the virus, right? It was like a purification ceremony or something. It was like
oh yeah.
it was absolutely like terrifying. Like I can't remember being more like gripped in like horror and fear, but at the same time it was like necessary. Like I remember the next day, like I, died some alchemical death or, whatever. Like
Yeah,
I,
exactly. That's why we emphasize it's not about how much of the sacrament you consume. It's more of your own thoughts, your own breath of how you're surrendering and trusting yourself to be in this body. The reason why we escape this physical body is because it's easy to float and it's easy to stay where we've been. And the reminder is to be embodied so that you can have this experience.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Trust me, I, I'm right there with you. I'm not
yeah.
saying I know everything. I sure
Dude,
as hell don't want to know everything.
one thing I can say though, and like I'd been doing practicing Buddhism for a while before like I found psychedelics. But when I started incorporating my Buddhist practice like into the mushroom realm, like I'd eat mushrooms. I'll spend like at least an hour, like, going through my martial arts repertoire, like all my kicks and strikes and bow staff, and like get myself in that kind of like warrior zen place. And then I'll come home and, throw on some killer shaman tunes and start busting through a qigong routine and just like, dude, it takes me to a very special place, man. Like having, like it's always it's not a replacement for like meditation and Buddhism, but it definitely like enhances it in a way where it's just like no, I mean, yeah, it's like I never went back. Like meditation at the very least, maybe not kung fu every time, but like at the very least is like, something about, yeah, if I'm gonna get to my that special like psychedelic place, it's gonna happen while I'm meditating now, or at least that's how it seems. Unless I'm out in nature, I know nature will draw out the divine in ways that like, that can't happen in my neighborhood or just walking around my block or whatever, down at the park. Like, yeah, just being out in the trees and leaves. That sometimes it's just like, boy, yeah, that's gotten me to
Yeah,
some
I
special.
feel you. I feel you. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like people drinking alcohol. It's like people drinking coffee, people drinking matcha, people eating sugar. It literally is the same thing but different. And the reason of this, that's the shaman path, is to continue to zoom out and to really bear witness how you are existing in this reality. And to
Yeah.
bring emphasis on a psychedelic or whatever, a drug, it comes back to how are you even existing in your everyday practice?
Yeah. 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 The like integration side, you mean, of like taking these lessons you get and kind of like, not just having something not happen to you, but like using it as a tool to like make yourself a little bit better kind of thing is.
Yeah, yeah, or if that's what you want, right? I always tell people it's like, what do you want? Like if you're coming to me, I'm not your savior.
Yeah.
I am a lighthouse to remind you of the magic that you are, but it's also not my job to fix anything. There's nothing that needs to be fixed. It's more of the rearrangement of your own thoughts and how you view yourself in this experience.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hey man, I think we got someone else coming on here at it's just a couple minutes down, but I want to thank you so much for chilling, talking.
Awesome. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you're
Thank you,
welcome to
everyone.
stick around as long as you want or something. Do we have Eva? Oh, is that is Eva coming on next? Does anybody know who's coming on next? No. Oh, I thought it was Eva, but I guess not.
What
No.
did you say, Rick?
Oh, hey, there she is. Oh. Okay, hold on one second. I got a timer going off in the other. I'll be right back.
Hi, Eva.
Hey, how are things?
Oh,
I'm glad
good.
to
How
be
are you? This is lovely,
I'm
by the
doing
way.
fine.
Hey,
Good to
Figuring
see
out,
you.
yeah, you too. You too. I'm glad to be here. Oh, okay. Um, so this is a great topic. Am I could just roll for a little while.
yeah, yeah, please do. It is all yours.
Okay. Well, I'm really glad to be here as an author and representative, I guess, in the psychedelic movement. Um, I write in science fiction fantasy, so this is um, this is a topic that's definitely culturally connected to my main milieu, which is speculative, imaginative fiction, and we part of our job is to imagine other realities. So I've encountered this in a really interesting way throughout um, the writing of this trilogy. And so I'm Filipino American, and I'm also part British American, so I'm multi heritage, and I, I there are lots of assumptions that I feel aren't always overtly stated about identity and ability and inclination. And it's kind of like, okay, I don't often go on racism panel, which is so I'm a panelist at conventions. I speak on various topics, and sometimes there's a racism panel, and there are a lot of things that can be said about what we do or don't experience, like what we do or don't have permission to be. So it's, sometimes as a Filipino American, we're pushing against some misconceptions that I remember feeling like we're expected to be derivative. And this is a genre and arena of originality. And so I'm sort of pushing against a little bit of that, that belief that we're meant to create on a different order, that we're supposed to use other people's ideas and express ourselves through other people's intellectual properties. And I'm this person who's creating my own intellectual property. And so that overlaps with this sort of Asian American identity, probably within the psychedelic movement, because the psychedelic movement is this kind of experience that brings people closer to the source. I think, you know, people come to entheogens and these kind of plant medicines wanting to feel a connection to the source, and maybe original experience, that these are sacred experiences that come from within, that aren't taught by someone else. So it's revolutionary in that respect. Yeah, they entheogens and psychedelic medicines, plant medicines, they give people experiences that no one else can define for us. So these are kind of, it can be classified as shamanic, but there are lots of different words, you know, tribal, indigenous healing, intuitive medicine. And, you know, it's a kind of a form of, people can approach it from the angle of psychotherapy. But yeah, so it's these experiences bring us sort of closer to unmediated connection with our intuitive sources. And in some ways, it seems like they're often characterized as belonging to other people sometimes. Like I remember thinking, I've been in different parts of culture. I'm an author who goes to conventions, but I'm also a festival person. I'm also a festival author. So this means, you know, there's a fair bit of psychedelia tangential to festivals. You know, it seems like people have created space for that kind of journeying experience for each other in these sort of different alternate slash autonomous spaces. So, and then there are lots of different arts within the festival culture too, and different interpretations of the arts. So I'm also a festival author and volunteer. And allow me to, I'm just going to take some notes while I go on this ramble. There are a lot of things to cover.
Yeah. So you're taking notes or like going from notes?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got an hour in me.
Oh, hell
So,
yeah. All right, cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So being out in the festival circuit, it's almost like it's weird because I'm not
Is that like
I
journey,
have
that kind of like techno dancey kind of like scene festival, you mean?
Yeah, EDM a little bit, but also the sort of like philosophical, heart-centered festivals that are aimed at meditation or gathering, things like that. But yes, I love dancing, and I think dancing is connected to entheogenic medicinal practices. You know, dancing is sort of that hypnagogic, therapeutic, somatic release that brings us into therapeutic mind states. You know, as well as just like, yeah, clearing the body and opening the heart. So
Right.
it's one of those, you know, because the definition of medicine can be something that heals people. possibly by bringing them together, because I've heard the definition of medicine meaning something that brings people together, not
Yeah.
that makes not makes them divided. So medicine heals people, heals communities. Communities are healed when they can come together and create understanding. And so dancing and plant medicines can be connected in that similar through that similarity. And dancing is sometimes one of those medicines that's also revolutionary. We have to fight for our right to party. But yes, being out on the festival circuit, sometimes I wonder if I'm not at the Asian event. Like, where is there a spot that's more for us? Because I look around and see some of us, not a ton of us. Are we proportionally represented there? And are we represented on the stage? You know, some of it, like, to what extent are we tokens within media and entertainment? Or, you know, where do we have our place? Because like sometimes I look around and it seems underrepresented within the entheogenic or autonomous community. And then also as an Asian in the science fiction world, it seems like some of us know that we have spots. Like there's a spot for an Asian on one part of the circuit. You know, the Asian award for the year. There can be more. There can be more, and representation is starting to have some balance. But and so it's kind of like seeing us sort of edged out or assumed as not belonging to this kind of culture. There are a lot of factors in that.
Yeah.
I think there's some, you know, as an American, I also grow up around the misconceptions towards Asian culture or the assumptions. And I sometimes wonder how much of it is a misconception or an assumption versus real information. But you know,
Yeah.
some of that perspective.
Like I
I
came
see
very much from like the era before like this more like diverse and inclusive like kind of time we're in right now, you know, and like there are moments where like I'm really touched by it. Like by there's this Star Wars, right? And there's like this scene where little baby Yoda's getting rescued, and the dude that like pulls it off when everyone else is getting shot down, it's this black dude shows up and just starts slaughtering people and like actually pulls off the rescue, and it's this awesome scene. But like being half Mexican myself, I know like roles like that up until like, you know, just a few years ago didn't, you know, went to like white people, man. Like so it's like, yeah, I'm very, very touched by some of those moments. See, Dr. Manhattan and Watchmen, they made, you know, the black, where I was like, oh, yeah. Anyway, so sorry. Didn't mean to go on that, but like,
sure.
I hate, all right, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. And so what are the reasons why we seem edged out of psychedelic culture? Well, it's like, okay, we have a lot of indigeneity that has connections to some medicines. But so there's this idea that we're, you know, people can see things from over here like dictators or authoritative governments, you know, like what's in Asia that makes people dissociate us from tribal medicines. Okay, so there are like authoritarian governments, there are some dry countries, there's the consideration of dictatorship, and then there's bias against immigrants here coming from there. And so these are some factors that sort of dissociate Asians from entheogens and plant medicines. But there's still a lot of people with historical access that are working to bring that to the modern world. And are, have these associations and teachings that are lesser known and could be broadcast and could be accepted, but there are sort of roadblocks that bring people to assume that we aren't into this sort of stuff. Yeah, as a Filipino American, often encounter the assumption that I'm Catholic, which I'm not, or the cultural assumptions that that must not be my thing. But we're like all people, we have individuals of different inclinations. So it can be pretty rough knowing that there are people somewhat close in relation who are in a place where capital punishment is an element. Things, death squads happen in some countries for things that are semi-tolerated or almost legal or state legal here. And so I am very aware that I'm connected to relations who are potentially in danger of their lives and their livelihoods by being somehow related to these medicines, which are and why?
Yeah.
It's why are we distanced from this kind of experience, which can be so beneficial, especially when connected with the kind of guidance that comes with respectful sort of tribal transmittance.
I see that connection to like ancient mysticism from, everything from like Kung Fu Panda to like Big Trouble in Little China to, or even like the Force from the Jedis was kind of like based off the Tao, like stuff like that. Like I see those like that close proximity with like Asian culture and like this deeper enlightenment, right? Where it's like the way of the warrior, this like this path of just, I mean, I've been training martial arts since 2009, like because of that, right? But like I also see what you're saying about like how that like psychedelics was kind of like left out of all of that.
Yeah. Where does that fit into the idea of the magic within Asian heritage? Meditation, the
Right.
lotus, like what comes from Asia? There are things that do. And there are also there are things that are associated with creativity, for instance, and like the Blue Lotus. Blue Lotus is one of those gentle, borderline, dreamy, and theogenic plants, which has been associated with creativity and connection and dreaming. So the the lotus is an Asian flower, and then the blue lotus specifically is sort of renowned for these magical properties. People create concoctions of blue lotus, special concoctions, decoctions, tea, and it's translated into all these different elements. Like I first encountered blue lotus with an incense. It's like blue lotus incense, and it was a kind of a modern interpretation of an ancient formula. And this is one of those cool things where incense was seen as something that could change your head. Like a really good incense is doing something for people. Incenses have medicines in them, and it's seen as a medicine to inhale these things. And there some of ancient incense is kind of, it's for meditation, and meditation is like an altered state of mind that we do sort of associate with the Asian experience. And on that note, I'm going to light my incense. I brought some.
Right, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I just jumped on.
Hello.
Sounds like it's going well.
Hi,
Yeah.
Jason. Yeah, Leo sent me your profile and your sort of thanks for hosting this whole event. You're kind of introducing and emceeing, and I'm glad I could.
Yeah, just for this hour, I didn't want to cut you off, but I can give you a few talking points on what we brought up earlier. So I'm living in South Korea right now. I've spent the past 10 years or so living between Japan, Korea, and China. I'm American. I was U.S. military before. I was a special forces guy. I was a medic. So I spent a lot of time running around with the teams, doing fun stuff and doing good stuff. And um, I've since transitioned out and went to study a little bit, and I've studied law and toxicology and all kinds of wazoo whatever. Some journalism background as well, and so I could share a few insights. You were talking about kind of like where is like psychedelia in Asia? Like where does this stand, right? And so not to deep dive into history, but I'll tell you, a lot of the old analects of traditional medicine think things like in TCM, like traditional Chinese medicine or traditional Asian medicine. They've got booklets and stuff. The classic rendition of 本草纲目, 本草纲目 it's in Chinese. I can look it up for you in English, but this dates back a couple hundred years, and they first make mention of marijuana as laughing grass, right? Laughing grass, which is like, of course, we all like go figure, right? Like, what is this, right? But they describe this laughing grass as a way to calm the nerves, right? So it's very good for anxiety. They talk about how it induces like uncontrollable fits of laughter, right? And imagine at the time the potency of this stuff wasn't the stuff we're dealing with today, right? So long story short, like a lot of these holistic medicines and treatments, these things have existed for so long in Asian culture. And so we talk about like how do we apply them now, right? Well, you brought it up earlier, in an autocratic state or a place that's punishable by death, right? The answer is you don't apply psychedelics because there's a big legal gap right there, right? Which Serena, who was speaking earlier, she's a Harvard law type, and she could tell you all about the law around some of these medicines, right? But out here, before we even get to law, you had mentioned the culture piece. It's like it only really takes 2 generations, right? So cannabis was legal, mushrooms were legal for the majority of the 20th century in a lot of these Asian countries. They weren't outlawed, they weren't promoted, right? They weren't actively being introduced as a form of pop culture, not like our 60s did, right? Sorry, go ahead.
And yeah, and maybe it's, maybe they were just for the few who needed them, like a medicine. How many people go towards a specific pharmaceutical? Just the people who need it.
It was widespread
Tommy
use.
Chong. I think Tommy Chong, Cheech and Chong did a lot for the stoner movement.
Yeah, right on. There was widespread use. I'd say it was pretty widespread use, at least basic stuff like cannabis, right? It was very widespread use. I think up until the late 90s in Japan, you were able to go to a head shop and buy psilocybin just in a casual holistic medicine shop, just anywhere else that was selling a lot of these herbs that people are using for tea or they're using for tonics, right? You were able to buy a lot of this stuff. And then of course, for one interest or another, things get banned. Think about tobacco or hemp, right? Think about pharmaceutical and upregulation. And so, you're going to face market conditions, and I think that's practical anywhere you go, right?
But I'm feeling slightly more comfortable being tagged as someone, within entheogenic or psychedelic culture, because if anybody wants to attribute anything in particular to me, it's this. For instance, like I don't want, there are some things I don't want. And there are medicines, there are things that people have outside of this culture that aren't for me. And I, if people are wondering what dark secret I have up my sleeve, well, I feel like this secret isn't too dark as far as secrets go. This is pretty much just this is visionary healing in a lot of ways. And so, as a science fiction fantasy writer, we provide experiences outside of the norm, which is people say art is drugs. Art can change our reality. Art can change our thought processes. And books are my form of art. Stories are my form of art. So, and the stories and creation and creativity can be treated as revolutionary, where people are expected to keep to some perceived place, of order within within social order. And visionary medicine has the ability to change or temporarily relieve us of the known social order. So it's that soft revolution, the internal revolution of returning to our spiritual autonomy.
Right. So you said
Yeah.
you like sci-fi fantasy type stuff, right? Like, do you find a way to incorporate
Here.
the psychedelic path or like spiritual growth? Do you find a way to like incorporate that into your science fiction stories?
Without a doubt. Yeah, I do. Sometimes I write kind of like a piece that brings out perspective and a little bit of
Is that a trilogy?
mind changing.
Is that a trilogy? Is that
Yeah, the trilogy is complete. I joined a marathon for women's voices in the psychedelic movement, and during that I believe I was still finishing this last book, so now I can show you all three books.
right? Okay, so the first time I remember meeting you was the women's event in like November 22. So I think it's starting to come back to me.
Yeah. And that was really cool to participate.
Yeah.
And so these are some different perspectives, and just maybe getting a little bolder about some of the adversities. But it's really not about complaining. I'm really thrilled to be someone in a visionary discipline like science fiction fantasy, where people are thinking beyond reality. We have some of the role of fiction, and especially imaginative speculative fiction, is to give people a different perspective on life or on whatever it is that's in the book, a new experience, a novel experience. And that's connected to the entheogenic visionary realm of medicine being something that heals or creates connection. So art being medicine, art being like drugs in terms of expanding or changing or adding to reality. And so in that way, it's felt like a really revolutionary act just to be a writer, to be writing my own original material with my own original IPs. Like, like here I'm claiming to have ideas, and I do. And whether it's almost like whether or not they're seen as original or derivative, all stories are actually connected to all other stories. If we want to pick any story in literature or history, it could be said that they reflect other stories around them or before them. And so yes, I claim originality and I claim my own connection to source. I am somewhat like myself, I'm pagan or neo-pagan, pantheistic, semi-agnostic. I like sort of pan-philosophical. I really like learning a little bit from all different um, schools of spiritual language. So, and acknowledging that these are all upheld by people who devote their lives to one, unlike myself. I'm just kind of like a, a heathen who just, I refer to my inner connection, and that's related to entheogenic culture. And it's a little, like I was saying, I'm sort of associated with a country that's known for being specifically religious and maybe mono or dual religious, monotheistically religious. So I I I make it, I create space for the knowledge that there are people who are not as expected, like, the Philippines has, still does have different kinds of pagans and neo-pagans. And there's the Babaylan revival that's happening out there, which is bringing back the indigenous tribal or the tribal healer of the sacred woman or the magical woman or the holy woman. That's I have a 10 tribes heritage from within the Philippines, and one of them is the Bisayan, which are the people who chiefly had the Babaylan, and that word means holy woman or sacred woman or magic woman. And she would heal her community with ritual by creating rituals that include story and art. Like, so she, storytelling is seen as part of her her healing toolkit, and so is dance. Like, this is someone who could dance the sunrise and the change of the year, and create and sing for the wedding. Like, she'd come up with a song for the wedding, and to whatever the wedding, whatever form the wedding would take within the tribal structure. And so she's kind of this person who creates with intuition, heals the community with creative intuition. And that's got its own revival going on. It's got a festival. I've seen record of the Babaylan festival, and what's so interesting is that when I found the Babaylan festival and saw people dancing down the street in groups, like there was a parade of people with sort of group dances, indigenous group dances, and I could see my moves in those videos. Like, my own dance moves were there at the Babaylan festival, and I think nobody actually taught me to do that, but I'm doing that.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And so I'm actually booked to dance for a festival coming up, thanks to my inquiring, because of the musicians I knew who are on the list. And I'm looking forward to. I've only been semi-officially a dancer for an event, and I'm going to be on stage with a musician for an audience. And part of what I've done when I've been semi-official is just really wanting to connect with all the different people I see around me, and sort of increase our joy through movement, and connect the people around me to the music, to the artists.
Are you like the fire spinny, like the girl that shows up and does all the cool fire spin stuff? Like, no.
Yeah, I do dance with fire or flow, or yeah. So so I've sort of felt into all these different movements, like it's almost interpretive, but it's somatically interpretive, because I feel like when we watch someone, we have these mirror neurons that allow us to feel what we're seeing them do. And so dancing is a form of communication by transmitting a feeling through motion. It's like a language. So I would sometimes bring, I'd be working hard on this trilogy, creating something deep and interesting. And so I'd get out to a dance floor. And then I felt like I was translating my creative experience into expression through movement into a different language. So yeah, it's just a different form for me, not just, but it's a different form of the creative spark that I felt freed to use once I was really channeling my creative focus into my deepest discipline. Then it unlocked, like, okay, well, why don't I tell people about it through another means of expression? And so, you know, one means of expression unlocks another means of expression. And this is kind of, you know, this is within entheogenic medicine. Mind opening, heart opening is also mind opening, you know, being able to really receive and understand allows us to perceive in another way. And these are all forms of community healing. So yeah, there are different kinds of indigenous connection from within the Philippines that come from pre-colonial pagan sort of traditions, and that is present. It is there. It's kind of, it seems like an underground. It seems like we exist despite being erased in other, you know, forms of, in other areas of prevalent culture, you know. So it's like, you know, there are people who might prefer to assume like, oh, we're all Catholic, or we're all either Catholic or Muslim, but it's not true. That's, we're not all these one things. I deeply desire for us to feel greater social freedom of religion. And because I myself feel like, sure, I could choose to be self-determining and tell people who I am, but I still encounter the assumption, and it's almost like an enforcing assumption, like, because this is what's allowed of us, you know, maybe through by colonizers, or by, you know, this is supposedly the place they see us, that they believe we have, despite evidence to the contrary. Like, well, we're not all Catholic. Yes, you are. Oh, no, we're not. Yes, you are. No, we're not. And no, I'm not. So, but the assumption pigeonholes us before we can, and then, so, you know, putting myself out there as someone connected to the psychedelic and theogenic movement is one of those kind of like, I'm putting my stick in the ground and saying that this is me, this is my identity. So it's something like, can I really support the need for this privilege through my art? I put myself in danger of, you know, greater levels of erasure, perhaps, because there are, you know, do I hope to be an author who makes it on TV, or do I hope to be an author who's mentioned in Hearst Media on the over the Associated Press, when Hearst Media still battles cannabis and other, potential paradigm shifting ways of healing. I don't know. I'm an independent, so I published this trilogy independently. I serialized it online. It was a great process of serializing it online. And then producing a book at each juncture in the plot and in time. And so I'm not I'm not what most people would call widely known. I mean, I'm known. I'm known. There are people who invite me to engagements consistently over the years, and I'm on the world circuit too. I've been to other countries and different places sharing my art, and people have my book all over, but it's not, I'm not, hey, New York Times bestseller. I'm not sure how many New York Times bestsellers get to be, out, completely out with alternative culture. And I feel like, okay, maybe I'm sidelining myself by, being allying with my, with intuitive plant medicine or with these teachers. But I'm kind of just glad. I'm also just glad to be in this part of, I'm glad to be over here. I like it over here. I'm glad to be over here. If I'm less popular because I'm over here, well, I'm already, I'm already kind of like a marginalized experience. And I can handle lower populations. So maybe I feel like one thing plant medicines do for me is create the kind of environment that's healthier for me, perhaps. Like there are some cultural creative pockets that I feel might be more exploitive, and maybe tribal medicines keep me from embracing exploitation and unhappiness. Like I'm not going to go, pursuing unhappy outcomes. If I'm willing to stand up for my good medicine, then I'm standing up for my well-being as a creator, as an artist.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And you got the eventing on the side. That's pretty cool. So you just get to like write and go to like cool music festivals. It's awesome. I'm kind of jealous.
Oh, thanks. I mean, ideally, as long as I can keep it up. I have to deserve my dream. And yeah, and that means keeping at it and staying in good condition to keep at it. I cling to my sanity with everything I have.
Right.
And
well, I was wondering, like, I write songs and stuff, do a little bit of writing myself, have a YouTube channel, nothing like major at all. But I found like the psychedelic experience, it's like something that's actually really like hard to like put into words. Like, do you have any like crowning little like poem where you're like, of all the like ways I've tried to describe psychedelia, like this sums up the experience like the best? Like,
oh yeah, I just shared this really cool part within this book with someone, and now that you bring it up, I would love to
I would love to hear it, because this is like something.
Yeah, sure. I did a short reading with my previous presentation, and so this is while I find it, I'll describe it.
Yeah.
There's a part where the dragons in this universe, the cosmic elemental dragons that are part of the makeup of the universe, have a revelation. And in this, a revelation refers to that moment in time when all the dragons show up. And we, as humans, perceive that in a certain way. We hang on to our sense of reality by perceiving them in the sky. If everything turns into a dragon, we might have a hard time going about our day, but we can, stay standing if the dragons are in the sky. They're in the sky. Not everything in reality is a dragon right now, but they're in the sky. And so that's a revelation. It happens very, very rarely, but every once in a while, they all show up in one place, and reality is revealed in all the glory of its connection. All these different elements interacting that show us different aspects of the world around us. And so a revelation is triggered, and I created some poetry. It's a spatial poem that uses kind of a verse rotation structure. I embedded sestina rotational structure, which is kind of, it takes 6 words and then rotates them in a specific order. So I was creating a kind of a choral litany of experience for the revelation using that. So here it's about, under 10 minutes, and I'll just read this poem. I'll share this poem. And I think it relates to the entheogenic experience through sort of like, it's that mind-blowing moment of reality revealed. Everything fused together, the elements all in place, an unprecedented meeting. This moment, destinies fused, meeting everything, moment grasped. Rediscovering relation, embodying elements, unexpected, unforeseen, and we are all out together in relation again. Unforeseen blessing, fused focus. Universe unforeseen, propitious meeting, elements unbound, relation keeping. Here and this happens here with us at this very moment. So I'm taking a break in the poem right now just to say that all of this is happening all together, all at once. That's the feeling right now. Time is part of the dimensions in which we move, and it has its significance worthy of our notice. Persons sovereign, spanning time, sovereign domain, time interlocked. Forging coexistence, traversing dimensions, we meet in our multiplicity, multitudes and coexistence of sovereign selves. Coexistence, intrinsic dimensions unfold. Living multitudes, delicate multiplicity, multitudes hail, multiplicity evident, magnitudes of expression, the relationships between things and the things themselves. Levels of understanding, understanding each other, courses intertwining, growing, understanding, reflections speaking, intertwining flowers. Fortuitous concurrence, blinding brilliance, brilliance of our reflections, scales to scales, arpeggio juxtaposition, tessellation, correlation, concurrence, tessellation, resolving, understanding, solidarity. Seamless tessellation, rippling reflections, brilliance employed, concurrence branching, light from without, light from within, translucence, radiance, vibrance, intertwining, braided and meshed. The spell is broken, the banishment. Our voices are clarified and move through the planes again in the way that is natural. Feeling cosmic, intricate spell, natural mystic, cosmic horizon. Expanding expression, puzzle clarified. And there is a new ripple in the water, moving amongst our beings. A stone dropped into the lake. The waves move toward the stone, pulsing stone emanating vibration, spell working. Effulgence, emanating, totally natural. Clarified substance, expression, blossoming. We are the waves, and we are the stone, the expression of the everything. In cosmic dance here, unfurling. We welcome the now. We notice the direction. We are, and we receive. Outward see, genuine welcome. Receive information, see matters. Necessity happens, point, notice. Celebrate and meditate. This here, now, is how it happens. Celebrate invention, welcome news. Live, celebrate, perceive, receive. Notice oneself happens constantly. If we are here and we can see, then we are here to see. The presence imminent of the occurrence, bound into our transference, rotating spheres, invited presence, phenomena interacting, spheres overlapping. Needed change, interactive transference, ascendance of the phenomena transcribed through observation, feel it through ourselves. Observation, processing, presence propinquous, nurturing observation, extraordinary phenomena, transference fulfilled, change throughout, the change in the sky, like the change in the world, the turning of the spheres, the turning of our beings. And that's the Revelation poem. So I've extracted it from the book too for out of context reading, and I just title it The Revelation, but I can bring it up to the camera here and you can see that it's spatial poetry. I use some punctuation to kind of separate three different voices. So this could be, I read it in the linear fashion, but it could be read in three different voices, 1, 2, 3 in each stanza, and they're all separated. And it could be read out of order. It could be read sort of chaotically. But yeah, it could be read by three different people or many different people, or sung by many different
Is
people.
it like happening to a character like in your story though? Like
yeah, this is a point near the end of the entire trilogy where it's happening to everyone, kind of, in the capital. Like world-changing events have happened, and this sort of reintegration of reality in that moment brings about the revelation, which happens over the intergalactic capital city of Alessandra. And yeah, so the main character is there. They can see it. They walk out from this kind of world-changing moment to look out at the sky, and the sky is full of dragons. And then there's this other set of sort of poetic reflections, or poetically expressed reflections, in her own experience of that moment. But that particular poem happened to sort of everybody who was there. It happened to everybody who was there. It's like the eclipse, or a shared ayahuasca experience. Like we all saw that. We all had that dream, and now the rest of the universe will, experience it through us, and it's the entire society basically experienced that. It's one of those newsworthy events, like we heard about this.
That's pretty cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for hosting me. I feel like I'm up to 10 minutes to the hour, and I could give the group like a transitional break. We usually have a transitional break when paneling for those last 10 minutes to let people get to their next panel.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's like with us or if anyone would like to ask even
Yeah, I'm open.
questions or anything like that before you split, maybe.
I'm open to any questions or inquiries, requests. Yeah, from anybody.
Anybody at all. Not
No, it's
one
early.
single person. All right. Well, I'm not sure how I'm gonna fill 10 minutes without you. It's just me.
Well, I can hang out.
Uh,
Yeah.
I
So what?
Hunter S. Thompson. I was just thinking about that. I mentioned like other like
Yeah.
authors that I've been like with like describe psychedelic experiences, and like there was like I don't know, something about the way he described like a bad trip, like just like being gripped in the like horror and paranoia and stuff. It was just like summed it up really well. But no, if you've ever read like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, he does a lot of really cool like psychedelic breakdowns.
Oh yeah, I think another one medicine that I wanted to mention that I recently discovered. I heard of something that came from both Africa and the Philippines, and I thought, oh, the Philippines. I didn't like I still hadn't heard of a Philippine indigenous visionary plant, and its name is Volcanga, and it's lesser known, and it's also known to be one of the really, really intense ones. Like it's really intense, requires a guided experience. It lasts a really long, it's a full 8 hour, set aside your whole day kind of thing. Um, and it's called Voakanga, and there's an African version, and that's different from the Voakanga that comes from the Philippines, which is Voakanga globosa. Um, and it might be considered the gentler version, but it's endemic to the Philippines, and it's it sounds like a warm fuzzy type thing, warm fuzzy type experience. And the tree that's called Voacanga globosa is called in the Philippines Bayag-usa. It's called Bayag-usa, and it's a gentle tonic. It's also considered a gentle tonic medicinal, administered by tribal healers. And it's made into a few different medicines. It's good for a few different things. It's uh, been studied by modern science, and it has various benefits, including cancer immunology. So it's one of those plant healers that can be involved with cancer too. Um, and it has a couple entries. Volcanga has a few entries on Arrowwood. I'm really, really curious about it. But it's one of those bark tea type preparations. I think maybe root bark tea. So it can be it's a native healing plant, and I'm not sure exactly how it's prepared for the visionary experience or the difference in dosage. But it's also a tonic. It can be used as a health supportive tonic. So that's one of those things I just want to put out there, so that I hope that people can take care of this plant teacher, so that I can try sometime. Because it feels like it's part of maybe my heritage. It's interesting to be connecting with different plant teachers from different heritages and feeling like, where's ours? Like, and we've got to have one. Like, and it's a country that has, some heavy restrictions around plant medicines, non-pharmaceutical medicines. But so it's like almost like maybe our psychedelic history, it has been or is being culturally erased through that. But so I sort of hope that some people can steward our plant friend through these tough times, because it might be able to help us through these tough times.
Damn, dude, I didn't even like think about that. Like the work taking and all those like death squads, like going at, was supposed to like, target, I think meth specifically, but like obviously, yeah, so other like, plant medicines are just gonna get rolled right into that. That sucks. Man, I can't believe I'd never thought about that before. Holy shit. Yeah, that's horrifying.
Sure. Yeah. People worrying about having to get busted for herb or whatnot, along with these things. And when it comes to users, like and whether users can be treated as patients or criminals, is one of those levels of sort of political, social justice or advocacy for health. But it seems like, reasoning, empathic people can see the difference between something violently destructive and something super chill, like kava, for instance, is one of those beautiful Asian American visionary or healing herbs that come from the Pacific Islands. That's just kind of, it's almost like a family time. And kava is family time, where we sit and just kind of get mellow. Yeah. Yeah. So anything else you feel like lobbing out there? Thanks for asking for the poem, by the way. We'll take a
Sorry,
quick.
I was totally muted that whole time. Yeah, no, thank you for hanging out and reading it. And yeah, I really enjoyed talking with you again. Who do we have on next? Do we know? Is it Angela? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. It was Fernando something, right? I opened up the screen share thing. So, there he is. Hey, buddy. All right. Cool. Well, all right, Eva, thank you so much again. It was really awesome seeing you.
Yeah, I'm really glad I got to join you for this. I'm at MissCon in Missoula, so I'm in the middle of convention.
Right on. Yeah, no, good luck with the festivals. Leave your email and contact information and stuff so people
Oh
can.
yeah, I can type that. And today I actually just had a great panel called Consciousness Reimagined Through Science Fiction Fantasy. So we went on a great philosophical trip with that.
Yeah, put it all in the chat. All right. Well, Fernando, I'm gonna kick it over to you, buddy.
Hi, Rick. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm holding strong for 4 in the morning. I've been up all night, but I'm feeling good.
All right. Thank you. Do we get started?
Not yet. I mean, it's
Not yet.
a little bit, but there's a lot of good energy going this evening. So yeah.
All right. All right.
I'm good.
Yeah. I'll wait for the cue.
I think I opened up the screen share. Are you able to screen share right now? If you hit the green
Yeah,
button?
I can. Yes. Shall I get started the presentation, Rick?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. It's your hour. However, if you want to introduce yourself first, or however you'd like to.
All right.
We're letting in a bunch of people right now, so it's like you got a big audience.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, thank you, Rick. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And first of all, I would like to thank Rick for organizing this conversation. And I think it's a very important conversation talking about bridging the gaps, because I think many bridges have been burned. So it's a very important space that you are creating. So I would like to thank all the organizers for bringing us together. And also I was listening to Eva's sharing and very artistic expression. And now I'm going to invite you to a bit of a different spectrum, looking at things from a spiritual and scientific perspective. And I also see many of our community is joining. Thank you for being here. And thank you for joining from around the world, those whom we haven't crossed paths yet. And also, if you're watching this later online, thank you for being here. It's such an honor to present to you today. All right, so I'm going to share my screen and invite you to some reflection. As I'm sharing my screen, I don't see any of you. So if you have any questions, insights, feel free to send them in the chat room. As Rick mentioned, I would like to very briefly introduce myself. I'm Fernando Etiadra, and I am deeply passionate about the healing powers of psychedelics. I have been on a journey of self-healing myself. And up until I found the power of psychedelic integration, I wasn't aware how powerful a healing journey could be, and how sometimes the certain ailments within ourselves, like impact of trauma, certain cognitive distortions, strong conditioning, can limit us. So I'm very honored and humbled to share with you that based on the self-healing journey I have been through, and also the academic work I have done, we introduced world's first ever fully internationally accredited psychedelic integration, trauma-informed psychedelic integration practitioner program. It's a first ever, and we are very humbled to be pioneering. And I think it's a very important moment in psychedelic history. Once again, we are starting to bridge gaps and connect communities and enable the powerful possibilities. So once again, thank you for having me today, and also very honored to be in this space. Right, now that we have been invited to talk about the Asian perspective, if not, since this platform enables Asian voices to be here and share how and what we contribute to this space, I thought I will bring in a topic that can bridge worlds. So for an example, when we talk about Asian culture, Buddhism is a very strongly ingrained aspect of Asian culture, as you may know. I come from Sri Lanka, and I'm based in Thailand, and both these countries embrace Buddhism as one of the ways of life. So today I would like to share with you insights on Buddhism as a philosophy rather than a religious or a ritualistic practice. And I also thought, as we talk about Buddhism, which is an ancient practice, ancient philosophy, how about we bring it to the light from the scientific perspective, so that if you have a curious scientific mind, you would also be able to make sense in a way that how do we bridge these gaps, and how do we recognize the value of seeing the beauty of ancient philosophies in combination of science, the evidence-based research. All right, so let's dive in. I look forward to walk you through a journey of understanding how these modalities come together and how powerful they can be for us in our healing journeys. So a disclaimer, all Ignite Global and all our interventions that we share are solely for the intention of education, harm reduction purposes. And I also believe that there will be certain adult themes that we will be discussing in this session. So it's intended for 16 plus audiences. And I also would like to invite you to a self-reflective space as we continue through this journey, and go deep within yourself and ask yourself powerful questions. All right, so let's dive in directly. We are all seeking transformation in specific ways. As a professional coach and also a therapist, often clients, patients, individuals who work with me are seeking transformation. And one of the beauty of creating transformation is actually the ability to bringing in different practices together, combining them in harmony, where we are able to create the maximum transformation. I think the word transformation is often used very lightly. I think it's really important that we look deep into understanding what transformation truly means. And I think when we talk about transformation, it comes from a place of holistically being able to integrate a person's life, and then enabling a palpable, tangible breakthrough for them in order for them to not only move forward and become successful in one specific area, but also looking at the holistic elements of an individual being in transformation, right? So now in this specific conversation, I would like to introduce psychedelic integration, Buddhism as a philosophy, and neuroscience of trauma together in creating transformation. And please note the word psychedelic integration. So I'm not talking about psychedelic in isolation, rather invite us to recognize the importance of integration, preparation, and having the right set and setting. All right, so now let's dive in with the understanding of how to create transformation while combining Eastern philosophies, ancient Eastern philosophies with modern science and possibilities of psychedelic integration. Right, so it's something very natural for us to talk about meditation when we talk about Buddhism. And as you're aware, Buddhism has many different types of meditations. And today I would like us to bring our attention to Vipassana. Vipassana, simply, the Sanskrit word is translated into seeing or observation. So when we look into what this really means, Vipassana invites us to a space of recognizing things for what it is, rather than seeing things for our sensations or our judgments that we have about the world. So in other words, observing realities. These realities can be certain thoughts, certain emotions, certain sensations, ourselves, or even outside world for its true nature. Now, this is something that could be quite paradoxical as well, which is truly invites us to a energetic space, energetic perception, right? So with that very brief introduction to Vipassana, let's dive in. So what you need to keep in mind is Vipassana is a practice, a mindful practice, which invites us to recognize things for its true reality, rather than looking at things from our sensory perspective or sensory perceptions. All right. Now, when we talk about meditation, let's recognize some of the benefits of meditation. As you know, the meditation improves emotional regulation. And I think these are very straightforward facts, in fact, are also supported by science. So I believe that as an intelligent audience, you're already aware. So let's do a very quick recap. So improved emotional regulation, which means truly reduction of negative emotions, anxiety, depression, and creating enhanced emotional resilience. And another aspect is increased self-awareness, because it provides us a space of introspection, giving us the opportunity to understand ourselves at a deeper level. Now, if I may remind you, all these decades, we haven't really looked deep into ourselves. Some of us haven't really deeply looked into ourselves. But when the COVID took place, we had to really deeply go into ourselves and look at ourselves. So it gave us an opportunity to introspect and reflect on who we truly are. Now, that is one of the opportunities that nature created for us to reflect about ourselves. So Vipassana, if you're going through a very intentional journey of reflection, this enables us to create awareness, further our mindfulness, and also inviting us to a space of living in the moment. And another interesting connotation of or benefit of meditation is creating mental clarity and focus, enhanced concentration, cognitive abilities, better focus, mental clarity, being able to quiet our mind, reducing mental chatter, all those voices in your head, and increase the peace. And then lastly, I would also like to bring to your attention some physical health benefits. So now we are earlier, the 3 points, we look at mostly our emotional and mental aspects, but some of the energetic aspects as well. Now, in the 4th point, I would like to invite you to think about the somatics. I would like to invite you to think about the physiological changes that happen. So stress reduction, relaxation, optimizing blood pressure, pain management, improving our immunity system. In other words, creating better overall physical health. So you are recognizing, as I'm sharing these benefits, these are basically self-focused benefits. We also understand that as we continue to meditate and grow, we are also able to create impact not only within ourselves, but also our communities, at our workplace, and then also world at large, improving the immediate relationships and creating a ripple effect. So for now, let's just focus on the benefits for self to begin with. All right. Now, I think as we recognize the benefits of meditation, I think it's also very important that we look at it from the neuroscience perspective. So when we do that, very first thing that I would like us to invite us to recognize is that our brain has many different ways of functionalities, ways of recognizing and distinguishing its own capacity. However, just considering that this is a very brief introduction, I would like all of us to recognize that there's a specific cerebral brain, which is the outer layer of our brain, the white matter that you see, or the gray matter that you see. And then underneath of the limbic system, which is the little the white color part, and everything underneath is our subcortical brain. Now, what is interesting about these two types of brain areas is that cerebral cortex is usually our thinking brain, and subcortical brain is our subconscious or unconscious brain. And they communicate directly to each other. And they also, mostly the subcortical brain control the cerebral cortex, but it doesn't mean that we cannot do the other way around either. So let's keep in mind, cerebral cortex means our thinking brain, and subcortical brain is our subconscious or unconscious brain. Now, I would like to invite us to recognize few specific parts of our brain. For an example, if you look at the posterior cingulate cortex, which we call PCC, it has the ability or the specific region for us to self-reflect, to retrieve our memories, integrating information about self, our sense of self. And then if you look at anterior cingulate cortex, which is ACC, this is our somatic awareness, which enables us to physiologically regulate. So heartbeat, attention, impulse control, and so on. And then if you look at prefrontal cortex, has many interesting functionalities like decision making, stress controlling, being aware of sense of self, decision making, and being able to socially operate in a healthy manner. And now, as you notice that these are mostly the areas that you recognize in the cerebral cortex, the thinking, the cognitive brain. And then if you look at the deeper brain, you see the basal ganglia, for an example, executive function and motor control. Executive function is when our thinking brain and feeling brain have to make a decision. So although we never really think about basal ganglia literally, like for an example, today for you to join this session, you have to decide, am I feeling like joining this session? Is it valuable to me? So you did that assessment most of the time unconsciously, and then you decided to be here. So there you are. The basal ganglia has played a role in order for you to be here. And also, I believe that you are aware when there is a threat present in our environment, our amygdala, our fear response, the flight and fright response get activated, and that it enables us to get ourselves to safety. And then hippocampus, as you can see, this little like the seahorse shape that you see inside of our subcortical brain, and this is hippocampus. Hippocampus enables us to form memories, learn and regulate our emotions, and learn emotions and operate in a larger spectrum of emotions. Now, as I'm sharing these specific brain regions, you're already starting to recognize the reason why I'm doing that, isn't it? Earlier, we talked about several areas of benefits that we can gain from meditation, like improved emotional regulation, right? Mental clarity, increased self-awareness, physical health benefits. Do you see how these specific brain regions are directly connected to the benefits of meditation? In other words, if we look at it the other way around, we are starting to recognize that as we meditate, we are able to regulate, enhance the functionalities of these specific areas. So usually when we are operating on a day-to-day life, we are unable to directly control certain areas like amygdala, hippocampus, or basal ganglia of our brain, because those are subconscious or unconscious. We don't have direct access to them. But as we go through this process, you are starting to recognize that as we meditate, we have the ability to strengthen the communication between unconscious mind and then the conscious mind. So we are able to bridge the gap, and then we are able to create new neural networks in a way that we are able to improve ourselves personally, professionally, as well as spiritually. Right. So continuing, when we talk about meditation, now we have just looked at the personal evolution. At the same time, we are all aware meditation enables or acts as a catalyst for the spiritual development as well. And I'm very interested to bring your attention to this specific situation. And this is where Vipassana, we bring Vipassana to the next level. Earlier, we said Vipassana enables us to experience and recognize the realities for what it is. So if that is the case, Vipassana enables us to observe the true nature of the true reality of ourselves, right? It enables us to recognize who we truly are for what we are, rather than looking at the lenses, right? So with that, when we say who we are, it's so important that we address the word sense of self. I think if you are in the psychedelic space, meditation space, you are very familiar with the word sense of self, which we also address as often ego. Now, what we need to understand about sense of self is that our experiences are often subjective to our own experiences, the previous experiences, the genetic material that had been passed on to us, and all the associations that we have created for ourselves. In other words, everything that has happened to us make who we are. The name that was given to us, your school that you went to, all the adverse experiences you have had, traumatic experiences you have had, all these form your sense of self. When you were just born, you are just genetic material. Your parents gave you some genetic material, and your parents got it from your grandparents, great grandparents, and your ancestors. And once you were born with that mixture of all the genetic material, you started creating this sense of self. So it's a combination of your ancestors, your own experiences, your associations, and this is what we call our programmed self. In other words, our conditioned self. This includes some of the cognitive distortions, some of the beautiful experiences, some of the difficult experiences, and so on. And this is what we truly call ego. And then moving forward, I would like to introduce you to this word. If you haven't heard about it, it's called shunyata. If I'm to explain it from a practical perspective, the more you focus on yourself, the more you look at yourself through a meditative vipassana practice, in other words, more you are trying to look at yourself for who truly you are, the more you end up finding out emptiness. The more you look at a specific element, whether it is an emotion, whether it is a thought, whether it is a physical thing, the more you look at it, the more you recognize that actually dissolves. So in Buddhism, how they talk about this is that we are unable to truly make sense of anything independently. Every time we make sense of anything, it always has to come from a specific frame of referral. In other words, it needs to have a specific perception in order for us to make sense of something. Now, if this doesn't make sense immediately, let me use a quick example. So for an example, when you look at this pencil, if I ask you, if you look at this specific object that is in front of you, out of any frame of reference, without any prior knowledge, if you were to look at this pencil, what would you say that? Now, I have done this little experiment with many people, and often people tell me that it's like a stick. There's some kind of like a wooden thing. It's something that we can use to write. But you see, none of it actually is truly coming from an independent perspective. When we say it's a stick, that means we already know the word stick, which means we already know what is a stick. And if we said it's something to write, we already know what writing is, right? So it has a specific association to the specific shape. So just to change the game a little bit, if I may invite you to think about this specific object as just a newborn. You just came out of mom's womb, and this image was presented to you, or a pencil was presented to you. Would you be able to identify it as something to write, or something as a stick, or it has a shape of a pencil? Probably not. The reason being the associations have not been developed yet. So potentially what you would see in front of you, maybe if someone is holding the pencil in front of you as a little baby, you probably wouldn't even recognize the difference between the hand and the pencil to begin with. So we are starting to recognize that everything that is out there around us, every time, at all times, need to have a specific frame of reference in order for us to be able to make sense. Now, what we do during Vipassana is to remove that attachment to our own associations, our own knowledge, our own learning and knowing that we have created about everything that is around us. So for an example, I have a glass around in front of me. Now, if I am to look at this glass without the frame of reference, I don't think that I would be able to actually make sense of it. So what happens when we dissolve the attachment? In other words, what happens if we are able to be in a space of dissolving not just only the attachment to associations, not only attachment to the programming and conditioning, but what if we are able to dissolve the sense of self or our ego itself? Now, if you are aware of Buddhism, dissolving ego is a very common theme. Dissolving attachment is a very common theme. So what I'm going to do is park this dissolving self, dissolving ego for a second, and look back at it again in a minute. Right. Now, before I continue, I have a question for you. Now, have you ever heard of addressing trauma in the context of a spiritual development? When you go through a spiritual journey, have you ever thought that I need to address trauma? I need to recover from trauma? I think this might not be a common idea to many people. I have noticed often when we begin a spiritual journey, we start belonging to a specific group of people. We start dressing up in a specific way. We start speaking in a specific way. We start doing specific rituals. We start engaging in specific practices. However, very rarely we hear resolving trauma, healing from trauma as part of spiritual development. So as I'm saying this, what happens in you? If this evokes curiosity, I have some really interesting information for you. Now, let's first understand trauma in a very, very basic sense. Trauma is when an event that makes us extremely fearful or anxious. In this case, it's a little child, a dog barking at the child. So the child is experiencing intense fear. So our amygdala gets activated, the fear function, fight and flight response gets activated. And then also interestingly, once the fight and flight response activated, that's not the only way that we behave. Sometimes we freeze when we are very scared, right? So in this situation, let's imagine the child is traumatized by the dog and the child froze. And then what happens in our brain? We have coping mechanisms. We have protective mechanisms. So our brain changes accordingly, not just only psychologically or emotionally, but also physiologically. In other words, neurologically, our brain changes. So our brain structure changes, nervous system changes, and even at a DNA level, through epigenetics, we save this information within ourselves so that we can pass it on to our offsprings. And although science cannot directly explain, even our spirit, even our higher being of the intelligence, in a way changes. Our deeper consciousness changes in interesting ways. And then at a later stage of this boy has grown to be a man, and then he's walking down on the road. And then there's this other person who is walking a dog. And now this dog appears to be very scary to this person. We know that it's a trigger. So we have had a traumatic experience and our brain storage in our mind for safeguarding us. And then when the trigger becomes present, we get triggered, we call it, right? In other words, in science, we call it trauma response or the trauma symptom. And that's why sometimes grown people, even with a simple thing that we shouldn't be afraid of, create a very strong response. And the interesting thing about this is that a trauma response is unconscious. It's driven from our unconscious mind, in other words, the subcortical mind, so that we don't have direct control over it. The man will tell you, well, there's no reason for me to be afraid of dogs, but he will be afraid because his brain has stored that information. It's very similar to someone smoking, right? When someone is smoking, they know that they shouldn't be smoking. It is unhealthy for them. But the thing is that they have created that specific attachment to smoking when there is that self-sabotage or when the self-harm trauma response shows up, no matter how much cognitively they know or cerebrally they know they shouldn't be smoking, they are going to light that cigarette and they are going to start to smoke. It's because the subconsciously we are controlled when there are triggers showing in our life. So in a smoking situation, trigger is actually stress. How do we cope with stress? By smoking, altering our state of consciousness with the tobacco. Right. And now let's look at trauma responses a little bit. The reason is I want to be of assistance to you today. So if you look at different types of classic trauma responses, there are 4 of them: fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. Fight is when we are often angry, irritable, aggressive, and disappointment. It's like a constant thing that has become part of us. It's not conscious anymore. We operate in a way that we are operating in fight mode. And sometimes we fly away from problems. We get into anxiety. We experience extreme fear, panic often, and over worry. This is the response of the flight because our nervous system cannot process. There's an overload of sensory, so we need to fly away. And freeze is when we become immobile, or when we disassociate, or when we go into a depression or isolate ourselves. And for me, as a person, I have experienced this many times before I went through a deep healing journey. So I invite you to recognize, do you also have this kind of unconscious patterns repeating in your life? And the last interesting one, the phone response, often we don't even recognize that we have this specific response, which is people pleasing. We can't say no. We prioritize others, and part of us start also self-harming, just like what I said, the smoking, for an example, right? So these are examples of very simple trauma responses. If we are talking about PTSD, the post-traumatic stress disorder, especially complex PTSD, don't even really know where these responses are coming from because we can't put the finger and recognize this specific traumatic event is related to this specific situation. In fact, community, I want to share with you, based on the World Health Organization's study, World Mental Health Survey, over 70% of the people before COVID happened have had traumatic experiences at some point in their lifetime. And 77.7% of the people in the world are experiencing PTSD at some point in their lifetime. So when we talk about trauma, although sometimes we don't recognize that trauma is a reality that is not just only in my life, your life, it's in 70% or more people's life. Now, the 70% of the people, there's those who could recall trauma. And there's trauma that is being passed on through generations. There's trauma that we disassociated from. So this 70% is just only the tip of the iceberg, and the numbers could be much larger. Right. So now, speaking of trauma, I am almost making it sound like that trauma is a bad thing. But let's really look at what trauma is at a deeper level. The reason why you see this little beautiful child is because imagine when a child was just born, the child doesn't know about this environment. One day, child brought one hand, the other hand he touched. Child realized, oh, this is me. The sense of self started being developed. And one day, child touched the fire. Child hit something, and there was a pain. And that pain created that awareness in our brain. Oh, the pain is indicating danger. When I am indicated with danger, it's important that I take a step back and do not engage in dangerous activities. So this is what trauma truly is. Trauma is truly trying to safeguard us by remembering those dangerous incidents and being able to react to them in a specific way, especially in a safeguarding manner, so that we are able to safeguard ourselves. So you are starting to recognize, although trauma in the normal sense is seen as something negative. If you really truly dig deep, you're recognizing trauma is actually a survival mechanism. It's very important. However, the sad thing is that if we were exposed to trauma on a regular basis, concurrent basis, as a child, growing up, as an adolescent, even as an adult, then the certain specific areas of our brain overworks. For an example, all the blood goes into our amygdala all the time. So the trauma is necessary when we are in the jungle. If we saw a snake, we become afraid and we run away from that. And that is important. But what if the snake is showing up at home? Maybe a specific perpetrator who is hurting a child, or a parent who is in substance abuse, or someone who is making you feel unsafe as a child. Now, if the child was exposed to this environment over a long period of time, then that fight-flight response, the trauma responses are activated all the time. That is not good for our nervous system. That is what creates a neurological damage, and also which affects our health, our energy, our spiritual development, and overall who we are as individuals. And that is why people who have been abused, who have experienced adverse childhood experiences, when they grow up, if they have experienced over 6 traumatic events or adverse childhood experiences, potentially if they didn't heal themselves soon enough, their life's expectancy can be reduced by 20 years. And I'm not saying this number just by my mind. This is a study that was conducted by Center for Disease Control and Prevention from the US with a study group of 17,000 people. So you're starting to recognize the role that trauma plays in our life. And then also, very importantly, now let's look at the neuroscience of trauma. Now, when we look at amygdala, which is the fear response, when we are going through a constant chronic trauma, chronic stress over a long period of time, we develop certain ways of behaving. Our amygdala develops a specific way of behaving. And the result is being hyperactive and having increased sensitivity and not being able to regulate our emotions. Hippocampus, which is responsible for learning, emotions, and forming memories, right? It literally reduces its volume. Imagine, it literally reduces its volume. The reason is, when we are in the fight and flight response, amygdala takes all the blood. It doesn't provide enough blood into hippocampus, for an example, which is our learning component. So learning area of the brain. Sometimes people who are going through traumatic experiences ask themselves, why can I not remember? Am I experiencing a learning disability? Why am I not be able to remember? Why am I not be able to process emotions? The reason is because we are not receiving the right amount of blood into that specific part of our brain. So we have impaired memory. We find it difficult to learn. We find it difficult to contextualize our environment and our relationships. And then we talk about prefrontal cortex earlier. Now, the prefrontal cortex also reduces its activities, which is our executive function, which enables us to make the right type of decisions, be able to navigate in this material reality. It put us in a place that we make wrong decisions and we cannot concentrate. Our emotional regulation is not good and we become impulsive easily. So you're starting to recognize these are just only 3 simple components trauma is affecting, right? Now, may I bring this back? Now, as you look at amygdala, hippocampus, and prefrontal cortex and their functions, you're recognizing direct connection to the trauma responses here. You're recognizing where they come from. And as you notice, amygdala and hippocampus, for an example, are areas of our brain that belong to our unconscious mind. So that is the reason why many of these specific trauma responses cannot be managed directly with our conscious mind. And then prefrontal cortex is directly controlled by amygdala and hippocampus, so we create that dysregulation. And then, you remember what we discussed earlier? We talk about sense of self, memory forming, fear response, executive functioning, decision making, controlling our stress, managing our heartbeat, managing our optimum blood flow. You're now starting to recognize that the very same areas that the meditation impact also is being impacted by the trauma that we experience. So you are making the connection now. Immediately, we recognize that our brain has specific regions that enable us a good, fulfilled, conscious life. But when trauma takes place in our life, they also get impaired, and that is the real challenge we are experiencing. And then if I now bring in the elements of meditation, you're already starting to recognize the direct connection here. So we may have experienced specific trauma. We may be experiencing challenges with our brain and our nervous system, but it's all right. A method like meditation enables us to re-regulate our nervous system, re-regulate our brain, and to impact exactly those areas which were negatively affected by trauma, healing it, enabling true healing. So I would like to say, trauma is like an invisible shadow, whispering and controlling you or ourselves, our every action. We don't even know. By the time we are 30 years old, we are programmed fully. We are fully conditioned. The way that we say, I don't like that. I don't like this. I only like this. I hate that person. I love this person. All of these things are already programmed. So in other words, imagine a shadow being right next to your ear, whispering and controlling you in life. Of course, that's a scary picture, right? But I want to invite you to think about how do we actually heal ourselves. If we talk about healing ourselves, it's important that we recognize we need to activate new neural paths, new neural networks in our brain. In other words, we need to increase the neuroplasticity of our brain so that we can re-regulate those specific regions in our brain, and then start healing. So what are some of the ways to really go beyond this control and then enable us to actually heal? Meditation, Kundalini, breathwork, psychedelics, these are all great possibilities that enable us to create a new neural networks, in other words, increase the neuroplasticity and enable our brain to remodel itself. Right, now today, since we are focusing about Asian voices in psychedelics, I would like to share with you psilocybin, which is magic mushrooms. Of course, we know that there's a lot of stigma around magic mushroom because of all the bridges that we have broken and all the bridges humanity has burnt. But if we step into this space and recognize where psilocybin or the magic mushrooms come from, they are just in our ecosystem. They come out of cow dung, they come out of rhino dung or elephant dung, for an example. Beings or the animals that usually some of them we have domesticated, that they are just within our ecosystem. And some of these mushrooms just grow in the backyard of your homes. For an example, I live in Thailand, and it's a very common mushroom that we can find often here. And in fact, there are very specific mushrooms, very authentic to Thailand, for an example. Now, we need to ask the question, we are experiencing certain challenges in our life, and then there are plant medicine, there are sacred plant medicine that is right within our ecosystem. So let's understand a little bit about psilocybin. I believe that many of you are aware of them, but if you are new here in this space, when we ingest magic mushrooms, the compound in it, the psilocybin, breaks into psilocin. Psilocin molecule is very similar to certain chemicals that are in our brain. For an example, serotonin molecule. The serotonin receptors are able to perfectly fit in, or the psilocin is can perfectly fit into serotonin molecules. And as that happens, something really interesting happens in our mind. Remember earlier we talked dissolving attachment or dissolving sense of self or dissolving ego. When we take psilocin, when our nervous system interacts with psilocin, it starts dissolving our sense of self. It starts dissolving our ego. And looking at it scientifically, we see there's specific parts of our brain regions that we call default mode network, which is literally sense of self. Now, when we have our body induced with psilocybin, we are able to dissolve default mode network. Dissolving here means the functionality of the default mode network is reduced. Usually the default mode network is responsible for maintaining our sanity in the world, being able to operate in this world in a sensible manner. Now, when we intake psilocybin, it enables us to dissolve this specific region. So it releases the control it's holding across all regions of the brain. So for the very first time, our brain is able to interconnect with each other. And this is a very safe process if you are in the right setting and you know how to self-care, and especially a practitioner is, there's a qualified practitioner who is able to provide you the right kind of psychological safety. Now, what is interesting is if you look at the posterior cingulate cortex, anterior cingulate cortex, and prefrontal cortex, now these are actually literally parts of default mode network. In other words, as the default mode network releases its control, dissolving ego, these components of our brain gain the ability to connect with each other directly. And then other elements like hippocampus and amygdala, which are directly controlled by default mode network, gain the ability to connect with the other parts of the brain, in other words, other cortexes, directly, as it was never possible. So in other words, you are starting to recognize the moment you hear the word connecting, you are hearing new neural connections, new neural networks. So there you are. The neuroplasticity is immediately enhanced as you intake this wonderful sacred plant medicine. Now, if I may invite you to look at these different brain regions as different color coding. For an example, language, processing of sensory, the smell, the hearing, your tongue, vision, balance, your heartbeat, and all of those elements are controlled by different regions. Now, under psilocybin, if we scan our brain using an MRI machine, and then we come up with a infographical representation, A brain is when we do not have anything in our body, which is our placebo brain. And B is the brain that has psilocybin. So the connections that you see, the colors you see are different brain regions as we saw earlier, and the connection you see are the actual connections that have been created. So then you clearly notice from a scientific perspective, the number of brain connections are immediately increased. In other words, our brains start to interconnect immediately with each other under the influence of psilocybin. And as I mentioned, if you look at the UK drug harm index, alcohol is the 72% and psilocybin or magic mushroom is the 6. In other words, what it really says us is that the impairment that happens in our brain, we are unable to make sense fully. In other words, our sensory perception is diluted or dissolved. And this is what we actually literally call ego dissolution. So we talked about earlier, Vipassana with a long-term practice enables us to dissolve our ego. However, with psilocybin, just with 1.5 grams of magic mushrooms, we are able to attain this specific state of being, state of dissolving the ego with this beautiful medicine, right? If now we look at the whole picture, you recognize the specific brain regions that I have been talking about from the very beginning is directly connected to the trauma, directly connected to meditation, and they are directly connected to the areas that psilocybin, magic mushrooms, impact. So you are starting to recognize, although we look at all of these elements from many different angles and lenses, we are actually really looking at the same regions of our brain. So what I would like to invite you to think about is, let's not necessarily be marveled by the psychedelic surreal experiences. Let's not be too marveled by the mysticism or religious ritualistic practices around meditation or religions. Let's not be too put away or feel negatively about trauma that we are experiencing. Rather, let's open our mind to look at all the possibilities from a scientific lens so that we can incorporate them in making ourselves, creating a possibility of expanding ourselves. So as I'm saying that, I'm also actively acknowledging, as we are talking clinically about clinical practices, there is also the metaphysical elements of these possibilities that are taking place within ourselves. So I'm not completely blind to energetic perception, the specific metaphysical aspects, but I think in my personal belief, professional belief, combining them in the right balance is very important. All right, so moving forward now, what does this really mean? If it increases neuroplasticity, when you do the right type of integration after going as we go through ingesting psilocybin, if you have the right practitioner to support you through that process, creating the right type of therapeutic environment, creating the right kind of coaching environment so that you are able to create your own development. Let's look at the John Hopkins research. And you will notice people who have been depressed after going through this treatment, 11 sessions of therapy and one single dose of psilocybin, they demonstrate 70% significant improvement clinically in their depression, and 50% of them remission to full normal health. The reason why I'm a big advocate for this is because this is my story. I didn't know that all my life, up until mid-30s, that I was depressed all my life. I thought that was a normal state. After I went through the therapeutic induction of psilocybin, I recognized that there is the elevated living. There is another way to feel the world. And for the very first time in my life, I experienced what it is not to be, what it is not to be depressed. Because I have experienced many childhood adverse experiences as I was growing up, even as an adolescent. So I didn't even know that I was depressed. So for me, that shadow who was whispering in my ear was depression. The cancer study. After 6 months of cancer study, the follow-up shows us that 80% of the people have reduced the chronic fear and the anxiety around. And 67% of the people say that is the 5 most spiritually meaningful experience. And then 70% of the people say it's the top 5 meaningful experience in their life. Now, if we ask these people, what is this kind of experience for you? Can you compare? They would say something like, a child being born, my newborn child, or someone in my family dying, immediate family dying. So that's the comparison. In other words, when someone goes through psilocybin experiences, they find it equal to their child being born or their mother dying. So imagine the power. And in my case, it's exactly the same. I can count my first psilocybin experience as within the first 3 most meaningful, spiritually meaningful experiences in my life. Now, these are about people who are experiencing difficulties and challenges in life. But how about the healthy adults, maybe like you? Do you know that 50% of the people who go through this experience, healthy adults say that it's the most personally meaningful experience. And over 80% of the people say that it's the most meaningful spiritual experience. And even the people who didn't think it's necessarily spiritually meaningful say that after the experience, about 90% of them say it enhanced their life, their relationships, mood regulation, having a positive outlook about life, and so on. All right. So with that, we are starting to recognize that there is immense power in increasing the neuroplasticity when we integrate psilocybin in the right way, or many other safe psychedelic plant substances, even certain synthetic substances, it increases the neuroplasticity in our brain. And how I would like to address it like this: think about your brain like a snow mountain. Once or twice a sled goes down, a person climbs ups and down. We like to stick to that path because that path feels safe. Our brain operates exactly like that. When something happened to us, we remember the trigger and we respond to it in a very specific way. And this is a specific neural network functioning in a specific way and almost becoming permanent. And what psilocybin, for an example, does is enabling us to take a step back and look at that bigger snow mountain. It's almost like the new snowfall, recognizing that we have stick to specific pathways all the time. And are we able to create new neural networks? So that's why the integration is important. That's why you're working with a therapist or a integration coach or a practitioner who is experienced or a shaman who is trauma informed, because they are able to use specific techniques, therapeutic techniques, to create these new neural networks in your brain, in your mind, so that you can come out of it and experience this miraculous healing. Because that shadow that was right next to your ear and was whispering to you all the time that you need to behave in a specific way, you need to respond in a specific way, all of a sudden has disappeared because the neuroplasticity increased, which means that you were able to create the new neural networks, enabling the expansion of your awareness. So here we are, going in the full circle. This is what I meant by creating true transformation, enabling us to expand our consciousness, enabling us to realize, recognize bigger realities, enabling us to go beyond what we know about this reality, look at it from non-ego involved perspective. Without our sense of self, when we experience who we truly are, it enables us to recognize that we are nothing but a true, connected, interesting entity. We are nothing but nothingness, interestingly. So when we are able to bring in different perspectives, like Asian perspective, Asian culture, Asian wisdom, ancient wisdom in this case, and bring in science and recognize who we truly are through a trauma lens, and then bring in psychedelic, not just psychedelics, psychedelic integration, we are able to create immensely powerful transformation in our lives. So I would like to leave you with this one last quote from one of my beloved teachers, Roland Griffith, who passed away last year. He says, I have come to think of meditation and psilocybin have been complementary practices in investigation the nature of our mind. In fact, neuroimaging studies show that they produce similar changes in the brain regions related to sense of self. And that's what we have been looking at this whole time, right? We looked at the trauma affect the same areas, psilocybin affects the same areas, meditation affects the same areas, and it creates development as we create the increased neuroplasticity. And he also continues to say, well, if meditation represents the true cause of the investigation of the mind, true cause, pay attention to that. He says psilocybin surely represents the crash course. Crash course. If I were to put this into layman's terms, what this truly means is that when one has been meditating for, like professional meditators, over 20, 30 years, and when they were given the opportunity to experience a psychedelic integration session, they come out of it and say that it is immensely powerful, that they didn't even thought that this kind of experiences could be possible, even though they have been meditating over many, many years. All right, so community, thank you so very much for being here. I really appreciate your presence, and also I would like to thank Eric and the organization who bring us together and allowing us a space to share our voices, and especially from Asia. And if you would like to get in touch, feel free to find our details. My name is Fernando Hetiadra, and I am very excited for how these voices are continuing to bridge gaps and create new bridges and enable healing across the world, so that we all can create a healed earth. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks. That was great. That hit all my main nerves. I've been doing martial arts and forever, and then came across psilocybin, and I started growing my own mushrooms around 2020. And yeah, I had some great breakthroughs, but it wasn't until I started like incorporating like meditation and martial arts like into my mushroom journeys that I really started to go to some like magical places. So yeah, I've been there too. And like I was able to like heal some trauma as well with psilocybin. Yeah. Very touching.
All right.
Cool, man. Thanks for putting that whole thing together.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, everyone.
Yep. I'm not sure who we have on next. Does anyone know? Anyone know who the 5 a.m. is? Nobody knows, huh? Oh boy. Well, thank you everybody for coming. That was great. I enjoyed that presentation. Does anybody have anything else they would like to say? That what we all just saw? No. Well, yeah. Not sure what to say now. Thanks for showing up. I am gonna take just like a 3-minute bio break and I will be back in just a second. Then Crystal, are you up at 5? Oh, hold on one sec. I'm sorry. I took off sorry, I did the stupid security thing. Oh wait, you should be able to. Oh, can you unmute yourself now? No. Hold on. Yeah, see here. Okay, here, let's try this one. Sorry. There you go. Okay, I think if you click on that thing, you should. Are you able to unmute? Okay, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, were you able to unmute yourself? Or do I still have to mess around with the buttons? Sorry, they messed around with all the security settings earlier. So
Hey, Rick, are you talking to me?
yeah, okay, there you are.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was on earlier and I couldn't hear anything, so I had to leave and come back in. And I had no context. And I was like, is he talking to me? I feel
Oh,
like
right. Yeah, I saw you. I saw you come and go for a second. Well, cool.
okay.
Are you up at 5?
I am actually on the East Coast, so it's almost 8 a.m. or
Oh,
8
wow.
a.m. on the
Cool.
dot.
Where on the
Yeah.
East Coast are you?
I'm in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, wow. Cool.
Where are
Well,
you on the West Coast?
I'm in Seattle.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you're up early.
Yeah, I've been up all night. I've been doing the night shifts. I've been on since 12 a.m.
Well, I've, been popping in and out throughout the time, and I saw that Leo was still here, and I was like, there's no way Leo's like doing this 24 hours. So it's nice to see that there's a whole community of support.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you for being here. I guess if you
Thanks.
want to take it away, it's all yours.
Sure. Well, thank you everyone for being here. I don't know how many people are actually here, but that's fine. It's not really here what I'm here for. Well, let's see. We'll start from right now. So, hi everyone. Oh, hi, I see a little heart. Anita, nice to see you. My name's Crystal Palacio. I am in Savannah, Georgia, and I am a retired US Army veteran who has been using psychedelic assisted ceremonies and plant medicine and all of these different organizations that have been working to drive that movement here in America. I've been so blessed and lucky to be able to participate in a lot of those types of things. And it's been about 2 years. Oh my gosh, 4 years? What year is this? I'm sorry. I also have an 8-month-old baby who got me up at midnight and 3 and 4. So I'm here and I'm just now getting my coffee. So bear with me. So that's the season I'm in right now, is new motherhood. And I'm so blessed and honored and thankful to be able to have had a lot of time for my healing journey from when I medically retired in this space, because what I've learned in ceremony, in community, and throughout the years along the ups and downs and spirals of what that journey looks like is that it's actually not all about you. I think a guide I was working with was telling me that we all like to think that our pain, our trauma, our joys, everything is personal. And especially when you're dealing with like complex PTSD and all of these other different acronyms that the DSM will bestow upon you, you just start to identify yourself as these things. And as I started to like peel back the layers and actually try to figure out what was going on, you start to realize that your pain isn't personal. Like you start to realize the intergenerational issues that, oh, this didn't start and end with me. This is something that's maybe been passed on throughout my lineage, throughout my family. And then outside even of the family context, there's the whole societal issue, right? So it's like, what is the environment that led to these types of this container to have these factors come into play? And because it's the Asian Voices thing, I found out about this event through the Asian Psychedelic Collective. They have a great signal group and everyone's always popping in and sharing so many great events. And I saw this pop on and I was like, okay, I'm not a doctor. I don't have the letters after my name, and I don't have like a thriving business. I'm in my mother era, just trying to make it through the day. But I kept on seeing them pop in, like, okay, we have a couple more openings. And one of the things I've also learned along the way is just the beauty of just showing up, of just saying yes, of following that lead. And so that's what I did. There's so much going on here in the States in the psychedelic movement, and the veteran population has really been pushed and leaned upon to kind of get some of those things through legislation. It's a lot of the studies, a lot of the money and funding, and that type of momentum has been through that stage. But one of the things that I've noticed, some of my female veteran peers have noticed, is that it's good or bad, it's always typically a white man narrative. And as I've started to work through different veteran nonprofits, and you notice that, oh, I'm still just like the only female, or I'm still just the only minority here. And then you finally meet like another one, you kind of like magnets, you're like, oh, this person gets what it feels like to kind of be othered. I had someone ask me at a sweat lodge, my very first sweat lodge that my friend introduced me to, and that's such a great non-psychedelic medicine that brings in the community. She said, they asked me, what was it like to be in the military? And it's such like a broad question, and I didn't really know how to answer it. And then I said, it's like an entire macrocosm and a microcosm. And my friend's like, that's like one of the best answers I've ever heard to like try to describe it. It's just like trying to ask someone, what's it like to be an American, or what's it like to be a male? There's, so many different factors. But one of the things that I've noticed is, there are these different archetypes, not even where you come from, your lineage or whatnot. And unfortunately, for like the veteran military kind of trajectory, it is a life of extremes. It is all volunteer force. Although some people come into it not having really good options. So especially within the immigrant community, a lot of times people join because they don't have families with trust funds or generational wealth, and they're like, hey, this is my way to have like upward mobility, to maybe get an education, to get training. A lot of people are coming in because, well, back in the day, patriotism. And so it's really interesting to see the shift. So I kind of talked about where I am now. I'm in my mother phase, but one of the things that I have started prior to that is this veteran nonprofit called Visionary Veterans. And my friend that I mentioned that was at the sweat lodge that introduced me to that beautiful medicine, she's also a veteran. She's a Marine Corps veteran that served 4 years as a combat journalist and got out. And she was like, no. Oh, we went to high school together. We were in ROTC, and we're in the same hometown. So in between deployments or block leave or holiday leave, we'd always kind of like link up. And it was another one of those, this person is like the counterculture veteran, she likes smoking weed and psychedelic art, and she got out and I stayed in. So every time I got to see her, I got to see how she had really leaned into alternative healing for her stuff from Iraq. And when I finally got out, I was medically retired in 2018. We can get into that later if we need to, but she started introducing me to her path, which is the Red Road, and learning about sweat lodge and plant medicine and all these things that as a veteran I hadn't even heard of. Like I was just, it was 2018, and I was like, I didn't know weed came in all these different forms now. It was just like a whole different world. And she and I were speaking after the sweat lodge, and I had gone through a couple different veteran nonprofits for people dealing with PTSD or MST or a lot of these other acronyms, and trauma. And I was kind of telling her what I felt was missing from these things, as helpful and as wonderful as they are. Everything in the military feels in a very masculine, not like gendered way also, but like as far as like energy goes. So it's like, rigid, and there's a timetable, and it's just a very like, one way, A to B, logical, all of these like things that the masculine represents, which is great and needed. But the whole feminine aspect of like flow and play and gentleness and this like circular, more regenerative thing wasn't really there. And so as you're in the military, and I think through a lot of society, you're trying to fit a certain mold. And a lot of times there's like that conflict, right? So I was just telling you, it'd be really nice to just be able to have a softer, more feminine approach to this healing space, because a lot of women and a lot of just people in general aren't really looking to be back in a militarized place. Like this is a type of environment that maybe people were harmed in. And there's this whole narrative, or what would we say, like stereotype, that it's like, you know, before the like Vietnam, like old, well, we're going against no, sorry. It's just that we're having an event and we were looking for local vendors that would be into like holistic healing, and they were like, oh, it's a military Memorial Day event. They just literally were like, we're thinking old white guys, you know. And I think for us, this idea of like a veteran is like these like post World War II type of like old white guys. And then now with this whole GWAT, global war and terrorism, cap ending, 20 years of that war, now the new veteran is like this like bro vet with like American flag on their arm and like tattoos. And the thing is, it's like it's an entire macrocosm, right? So those are just the people that you get to see. So underneath all of those layers are all of these other people that are trying to find healing, but aren't really finding themselves welcome, or not even wanting to like throw themselves into those situations. But it's really great when you get to find other people that believe in the magic of showing up. But I would go to these things and I would talk about like, oh, you know, plant medicine, and have you heard of Heroic Hearts Project, and have you like thought about like ayahuasca, like, and they would just look at you like you were crazy, because you know a lot of people within the military are still like very rigid, and they get out, they're still, you know, very like indoctrinized. So one of the things that I've just been really craving and trying to create is this idea of like finding the others. You know, I think Timothy Leary even said that, find the others. And I know they're out there because my nonprofit, we had a booth at the Psychedelic Science Conference up in Denver last year, and it was a lot. But it was really great to see as people were going through those areas. I think there was like 6,000 people. I had no idea how huge that conference would be. But you would see the people that you could, you know, obviously surface level identify as like being a veteran. But then you'd see a lot of just like women come by that were providers or just whatever. And then they'd like slightly be like, oh, I was also a veteran. It's like not something that's like a forward facing type of thing. But there's a lot of great people working in the underground that are silently working, that aren't putting their faces out there. And I was kind of just hoping to get on here to one, just if you want to complain about something not showing diversity, then you kind of have to, you don't have to, but I believe if you want to like, you don't just talk about a problem without offering a solution, right? If not, it's just, I mean, to what end? I think it's important to have those conversations, but I've also been a big fan of action, of initiative. And, you know, if that's throwing yourself out there to explore, then hey, why not? Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? One of my, I guess, good favorite takeaways of being in the military is, you know, you kind of have a level of stress inoculation, and it can be debilitating in like an anxiety way, or you can kind of harness that and think like, oh, if I've been in this situation, like this other one, no one's going to die. There's nothing like, it's really not as, don't believe what your brain is telling you. This is not a life or death situation. Like there's no reason to have to let your body dictate this response. And if you can try to have these practices that allow you to have the awareness, then you can kind of have the ability to self-regulate. And one of the reasons why I think psychedelics is so helpful and so important is that a lot of people are so overwhelmed, and just the sensory input, you know, a lot of things like we think we can't feel, but I think at the end of the day we're so sensitive that we've had to numb ourselves from everything that's coming at us. But you know, as you start to go into like an ayahuasca ceremony and you have to start to prepare with your dieta, you start to peel back some of these things that you're using. That in and of itself has been so helpful for so many veterans that I know. But you start to like clean the container. You start to clean the muck and like this stuff that's been like just stuck. And once you actually know what it feels like to have like a clear container, you start to notice that you're so much more aware of these subtleties. And I think a lot of times if you don't have something that helps you cleanse that, then you're not really aware of anything. You're just kind of filled with all of these chemicals, all of these processed things, all of these things that society has made that's actually not natural, that dulls us to like the natural world. And when I say the natural world, I do believe that the things that happen within a psychedelic journey, whether that's a man-made or synthetic, it gives you a glimpse into the natural world. It's just the natural world that we don't have the perception to see. So I think of, like peeling back a veil and being like, oh, wow, you see the life in a leaf, right? You see sacred geometry or fractals within the sky, all of these things that you wouldn't normally see on your own. But once you start to like kind of peel back a layer, and especially for people who have been through, very high intense situations, a lot of trauma, a lot of things. And let's be honest, a lot of people that join the military do have very high ACEs scores or adult adverse childhood effects experiences. So there's this whole talk about, veterans having trauma, but I think there's things that have led people to even before their experience in the military, and that will just perpetuate it. And I think probably one of the reasons why people seek that experience within the military, to like prove to themselves that, I am not what this thing has happened to me, or to get out of a situation, or to just, have a calling for something that kind of pulls you to something more. And I think that all of this healing is possible without a psychedelic. And I don't think that a psychedelic is for everyone. But I will say that sometimes you just need like something big. Sometimes you need to pull out the big guns from there, are like big experiences, because if not, you're never going to be able to have those layers pulled back and to have that perspective. And my feeling is that once you have the perspective, like it's something that feeling of interconnectedness, of like oneness, of everything that is all right. And, this part and feeling that you are part of everything, and that no matter what's going on, there's still like this like inner peace, all of these like things, and like, unity consciousness or transcendental Christ consciousness, whatever you want to call it. There's nothing that can replace direct experience. So you can read these books, you can hear testimonials, but until you yourself are in that seat, then you get to know. And unfortunately, it's a really sad statement to say that a lot of people just don't know what it feels like to feel loved, to feel accepted, and to be at peace with that. And I feel that this is my theory. I feel like I'm just talking to you, Rick. This is cool. So this is my theory, Rick. There is a story about the 4-minute mile back in the day, and this all goes into collective consciousness and like morphic resonance, where no one really thought it was possible to break the 4-minute mile. Everyone had tried, and they'd all get so close until one day one person did. And then the weird thing that happened after that, so all these years this thing was never possible, and all of a sudden people started doing it. And I think it's this idea that once you know what something is like, once you know that something is possible, like once that energy, that idea is out there in the collective, they're like, oh shit, like this is possible, this is what this feels like, then it shifts everything. And so if you have never felt so loved or connected, or this idea that, I mean, like most of us, that there is life teeming all around us, and it's not just in this like physical form. Yeah, if you don't have that direct experience, then you're just not going to know. So it's kind of like trying to tell someone like, oh, well, what's it like to be in love, or what's it like to have a baby, or lose a loved one. And I feel that like once you know, that's when like then you have that experience. And hopefully not everyone has that experience in their journeys, right? But if you do, the work then in integration becomes, what do you do with that? And so I've seen like businesses come and still within this like construct of, all right, well, I've had this, now let's monetize it, right? Like people try to then, have one experience and then say like, hey, I'm this expert or whatever it is. I think that's still very much, once again, into that masculine, extractive, like kind of way. And before my first ceremony, I was reading a book called Consciousness Medicine. And actually, no, and she had mentioned, I think it was in that book, this idea of the heroine's journey. So within the psychedelic world, you keep hearing about like a hero's journey, a heroic dose, right? Joseph Campbell's like myth that, you have to go out, play the dragon, and then come back. But I've never actually heard this idea of a heroine's journey until right before my second ceremony in Mexico. And this idea of a heroine's journey isn't going out, slaying the dragon, but it's actually going down into the depths. And I really resonated with that because it just felt, once again, counterculture, subculture, this idea of everyone's like going out trying to do this, like, what does it feel like to actually go in deeper? And that's where I mentioned this idea of, and it's interesting once you start to set your intentions, how like these synchronicities and these themes start to really come into play. And so that idea that you need to go deeper and within, so return down to yourself, into your womb, into the earth, into that like darkness. And that darkness isn't like a bad thing, you need that to like have the light. And the guide had mentioned this idea that our pain isn't personal. And so a lot of my journey in that ceremony was about, going towards like the root of these issues, towards lineage. And that's when I started to think about how I need to do this healing, not just for myself, but to like, I want to start a family. And so it's like, how am I going to break these cycles for like the next generation? And once again, it's not about telling or having someone read something or whatever. It's a direct experience, and you need to be able to embody these things. So like I did my dive because I needed that direct experience so I could embody it. And then the work becomes embodying that. And then also thinking about how that affects the generations before you, right? The remembering of your ancestors and this like very capitalistic, somewhat like colonized idea of what psychedelic medicine is looking like now. I am torn. There's this big debate about, there's debates about everything, about whether or not plant medicine should be, especially psychedelic medicine, should be legalized and put out into a Western medical model, or if it should stay within like the native like ceremonial context. But it's hard to have studies in those like realms. And then if you want to try to extract a chemical, you're taking out a lot of like the spirit and the community aspect that comes in ceremonies, and you're now putting it into a more colder clinical container because it needs to be studied, and there's to be like, all of these different type of things in place. And who's to say if that's good or bad? Because I've had these conversations with some people that are like, okay, well, the plants, if this community is becoming so popular and everyone's trying to pull to it, how sustainable is it? Now we're like, once again, reaping from the earth, and then the time that it takes for some of these plants to grow is just, it can't keep up. And so it's like, oh, this is a reason why a synthetic version would be good. And then another idea is that when I was at the Psychedelic Science Conference, there was at the closing ceremony, there was a interruption, a demonstration, a warning, if you will, from Indigenous leaders that actually stop what was going on, because you think of like just a giant theater, and they took to the stage. They pretty much got the keynote speaker off, and there was a little bit back and forth, and finally he gave them the stage to speak. And these native spiritual leaders were giving a warning out, to saying like, hey, we're not saying stop the progress, but maybe slow down, like think about what you're doing, because these plants have a spirit, and what you're doing is well, they didn't say that, but from different conversations, these are my own words, that I want to say, so I have a friend that went to Colombia, and she did a ceremony, and she's Colombian. And she was very protective over, like, this is my culture's medicine, and all of these people are coming in and extracting it. And she would say they're raping this medicine, and they're prostituting it. And I know that's like kind of like strong language. I don't want to like say it like that, like, oh, they're raping this medicine, because I think everything comes down to the intention. But what happened is that these leaders were saying, hey, look, be careful what you're doing with peyote and ayahuasca and all of these different things, because these once sacred medicines before, like tobacco, like coca, if you start to use it in this different context, look at what happened. It then becomes like the dose becomes the cure, or the dose becomes the poison, right? And then how you use it. So tobacco was actually a very sacred, very powerful, but then like medicine. And then, we co-opted it. We turned it into something that's not, we put money into it, and now it causes lung cancer. Same thing like coca, it's this whole cocaine drug trade, thing. It's just, it's, if you start to look at even the marijuana or cannabis culture, right? Like, what are we doing to like the spirit of like Mary Jane? She's been like turned into all these different things, extracted into these like chemicals that are like turned into all these great products. But then the THC levels like super high, CBD levels are like lower. And then now, there's all of these things about people getting into more psychosis, just because it's not in its like natural form. And so I believe that people should have the free will and the ability to explore their consciousness in any way that they want to. But I also do believe that the current paradigm of consciousness of people that, want to just make money off of things are going to exploit that. And then the culture, if you're not conscious to see where you're getting pulled in, it's just going to like turn you back into that. And so, we've seen it with tobacco, cocaine, coca, cannabis, and then now what's going to happen with psilocybin, peyote, ayahuasca, ibogaine, all of these different things. And I don't think that it's fair to just say, hey, these amazing medicines should just be for this group of people, or hey, no one can use this, or if we're going to be able to use it, it must be like extracted and then put into this model where it's inaccessible and a lot of people can't afford to have it. And then people are trying to do things on the underground as well, and then how that's not regulated. And so it's such a really interesting, diverse atmosphere, right? And so why I was really excited to go to Psychedelic Science Conference in 2023 was to kind of just like assess what is the vibe, like what is the storyline, what are the narratives, what are the things happening throughout this space. And it's really interesting because when I was in the military, I was a medic. I did the whole, had the tiger Asian mom that was like, oh, you'll be Dr. President. So ever since I was like 2, my mom would tell me that I would be a doctor and a brigadier general, no pressure. And then she was like, oh, you're going to go to like a military academy. It's really weird because a lot of people think that parents wouldn't want their children to join the military, or especially their daughters. But my mom loved the military. I also think that it comes from like being in the Philippines, where there was a huge military base, and they, you know, had like a really great US American or an American like Filipino relationship. So yeah, I was always just my father was in the military, my brother joined the military, my sister's husband, he was in the military, my uncle's in the military. Like there's this huge military presence. I joined the military, and now my husband is active duty military. And so to be able to see it from all of the just different perspectives of like being a child, of being someone that was in, and now being the spouse of someone, it's kind of ironic because, you know, I thought I got out, and I'm still kind of in because I still have to move where they want us to, and all of these types of things. Pardon me, coffee. But when I was in the military, I was very much so in my masculine. I was very much so into like I needed science. And as I was going through my medical retirement, I was doing all of this research to find ways to fix me. That's when I started to hear about ayahuasca, about MAPS, and multidisciplinary associated psychedelic studies. And I was like, okay, this really fascinates me that they're able to show that there's something that's actually a little bit more effective than just pharmaceuticals. So I started going into that deep dive. So it really was the science aspect that brought me in. But as I started to have my own personal experiences, it was really more of the spirit and the subtle body and the culture and the community aspect that has really started to lay hold and make me feel, I don't know, that is still like a missing piece in the mainstream medicalized aspect. And I understand there's going to be different routes and roles, and that's, I think, needed. But I feel that I can't speak to my experience and share a narrative that I don't fully like parse out, right? And so should, you know, psychedelics just be in a medical context in America, where then, you know, it's just here's a way that insurance can write it off, and then it's $5,000 for people to come in. You know, should be decriminalized so everyone can get it, and then you have no idea what you're getting. It's really, really interesting to me. My own personal view is I had my experiences several years ago in a, like, you know, the macro dose through a ceremonial context overseas because it wasn't legal here. And honestly, I don't think I would want to be in that space in any other way. But once again, you only know what you know. I want to
one more
have.
time? What was it called?
Hey, Rita, I think you are unmuted. Do you have a question?
Oh, yeah. No, what was the
Yeah.
name of the you just mentioned? It was called of the drug you just mentioned? I missed
Which,
it.
a
You said
couple.
you went to try something in.
Oh, I tried a bunch of things in places. So the
Oh,
the
that you just
trip,
mentioned the name of a psychedelic. I'm sorry. Sorry. I must have misheard.
no
Okay.
worries. Was it ayahuasca?
No, I thought you mentioned you just like traveled to some place to try out something, but I think I probably misheard you. If you must have been talking about something else. Sorry,
No worries.
dude, I've been up like all night.
No worries. Yeah, do you want to hear about
groggy.
that? What are your questions on that?
Yeah. I oh, well, let's see. Now that I've got your yeah, no, I did a lot of what are your thoughts on like meditation, like and incorporating that into like psychedelia?
Yes. I'm a huge meditator. I actually had a good meditation practice going before I even got into any of my psychedelic journeys. And huge caveat here, I used to recreationally use psychedelics. And so most of the things I'm talking about now is in an intentional like ceremonial healing type of like space. So yeah, I got a grant to be able to learn transcendental meditation for free through a veteran nonprofit. So when I was talking about, being able to like learn different tools, and
Right.
I'm a big fan of meditation. I think meditation can take you to places that psychedelics can without even having to take a substance. I think when I mentioned that psychedelics can peel back a veil into something that actually exists, I think that you can also do that through meditation without even having to take a substance. But like I was mentioning earlier with the whole 4 minute mile idea, if you don't know that exists, you don't really know what it looks like. So to be able to have an experience, honestly, I used to use cannabis and meditation a lot before in tandem. I noticed once again, as we talk about how different medicines are being co-opted, and then, if you are watching something, how like they can kind of like pull you to want to like buy this, and it becomes this idea of like spiritual materialism. And I try to get like pretty self-aware, sometimes a little meta. And I'm like, okay. And I'll like write a note in my journal before that was like, okay, if you're going to smoke, no screens. Because I actually have an addiction background as well. And when I got out of the military, I went through rehab for alcohol. But one of the things that I've started to key in, meditation helped a lot on that too, is just to be aware of my patterns. And then it's like, oh, this addiction pattern can just go to a different substance, right? And then so I was like, oh no, this is medicine. This is what I need to do to deal with my PTSD and my anxiety. But then it's like, what's the actual source of it? Where's it coming from? What's the consciousness of this medicine? And I noticed as I was starting to meditate with cannabis and trying to like get in touch with that spirit, the message that I was getting was kind of the same thing that my friend had with ayahuasca in Colombia, where it's like, you're raping and prostituting this like spirit of this thing, right? It's not in its like actual form. Here it is like turned into all these things, cold pressed and turned into this oil that is then, all these like harsh chemicals. And then what happens to that device? It gets like thrown away, right? And it's like, so it's like, okay, here I am, I'm getting in touch with the cosmos, you feel like you're connected and you're grounded and you're like, you get it. And then it's like, well, what are you actually doing? You're just actually a cog in this like capitalistic machine. And, it was really hard to try to get out of like the cannabis route, and to really try to use that with like a ceremonial, like,
all right,
like conscious effort. So like meditation really helped me with that. And now I can get to places with meditation where I did with cannabis without anything. But also, microdosing and like meditation. And I think it's just, to me, ultimately, when it comes to psychedelics or any kind of plant medicine or spirit or any of those things, I think at the end of the day, my own personal opinion, it all comes down to consciousness, right? And I think meditation is a really great, powerful, and often overlooked tool because it is free.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't need anything. So let's like tell people that you need to buy a bunch of stuff or learn a bunch of stuff or do all this thing. How hard it, and it is, it's super hard to just sit in your shit. Just hear your mind. Right. So we're gonna avoid everything. We're gonna avoid everything that's gonna say that. But it's been such powerful medicine to just, instead of trying to control your mind, be like, what is coming up? And to kind of peel back those layers and like, why? And like, can I sit with that? Do I have the capacity to deal with that? And then what do you do with once you see that, right? And so I think journaling, an art practice, community, all of those things are really like helpful within the whole holistic realm of like healing and integration.
I'm glad
What do
you
you want?
said that. I've been practicing meditation since like probably around like 2009 or something, and like it's extremely hard. Like I compare it to like learning how to play guitar, right? Like when people tell me, they're like, "Oh, I tried meditation, and it wasn't really my thing." That's what, like, I imagine someone like picking up a guitar for the first time and wanting to play like some like Freebird. I mean, like, oh, I couldn't play Freebird. Guitar wasn't my thing, but like you only picked it up once, dude. And like you get, like for me, it's like I had to start at like these little baby steps, right? And kind of like work my way up to learning how to play songs, I guess, if we're still using that metaphor. But
Oh my
like,
God, and more power to you, because I have a guitar that's been sitting in my closet for over a decade, and I have not
yeah.
brought myself down to, actually like learn how to use it. So yeah.
Right. Well, that's how meditation was for me, anyways. But yeah, no, I don't think it's talked about enough, like how hard it is. I think there's like a lot of it's like such a huge part of like, oh, I'm so enlightened. I do this meditation, like everyone wants to walk around like I meditate and go, connect with all this, yeah, and energies and stuff. And it's just like, nah, dude, it's actually
Okay,
really
I
hard.
will. All right, Rick. When I first started meditating, it was like, I don't know if you ever seen Game of Thrones. Have you seen Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
You know the last scene where she like just pretty much destroys the entire
Just
village with her
burns
dragons that's on
right.
fire?
Mm-hmm.
That's how it felt like in my head, where it's
Right.
just like, pardon me, this like rage. If you just have to sit, and it was just like, this
Yeah.
like fire breathing dragon, that was just like laying waste to
Right.
everything. And I would just get so upset. I'm like, I don't understand how people talk about meditation, because
Yeah.
I just want to scream. And so I think it is helpful to be able to, like I mentioned, if you have something else that can help you try to get to a state, to have proper training, and to have like kind of someone to like talk through. But now there's like so many great guided meditations. There's so much like free stuff out in the world. But I'm a really big proponent of some of the best things, the most helpful things aren't actually exotic or expensive. It's just the
Right.
most basic of put your feet in the grass, close your
Yeah.
eyes, like very simple things, but no one makes money off of that, right?
Right.
So, but yeah, trust me, meditation is very hard, but also aren't the best things that are hard also the most rewarding. And I think that, like you were saying with guitar, right? Everything's hard when you first do it, but it's just the coming back to it, to have like that devotion, that
Yeah.
curiosity. I think with meditation, the most important thing that I would tell one of my friends is, or just anyone that we've like had in like our retreats, is that it's the coming back. It's not you just like sit down and it's going to be like super connected and enlightened. It's you have your thought, you see where it goes, and then you realize that you're off on this other thought, and then you come back. And I think it's that
Right.
coming back that is like the practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Started doing martial arts and stuff too. I did go through a phase where I kind of like was engaging in some like spiritual superiority. Like at one point
Mhm.
it did kind of like go to my head in a way where like, I'm so enlightened and stuff. And then like Buddhism kept me off of like hard drugs for like almost 3 years. So it was just like such a
Congratulations.
cosmic bitch slap to like end up back on heroin again after me. Like I thought I fixed this with the Buddhism. What am I doing back here again? And so it's like,
Yeah.
I had to kind of
Yeah.
up my game a little bit too. Psilocybin's kept
Exactly.
me off of heroin for almost 5 years though. So that's that one seems to be sticking. That one actually feels like really solid. Oh,
And
but
you know
I
what? Congratulations. And thank you so much for sharing that with me. This whole concept of like addiction is something that is very, very near and dear to my heart, because I've had to deal with it. And then it sucks when you start to see like the cycles, and it is hard. Like, dude, to have like 3 years. I also
right,
want to say that like these substances didn't keep you off of it. You did.
right, yeah. No, I was doing karate and like everything. And yeah, it's
I love martial art.
right,
That's
right.
so cool what kind did you do?
So I did Kempo karate for a couple of years, and then I got into like straight MMA. It was a lot cheaper. Like I could do Muay Thai and like Jiu-Jitsu for like the same price and go up to United States. So I started like going to both Muay Thai kickboxing and Jiu-Jitsu classes. I
Hmm.
actually got a gold medal in 2015 for the beginners, whatever, 150 pounders or whatever, what in a Jiu-Jitsu tournament. And then now I just kind of like just do my own thing in my little home dojo just to keep you know, polished up, I guess. And it's a perishable skill. Like if you don't practice it, you're gonna lose it. So I really try to keep up on it and stuff.
You know, I think that's amazing. I actually I started doing tempo when I was young before I joined the military. I did Pai Lam Shua Fa Tempo Kung Fu for all the way up to brown belt. And then high school happened and a bunch of other things. And I think it's really important to have a physical practice because so many things are like just being stuck in your head. Like, right. Meditation is great, but I also think there needs to be an activity to like balance that. So for me, that has been yoga. And then that was kind of like my gateway drug into a lot of like somatic healing, into like a different way of thought of spirituality and, you know, more than just like yoga being like the postures you do, but all of this whole like entire system. And yeah, I think that having a physical embodiment is also part of that feminine, not like gender, but like an energy of like being in your body, because I think a lot of things are just very like in your head. And if you're just stuck in your head, that's how, you know, you're not really connected. To get into your heart, to get into like your body, just like really get where your feet are. Yeah. So I think I never even thought about martial arts as that practice. So thanks for bringing that up.
I was I kind of there was one of the other like roadblocks in my Buddhist path I found was kind of like kind of attaching this like transaction to it, right? Like when I was first learning martial arts, like I thought if I like, you know, studied and did like meditate, like I would learn how to like be able to use my chi energy to like, you know, dodge swords with a blindfold on or catch ninja stars with my teeth or whatever, you know, like punch straight through someone's chest with all my chi energy and stuff. And then like found out like it's kind of like I don't know, it went to my head a little bit, I guess I should just say, where like I like this, I was wrapped up in this idea of being like some superhuman someday, and then like realized like you can't like sign a contract with the universe saying like I'll do this meditation and martial arts stuff, but in return I want my superpowers to do the 5-finger death punch or live to be 200 years old or learn how to levitate or you know what I mean, like I realized like putting these expectations on it was like a form of attachment that ended up holding my Buddhist path up.
That's exactly what I was just thinking of, was like the attachment piece. There's a really good book by a Buddhist teacher, and it's called Cutting Through Spiritual Attachment. And it was really helpful for me in a lot of my integration ways, because I think a lot of times if you go and have these like mystical experiences, one of the things that happens within that falls off the integration is to have a framework that makes sense to you. And that's why I really do like have this like passion for learning in Buddhism. Like that's the like magnet that kind of pulls me, because it's like the more that I learn, I'm like, oh, I saw this in my journey. That makes sense to me. You know, there's like this like scaffolding, there's this framework that kind of makes sense. And in Cutting Through Spiritual Materialism, when I was reading that through one of my integration processes, it really made sense, because sometimes you think, you know, like you're mentioning too, that spiritual ego of like, how many journeys have you had? You know, like, did you do this? Did you do that? And it becomes like this like ladder of like check marks, right? And it's like, you know, what kind of crystals do you have, or what kind of like mala are you wearing, and all of these things to kind of like show like how spiritual you are and how enlightened you are, and all of these outward things. And then to be able to kind of cut through that. And one of my favorite ideas through integration through life in general is this concept of like the sacred mundane, right? Where everything is sacred and holy and spiritual. And you can turn anything into your spiritual practice if you want to, right? Your daily routine, your morning routine. I like to think of it more as a ritual and have more intention into it. And I don't think I would have ever had these ideas if it wasn't for having the glimpse behind the veil that psychedelics provided for me. And I think it's super important to have that community around you, that framework, these different embodiment practices. And I think that if you're trying to think that it's like, oh, this one thing, right? A lot of like sales pitches would be like, oh, try this one thing and then your life will change. And it's not, you know, it's so many different little pieces and it's so different to everyone else. But yeah, there are these archetypes around it. And I think that a movement, embodiment practice, a meditation practice, but overall, I really believe that community is the biggest medicine because, you know, we can't just do this on our own because our pain isn't personal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely my dog's growling at me. Yeah, for me, it's been a lot of like making sure I always like bring myself back to that like first step where I originally like took those basic Buddhist commitments to just like be a good dude, practice kindness and compassion and like, you know what I mean? Just to like simply be in the here and now. And, you know, like I find like just having that very like simple root basics Buddhist path has been like easy for me to stick with, you know.
I think a lot of times we want to complicate things and the most like you're right. And it's like the most simple things. Compassion has been such a big theme that I would actually incorporate into my meditation practice afterwards as I was coming out. And kind of like this idea of like self-parenting. Because I think if you can't embody compassion for yourselves, I think a lot of times we are the hardest on ourselves. How are you going to talk to someone else if you know what I mean? Like you can only go as far as you've gone yourself, and to truly be able to like hold space for someone, to be compassionate, to get out of like that judgment mind. It starts from within. So loving kindness, compassion. I think that's key. And one of the things, just to like kind of circle back to just like the Asian voices things, I think that as you start to peel back the layers of like what is not just your own, of finding a framework, I also think it's really important to delve back into your own lineage. This idea, I also heard this from a medicine man when I was up in Denver for the Psychedelic Science Conference, is that we're all indigenous to somewhere, right? So it's like, what are your roots? What is your lineage looking like? So I think that if you can find and start to like really look into what did my ancestors do, and not just like as far as like a like plant psychedelic, because not, you know, I'm sure maybe some have that, but just to really like reclaim these concepts that have been lost.
Yeah.
I think there's like some really great,
Mexican.
beautiful healing in that.
I'm half Mexican and there was like one trip I had where it was like totally like on top of a Mayan temple, like with like the feathered serpent, like so quaddle suit on. It was just like so, like it was so crazy, just in a torch lit like jungle setting, you know, like but it was fully like how it was embedded in my DNA somewhere, and like somehow
it is
psilocybin unlocked it or something like that.
When you were in Mexico and you had your psilocybin journey, did you have like an actual like
no, I wasn't like in Mexico. I just meant like that's where I like in my mind
in your journey
on top of a Mayan temple, right? Like in my mushroom realm of the like that was the realm of gods I went to.
That has been my most significant journey, was a psilocybin ceremony in Mexico, guided by a woman from I think her grandmother was one of the great 13th grandmothers, working from Oaxaca. So we actually had like a traditional Mexican like mushroom psilocybin, and that was the entire, you know, I don't know,
more authentic
hero's journey. Hero's journey to like the
cool.
cosmos, to like, oh, I totally understand what people were tapped into with like Star Wars and Dune and the Galactic Federation, and you know, you have this whole like remembering of like your God self and all of these great cosmic wonderful voyages, and then to also then have the humblingness. I remember I actually was in ceremony, and remember I told you I was reading consciousness medicine before I had gone down. And she was talking about in ceremonies, sometimes people have to be removed because they're just too much of a distraction to the group.
Yeah.
That was me, actually. I guess I had no differentiation between my inner and outer voice. So I was just like saying everything out loud. And then I had to be like moved from the group, and like someone walked me to the bathroom, one of the facilitators, and I was over here like looking at the stars and seeing eyes and looking like the cracks on the ground and seeing such profound things, and I was over here telling him about all this.
Right.
And then I looked back and he was gone, and I just remember like laughing because here I was in the cosmos and here I am in this bathroom by myself talking to myself. And that's when the idea, this is like my biggest takeaway from most of my psilocybin or spiritual journeys, psychedelic or not, is my biggest takeaway that I told to my integration coach was you don't know shit about fuck. So all of this like enlightened, like you're mentioning, like you get into the spiritual journey, you know, all this stuff. It's like this very humbling, like you actually don't know shit about fuck. Like it sounds like harsh, but there's too much in this infinite like world. And if you think that you've like figured it all out and you have the way, like then maybe you've lost the way. So really my whole thing is like to stay in process, to stay open and humble, and to help others along that path, and just let them know that these things behind the veil exist, to let them know that these narratives and other people that maybe you feel that you don't belong are actually there like waiting for you. And so yeah, I've been very, very, very lucky to be able to help find some of like my soul tribe and soul family throughout my healing journey, and then to be able to come back and then offer that space for others.
And you said you had a child at home now? Oh, that's so
yeah, my husband had just
fantastic.
texted me saying that she just woke up. She's playing in her crib.
Congratulations on bringing new life into the world. That's amazing. I bet
Yeah,
you.
that's the most psychedelic experience ever.
Right. the real trip.
Yeah.
That's amazing. No, congratulations. That's wonderful.
Thanks, Rick.
Well,
Thank
it's
you so
been
much for
so
sharing part of your
fun
story
talking
with me too.
Yeah, no, thank you
Likewise.
for hanging out for the last hour. It's been good chatting with you. I think
Yeah,
Leo's
you
gonna
know,
take
you're
over
almost
for a
there.
little bit, and
Oh, good, Leo. I want to be able to say hi.
yeah. Where did you say you were located again?
I'm in Savannah, Georgia right now.
Oh, right. Well, if you wanted to leave some like contact information in the chat or something.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll put it in
wanted
here.
to get in touch and say hi. Hi, Leo. Good morning. Dude, there was like 25 people showed up at 5 a.m. to hear this one guy. Like his whole crew showed up. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then they all left again right when he did. But
what was the 5 a.m. talk about?
It's some guy's organization for psychedelic Buddhism and trauma, and so.
Oh, wonderful.
Cool. Yeah, no, I mean, it was a cool talk. I was just surprised at how many people showed up. All right.
Yeah, I had popped on.
Yeah, it was kind of cool. I was digging it. But cool. Well, thank you so much again for hanging out. And
Rick. Hi, Leo.
Good morning.
Hi.
I'm just coming back to the community and seeing what's up.
See that?
I know we're at our 6 a.m. hour mark, I believe.
I'm not sure who's next. I'm gonna go put on a pot of coffee real quick.
Okay, right on. Anita, I believe, is our next moderator, but I'm not sure if she's here. Oh, she's here. So, Anita, it's your hour. Take it away. Let us know if you need anything.
Is it possible that I can share? Will that work, or do I need permissions?
I'm just gonna make you a co-host, and you should be able to do whatever you want that way.
Okay. Full disclaimer, there will be no PowerPoints. I just want to be able to share some music because I would love to start.
I'm sorry, we can't. It can't. We've been shut down before for copyright stuff.
Sure.
Unless
Yeah.
you know for sure that it's royalty free. I'm so sorry. Oh, boy,
No, I'm glad that I said it out loud because The music would be maybe like an icing on a cake that is
yeah.
already perfect as it is.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, thank you. Okay. Oh, carry on.
So what I'd love to do is start with a practice. And like anything else that I offer, it's an invitation. So I'll invite you to find a position that's really just as comfortable and as grounded as you can feel in this moment, which might be in a seat, it might be laying down, or it might be standing up. And then I'll invite you to take a nice full deep breath in through the nose, pause, and then release the breath. Good. Another nice full deep breath in through the nose and find pause. And then you can release that breath with a sigh. Last one like that, a full deep breath in through the nose. Pause. And then you can release. You start to relax the body and mind. You can start to begin this process by feeling into the sensations that might make you aware that you're in a physical body. This might be pressure or connection between the body and floor or chair. It might be the connection, body and body, hand to arm or leg or belly, shifting out of the thinking mind and into the feeling body. These sensations that make us aware of the ground or the chair signal to the nervous system that it's safe to begin this process of relaxing. They bypass the thinking mind that might work through reasoning or force. Just simply feeling the chair or the ground might be just enough for you to begin to relax. I'll invite you to become aware of the process of your natural breath, feeling the sensations that might make you aware that this body is breathing. You might notice some expansion as the breath enters, or some softening or heaviness as the breath exits. You might notice sensations in nostril or belly or chest. It doesn't matter exactly where, but that you can. Become aware of feeling the breath moving in and out. And what you may notice is that simply by becoming aware of the breath, that without effort, without force, it might begin to change. It might begin to grow slower or deeper. You might notice that tension that had been present, but out of your awareness begins to release. You might notice that thoughts had already been passing through your awareness, but in slowing down, you can notice that they're there and make a gentle and conscious effort to move back to what you feel in your body. Good. Now I'll invite you to become aware of this experience of verticality, tuning into this awareness that you have a vertical access from the feet all the way up to the head or tailbone to crown. And maybe noticing the path of the breath moving up and down on this axis. Inviting the perception of the dignity and uprightness of the spine. Inviting the experience of resting in that inherent dignity that you belong, here that you can take up vertical space and rest in this inherent dignity, which you had nothing to do to earn. Good. Now I'll invite you to become aware of horizontal space. Perhaps as you breathe, you might feel some expansion through the rib cage or the waist. Awareness of your taking up space on a horizontal axis. Inviting this perception of stepping into your inherent right to take up horizontal space, your place in this world among all sentient beings and consciousnesses of all forms. Tuning into this perception that you are connected to this planet, to all living beings that share this space on this planet. And that you, in fact, are an integral aspect or node in this web of interconnectedness. And that there's nothing that you have to do to earn this space. And I'll invite you to become aware of the space behind you. Breathing into the space behind you and maybe perceiving an expansion in the back of the body as you breathe in, and that softness that returns as the breath leaves. Inviting in this perception of all that is behind you. All of those past experiences that have shaped this now moment for you as you show up exactly as you do. Acknowledging behind you that there is a personal history and also lineages. Lineages that are formed by DNA or even lineages of thought, of influence, of inspiration that stand behind you. And knowing that behind you, in your personal history and in the lineages that are behind you, there are struggles and challenges that have shaped how you show up in this moment. And there's also resilience and activism and grace and compassion and understanding, higher thought and bodies of knowledge. There have been so-called mistakes that have grown and transformed into greater knowing. Inviting in this possibility of understanding that you are one body, one mind, one being on a long lineage of development that transcends a single experience lifetime. And I invite you to bring your awareness into the space in front of you, tuning into this perception of the breath, expanding into the space in front of you. Your inhales drawing in that space in front of you, and your exhales returning something, the breath being changed, having moved through you. And honoring this space before us, this space of possibility, this space of not yet known yet. That experience of knowing that some sort of future will be constructed or experienced, but as of yet, it's not been created, not been experienced yet. And that this, what we carry or we bring in from our vertical space or our horizontal space and those lineages that support us behind us, allow us to, with mindful awareness, contribute to vision to what comes next, what we co-create together in this space. I'll invite you to take a deep breath in and release it out. Filling the space in front of us with our collective breath. And taking a moment to just sit in quiet, honoring how you show up in this moment and what's coming up for you right now. And if you choose to bring your hands together with me and rub the hands together. And then perhaps allowing the hands to separate, maybe feeling some tingling, pulsation, or heat. And then placing palms of hands over closed eyes, feeling the breath slow and deepen. Palms meeting again and thumbs to heart. Thank you, Leo, for this opportunity to come and to be here in this space with you all. The invitation is, if you would like to explore turning on your camera, that's welcomed, but not required, not necessary, not even desired. I just want to name that for some of us, there may be some energy around having our faces seen in open spaces. And at any time, I offer you the invitation, if you'd like to maybe practice a little playing with courage, camera on, or practice a little self-care with camera off. That's open to you. My name is Anita. I'm just a lady who lives, who is currently zooming in from you from the unceded territory of the Munsee Lenape in Edison, New Jersey. I'm very grateful that this space exists, this space for people who identify as being Asian voices to share their stories, share their wisdom. These moments happen to me usually in the macro, in those one-to-one relationships that I have with people within my community. For those who might not be aware, Edison, New Jersey is a very densely Asian area in this country. Little India is the beloved nickname of my town, because at a certain point, I think Edison, New Jersey was 55% South Asian. I don't know if that's accurate at this time. We have a rainbow of different people who are from the Asian continent residing in Edison, New Jersey, which I experienced as a huge blessing. So a little bit about my social location. I am I identify as a woman of South Asian descent, born in the US in the 1970s. I'm in a cis heteronormative relationship with my husband, who is of Sicilian Italian descent, and we have 2 children. We all live together here in Edison. I have a bunch of other stuff that I could tell about my social location. I just wanted to kind of pull the trigger on front ending a little bit about me. I did put together a small bio. My least favorite part of giving any talk is in preparation writing the bio. And part of that is one thing that I've been playing with is the idea of how in little small ways in my day-to-day life, I can hold this wrench that unscrews some of the screws that hold together the capitalist machine, the institutionalized racism, military industrial complex, medical industrial complex. How can I, in little choices, little actions in the day-to-day, just loosen a little screw? And one of those ways is to give myself permission to not go through the things that I've done, and just show up here as a person with a lot of little stories. Partially because some of my greatest learnings have been through people being generous enough to share their experiences, and in that, learning in a way that feels connected and peaceful and wonderful and expansive, and can be not just about the person who's speaking, but in those ways that when a person's story either strikes some sort of resonance where you're like, wow, me too, or nope, something different, but then an invitation to feel into what that something different is. So in a kind of offering a real gentle frame to what I'm going to do here is to tell some stories with a little bit of framing around this idea that on my spiritual journey, mostly unbeknownst to me, especially in the beginning, is that I was on it before I knew I was on it. And that adage of like, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, that has been happening to me throughout my life. And it took a little time and perspective to kind of like connect the dots and actually see how that was happening. And a beautiful woman who I would consider one of those teachers who showed up for me sometime in my early 20s. And I know she didn't make it up, but she shared something that was really beautiful and transformative and resonant for me. And she said to me during a very difficult period in my life, which I might touch on at some point, that when you look at a tapestry and your face is too close to it, what you see is jumbles and chaos and not a whole lot of beauty. But as you step back and it begins to recede, you begin to see that there is a pattern. You begin to see that it's beautiful. And that even that little bit that seemed kind of jumbled or ugly or confused or out of place was an absolute essential part in the whole picture coming into view in all of its artistry and its beauty and connectedness. And I carried that with me and I've shared it. And I think it's an apt way to frame what I'm going to present. So in sort of weaving together the stories of like how I got here, why I'm sitting in this room as a participant in the psychedelic movement, as a woman of East Asian descent. So my dad, born in India, born just before India gained its independence. And I put this in quotes because there's more I could say about it, but I'm not. So he's born into like colonized India, and like before he could become aware India was independent. He was not a man of many words that I think from my perspective coincided with reality in talking about his childhood and his experiences. But then again, that's my perspective. Maybe he was not telling me the things I wanted to know. But as he aged, blessedly, and I had children of my own, so he had grandchildren, he started to write some of the stories that I would have loved to know when I was 13, 14, 15, 16 years old. It gave us access to the Google Drive, which means I got to read it too. So in doing that, I got to understand a little bit more of how I became who I was and why I choose to work with the things I work with. And a lot of times that means banging my head against the wall with certain things that I choose to bang my head against the wall because I feel like a little bit of pain is worth participating in changing these things. So he told the story of meeting my mother, which I had heard in different iterations. And so my mom she got her master's in biochem at the University of Baroda in India. And when she was done, she went to the tribal areas of India. So both of my parents were quote unquote Brahmin casted. My dad a little higher than my mom. Not a story for now. But my mom was in comparison, darker skin to my father. But so she goes out into the indigenous regions in the hot sun, helping with medical testing for extremely poor people. So she catches a real deep tan. She goes to meet my dad in his village, and on that day, he's cutting mangoes with no shirt on in the kitchen with his mother. And there's a woman who's coming to meet him. And so my mom walks in, and he said he fell in love instantly. My mom was a beautiful, continues to be beautiful spirit, beautiful body, all the things. Very dark. Okay. So they go out, they hit it off. They go on some dates. This is like days, not months, not weeks, not years of courtship, days. And so they come to the decision together that they're going to get married. And so my dad was actually getting his master's in I think he's at the University of Arkansas or Mississippi. So he's back in India for a visit to like meet women to get married to. With the plan of coming back to the US. And so he says, let's do it. Let's get married. What do you say, engagement for a year, and I finish my master's or finish my whatever, and then we come back and we get married. My mom starts crying, and she says, it's because I'm dark. And my father could not bear it. And he said, let's get married now. So within 6 days of meeting one another, my parents got married. Side note, my father was really open with telling stories about how he was from this privileged Brahmin caste, but that he tutored people who were regarded as untouchable and helped them with reading and math and all of that stuff. And for all of the challenges, and I think many of the folks who are of Asian descent, who have experienced that disconnect, that generational disconnect, have a lot of stories to tell about how difficult it was. And I feel like so blessed to, in this moment, on this journey, to be able to see like, okay, now I understand why I've banged my head around issues of privilege and access and like gone through the very, very painful personal process of unearthing all of the pain that I've personally experienced in opening to this idea of exploring what it means to be a human being in the body that I'm in American culture, in the looming shadow of white supremacy. So that is how I begin the story, is that's what comes behind me, or one of the aspects of what comes behind me. So I usually do start with another story, which is a tangent at this point, but I feel like it's worth bringing up now. So this was in May of last year, and I was with a group of burgeoning psychedelic therapist practitioners of many disciplines, and we were doing some eco-psychology meditative exercises. Okay, so we're out. There's trees, there's grass, sun, and this was in Colorado, mountains. And so we had an assignment to be with a partner and to mindfully look at something from a very large perspective, a big tree or a mountain from a distance. And also to look at something really small, really zoom in and close up in a really mindful state. Okay. So when I took a look really closely at the grass, okay, I had a very psychedelic experience communing in that space. I saw blades of grass, varying patterns, little tiny threads of tan, either dying or developing blades of grass, and little ants crawling all over the place. And then little bugs that were smaller than the ants, and little bugs that were smaller than the bugs that were smaller than the little ants. And just like all of these little details in this little tiny little square of grass. And I thought, wow, life is everywhere. And so I'm having this big experience with this tiny little piece of grass. And then I thought, oh my God, I'm a murderer. Every time I step on this grass, I'm committing mass murder on all of this extremely beautiful life that's teeming everywhere, right? Killer, right? And I was like, oh my gosh. And this is like the beauty of the psychedelic mindset. I did not have a heroic dose of mushrooms, nothing like that. I was out there in nature amongst people with a focused intention and an open heart. And I said, wow, here I am in this space, and we're all tooling around on how we talk about harm reduction and like, how do you even speak when like you're going to end up hurting somebody somewhere and not even know it, or maybe know it, or have it acted out in some other way. And I was like, wow, I am just a giant trying to take a step without killing, without hurting. And I'm going to do it because my choices are to stand still. And if I stand still, I can't do my work. I can't do my dharma. I cannot participate. I could abdicate responsibility and say, I'm just going to sit here and meditate. That way I won't step on an ant. And like, that's a valid way to go. I think we need some folks, and I think we have folks whose dharma is to sit on a mountain and meditate and project. That's just, born into this body. I drive a Mazda 5. I got a couple of kids. I got a dog that barks all the time. And, this is the world in which I'm thrown into. So I know that's not my gig. I'm going to have to get up and take some steps. And so all I can say is that should I step on an ant in the process of me trying to walk across this grass, is that no, I'm not intending to step on an ant, but that doesn't really mean very much. It means something, but it doesn't mean everything, which means if I step on an ant and it hurts, I care that it hurts. If you, in your pain of being squashed, you have the genuine desire or effort or energy to let me know that you've been squashed, I consider it a gift. Because I think that's how we can vision moving forward with all of the challenges that come with being in mixed space and having different wounds that may or may not be exposed or healed, and actually learn how to walk together, to kind of put down the defenses and pain that comes up when you've stepped on an ant and you didn't mean to, and you want to explain explain over and over and over again how that wasn't your intention. And that's really only part of the point, is that someone got squashed and they got hurt. And so much I think about this movement can be picking somebody up who's been squashed, or offering that healing in a genuine way. And just the reality of this globe in the way that it is, and how much collective trauma different lineages have, and that we're bringing one another together all with our strengths and our resilience and also our pain, is that we're going to step on each other and we're not going to mean it. So like, if that's really going to happen, how do we flow through with this? How do we bring it into the conversation that that this is going to happen, and like what works sometimes, what doesn't work sometimes, and like, instead of coming to like, this is the answer to how we solve the problem of stepping on ants all the time, is like, can we open a space that's like, let's loosen a screw in the capitalist machine by not jumping to, this is what we should do, this is our action plan, before we even have gotten a sense of hearing different voices about like what it's like to be squashed, like what is it like, and what do you need when you are squashed, and like what has helped you when you have been squashed. So again, I come here with not so much solutions, but like a willingness to say and to do the best that I can to have this translate into the way that I respond to people, and the way that I show up is like being willing to just be like, yeah, I am so very sorry for what I did that hurt you. And the pause is purposeful. The pause is an invitation then to shift into the mode of listening, of deep listening, and maybe within my own nervous system state, honoring real quickly the parts of me that are feeling guilt or shame, so that I can show up from a place of compassion and take in what it is that person who might graciously be open to sharing about the impact of what it is that I've done or what it is that I've said. So I guess, this was a little bit of tangent to kind of frame the space, but like the invitation is there, of course, with compassion, and like maybe it won't play out here. Maybe somebody might have a feeling and they're like, this is something that I'd like to unpack, because it seems like this lady might be sincere. You can get in touch with me if it's not something that feels safe in bringing up in collective space. And I can put information up in the chat if anybody does feel called to reach out to me in the near future, later on, if something about me, what I'm doing, resonates with you, what I'm saying, the stories that I share. So, Leo, would you like to share something?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I want to share exactly. I don't know. I feel so weepy just because I'm super emotional right now. So if I just start bawling, like, please bear with me. But so I moved to India when I was 7, and I turned 8 when I arrived in India. And it was very disruptive to me because my mom moved us around a lot. So moving to India was actually very traumatic for me. And I began going to an international school, and it was with a lot of rich kids, and my parents weren't rich. They just were attending school there. And I don't know if they got a scholarship or got my grandparents to pay or whatever, but just the assault on my senses. Like, I just remember the hot leather of the seats in Bombay, because it was still called Bombay at that point. And then we moved to Bangalore, and we just resided in maybe Bombay for a couple of days. But my parents were not like the best parents. Like, so I would just say, neglected us a lot. And I just remember like walking home from school one day, and I thought I was walking next to like an old man that was hunched over, because there's like beggars and just people in the street all the time. And my parents would let us like run the streets, and we would be barefoot and running around in like latrines that were open and stuff. Like, I mean, it's just, my parents were just very neglectful. But I remember that one day that I thought it was an old man that was next to me as we were walking home, and it was a monkey, and literally it was like a big monkey, and he was like right beside me, and I just thought he was an old man. And I just remember this moment of just kind of being like, fuck, like I could just be eaten up by this monkey. I mean, it could just attack me at any second. And we went to an arranged marriage like ceremony when I was a kid, like out in the country somewhere. And I just remember like these concepts of coming to me as a child, like about Indian culture that was like so mysterious and so deep and so rich. And like the earth itself was so rich and so red. And, just it was such an amazing experience to be there. But I feel like having to come to terms with things like women killing themselves, when their husbands die, like throwing themselves on the funeral pyre. Like, my dad was in a play at the school they were at, and it was about a woman who killed herself. She on the funeral pyre for her husband. When he died, she killed herself. And it was really hard for me as a child at 8 to understand, like asking my mom, like, why is the lady killing herself? Like, why is the lady killing herself? And I just feel like India for me is such a bizarre, like weird thing, because you see so many women in STEM come out of India, but yet at the same time, women are often treated, poorly in some sexist ways. But then Indira Gandhi got into power, and it's like, and you see so many like mathematicians and scientists, and I don't know. I just remember as a child, though, that Sheila was this lady that lived below us. And I remember she let me wear her red sari like one day for school for like an event or something. And I came home and I had dragged it in the dirt. And I remember her shaming me. But I still like look back now and I'm like, I feel like I needed that schooling on respect for the culture, respect for her garments, um, and I just feel like in my life, because the woman that took care of me when I was younger was Hawaiian, Native Hawaiian, Sheila, the Indian lady, and my Hawaiian, like Nana or whatever, these women were kind of like more mothers to me than my own mother. So because of that, I kind of feel like I project on women of color that I find nurturing a lot of that mother stuff because that's where I received it. And I sometimes feel like I get pushback from women of color that are like friends or whatever that are like, well, I'm not your mother. They might say it in other ways, right? And it's just interesting to me because I feel like there's a part of me that says that, but that's what I identify, like you're kind of what looked like my mother to me, what felt safe to me. The women that protected me were women of color. And I feel like in my life, I have struggled with white women. I think sometimes feeling like I have preference for women of color, but I think it goes back to these women of color who were like mothers to me. So thank you.
I'm just taking a moment to really drink that in, Leo, and because so much comes up as I'm like really like kind of tuning in and hearing your words, and this is so important, right? It's so important to like have space for the stories, right? And I say the stories, but I mean the experience, that emotional and visceral and embodied, like to really see one another. Because like, I met Leo like just through messaging. And I'm like, this is interesting. I'm like, okay, so there's this Asian voices thing. And I'm like, okay, so the organizer, I was like, okay, I don't know anything about her. And now I can really, I think, better, not fully, understand like you're part of how, this inspiration is possible. And like even more grateful to be in this space. And like for you to give me this gift of understanding you better and making this space so much more personally, like in a felt way, meaningful for me to be here now. And I want to sit just a little bit more to let it settle, because there were so many things that were popping up in terms of like little possible ways to kind of carry your words forward. Let's see where. And like maybe I think one of them was this idea that in your story I could hear like this beautiful and so humanly relevant theme of like there's a lot of pain in the story, but then there also like so much like resilience and opportunity of experiences that are so unique to your particular social location, and this like for many of us, like this idea of like, Western growing up, being brought to India for God's sakes. And I was probably about that age, a little bit younger, the first time I was dropped in India. And now that opens up a billion other little potential tangents. But like this idea of like that it's all the same. The pain, the joy, the triumph, it's all the same. And like I'm coming now to like this experience that I had in sitting with Bufo Alivarius somewhat recently for me. I would think it was like a year and a half ago, which actually sort of broke a like almost, I think, like 20-year stint of no psychedelics. So like if I'm going to come back to sitting directly with the medicine, it's going to be the most powerful one available on planet Earth, as far as I know. At least that was my thinking. But I came into this journey with Bufo knowing that I was going to move forward, or with the intention of moving forward with committing to working with psychedelics therapeutically, but also knowing that coming to sit with medicine involved me digging deep and setting intentions around sitting with and creating a relationship with this medicine. And it was pretty obvious to me that I had some work to do around relationship with one of my children and wanting to access like some genuine in the moment capacity of to hold joy and love in the process of motherhood. There's just like a season in my relationship with this child. So I kind of went in with that intention to sit with the Bufo. And I didn't have an instant death experience, which was a blessing, but I did have this experience of like playing in this space of polarity, of really kind of cycling through the experience of like feeling like and just hearing the words kind of spiraling through my consciousness, reminding me of moments in my adolescence where feelings were close to the surface, and feeling that and hearing that I love you so much, I hate you so much, I love you so much, I hate you so much, and seeing it spiraling circularly, endlessly, over and over and over again, and a chanting chorus in the background saying it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. And in that place, sitting with medicine in that way, sitting with a medicinal teacher that came in an ingestible form, I had a similar experience that I've had through other times in sitting with psychedelics over the span of 32 years, where I was like, I'm back. I remember this place. I remember this place. I remember this place of touching or coming close to, that place of interconnectedness and knowing and feeling that there was this collective around me chanting me, you're back, you're in this place. It's all the same thing. The suffering, the joy, the love, the hate. And integrating that, it really, it wasn't just having that experience of recognizing that every moment of pain or frustration I was experiencing with this beloved child was simultaneously the love. Like that seed I carried with me, it carried me into integration, which was one, like allowing it to settle in the consciousness, and like sitting with the music on a daily basis for an hour that accompanied me on that journey to unpack and allow that big, profound experience to kind of seep into the physical for me, and being in relationship with this person in the process, and noticing those moments where my being with her, not just in thought, not just in feeling, but in action, was changing, and sort of like, hindsight 2020, because I hadn't really formally at this time like had the process of preparation and then the phases of integration, 1 week versus 6 months versus 2 years down the line after an experience. But like in hindsight, I can reflect upon like going through that process with the little seeds of what I had known over the last 32 years of like sitting with psychedelics, like seeing that in that process, because and it's something that's been repeated, reiterated throughout, you know, this newly more visible culture of sitting with psychedelics, is that the integration is everything, and the integration is different 10 minutes after the experience or into a week after the experience. And that, you know, you have the experience, it settles, you go into a phase of meaning making, and then a phase of grounding it into the day to day, because the value in the experience, I guess you can measure by how much it's changed the way you are in the world. So that was a tangent. And again, I'll invite, if anything's coming up as I'm sort of working with this, you know, dismantling capitalism and all the ism stuff way of being in this space with you. If something comes up, you know, feel free to interrupt my ramblings. But it's not exactly where I thought I was going to go, but I also went in with the intention of knowing that behind me are the bosses.
I won't be able to wake you up.
Behind me are the
So
bosses.
make sure that you're ready and online.
Okay, I'm back. All right. So before sitting here intentionally, I was like, all right, guys, I'm going to be like a ball of like supercharged up nervous system unless you all decide where we're going. I'll show up as a human being who is willing to throw my hat in the ring for service. So I'm going to trust that whatever it is that you bring to my awareness, using the frame of reference of what knowledge or experiences I've gathered to like throw out there, whatever it is that is, and I don't have an investment in what that is, but I have a deep trust that if I can separate from whatever my agendas might be, which human, of course, I've got them, if I can step up enough that our collective wisdom through the lineages can come through me as the single point vessel in a larger story, a single experienced incarnation in a long lineages of a being that you can envision it as like you go through first grade and you feel like you have a particular teacher and particular peers and you feel like it's never going to end, and then boom, you're in second grade. Okay, new set of experiences, and like a lifetime can be like that, and a lineage can be like that, like analogous to that, of like through not necessarily a psychedelic but a consciousness expanding experience. I did have a vision of my mother and my grandmother, and I'm sure it goes further back, but like experiencing us as a single being, kind of like carrying a torch, especially within the context of East Asian culture of patriarchy and moving forward. And like from the Western lens, it's easy to like look back and look at all of like the negative and the hopeless messages around disempowerment of women. But like in this moment and in this space, I could see the ways that my grandmother was different, was like, you know, moving the bar slightly forward, and then my mother moving it slightly forward, and then handing it to me, and I'm going to move it as much as I can and hand it to my daughter, who's going to hand it to her daughter. And in this way of seeing us as like a continuous being that's traversing this extremely painful extremely painful in some ways experiences of dismantling patriarchy. And then also this joyful connection that's also part of it, of like women coming together and seeing myself as a continuous being with my grandmother, who I never met in body. Well, no, I did just for a few years, but then her mother, who I never met in body. and then my own daughter and my potential grandchildren, which I may or may never meet, and then my great grandchildren, is that like it's not all on me, first of all, which is one of the ways that patriarchy succeeds, because that capitalist patriarchy message of like you're an individual and it's all up to you, that actually stops us in our tracks often because it's too much for one isolated ego to carry that. But if I'm like, okay, this is what my job is like in sincerity to show up, to move it as much as I can, and even in my mistakes, quote unquote, I'm doing that because my daughter's going to look at me and be like, yep, nope, I'm not doing what you did. And in that way, I've carried the ball forward or carried the torch forward every time I screw up. Not intentionally screwing up, and maybe even those work too, but like I'm not making this intention to screw up, but even in that is a part of this soup of like, it's all the same thing of like doing it right, messing it up. It's all a potential for us to kind of move through this process of bigger picture, participating in, collaborating in, finding glimpses of this oneness and of us doing this together, even though the messages of the machine in ways that are unconscious, subconscious, whatever consciousness, tell us that we're alone over and over and over again. So I'm going to give a pause here to see if anybody wants to jump in, like, and so with this and like kind of taking this different approach from what I could have done, which is that being harsh on myself to put together a PowerPoint or talking points on why I belong here, why I deserve a spot in a psychedelic space to be talking about my little human stuff that I'm playing around with and kind of moving into just showing up as another person who's in this with you all in whatever process. Like that inspiration to show up here means that in some way you care about healing consciousness, Asian culture, or the esoteric mysteries, or psychedelics, or expanded states of consciousness. We're all here. I'm here. And as a woman of South Asian descent, I want to name like that real charged energy around coming to voice, to taking up space, to talking about me as really being a thing. And a thing that I think I was under the impression that it being a personal problem or like rooted in personal things was like part of the story. And as I continued on this path of healing and discovery, learning that some aspect, some piece of this is the pain of colonization, not just live through the interpersonal transmission of the pain of being colonized, but also within the bodies of my ancestors who experienced different sorts of pains and colonizations, from like beatings or deaths or murders or being separated from family, suppression of practices, suppression of culture, all of that stuff. Like, again, like looking in this immediate moment, I'll tell one little story about how it hit me. I was in a soup, again, another meeting of other folks who are on that facilitation of healing path. And I had an incident where somebody had said something that really was harmful and racist, actually interacted me in a way that she was unaware the person was unaware of how harmful what she had done was. So there was this group that was facilitating was conscious and they were aware, and someone else brought this to the attention of the quote unquote adults in the room. And so I was speaking with a woman who was trying to make things better. And she was trying to arrange a meeting, and my nervous system was not ready to confront. I had already done a lot of work around experiencing microaggressions. I was like, I mean, I ate, slept, and breathed this process of rupture and repair, and how it's different when it comes to internalized racism or overt racism when it comes to rupture and repair in like non-bodied of cultured spheres. And I was like, I want to take a little more time and space before I'm forced into a situation of feeling like I need to accept an apology. And so I really felt like I had no genuine option to say no to this meeting. And I brought that to voice. And like that was really difficult for me to do. And so this isn't even a punchline. Punchline was the person who I was talking to said, well, I'm off to lunch in just a couple of moments. And without thinking about it, my body shot up and I was standing at attention and almost bowing and ready to walk away. And she said to me, she mirrored me. This was a good therapist, like beyond good therapist. She said, you didn't have to get up just then. She recognized that my gesture, my body was like I was dismissing myself. My service was no longer required. And I was like, this colonialism, it's not just in my lineage, it's in my body right now. And then I just reflected on like this little mannerism of how I exit spaces. When I get the sense I'm no longer needed, my job is done, my body responds. And then my consciousness has to catch up. And I'm like, it's in me. It's right here. It's right now. It's not this abstract happened in the past. It is. It happened in the past, but it's not abstract. It's here right now. It's in my body. It's in me. So, good. I got 3 minutes left. So, and the thing about being silenced for many years and observing and practicing, in this beautiful lineage, I say like I was made for this psychedelic movement because of all of the things that have interested me over the last 47 years. And like I got a lot, I think, to share. And like but I also have this real big force of colonizer that's like sit down and shut up under threat of bodily harm that I'm working with. So thank you for this opportunity to unscrew a little bit, to fight that nervous system activation that comes with actually being a little vulnerable, and sharing the space here, and just deep gratitude. So I think technically there's 2 minutes left. I would love to see another face or hear another voice. That would be awesome. I don't know if I can unmute people, but I'm seeing a face. I don't know if there's any voice behind that face. I see another face. That's awesome.
I don't know if I'm muted or not. Can you hear me?
You are unmuted. I can hear you.
I just tuned in and literally just kind of heard the last little bit about your standing up and the recognition that you had regarding the mirroring and kind of rapport that the person you were working with was sending back to you, and just the way that you encapsulated those thoughts and those observations about your bodily reactions and everything, and then having to allow your consciousness to catch up with them. That is such a true thing, and it's such an interesting process to watch some of those trauma responses unwind even a little bit, to provide even like a little narrow window of agency. And I just wanted to thank you for your yeah, again, just tuning in for the last little few minutes, just kind of almost on accident as I'm up this morning. But just wanted to thank you for that concise way of saying it, because I think the more that people can recognize that they're not alone in that sequence of events, and the more expansion of the language of advocacy that people can develop, is going to be key in continuing to create all of the kinds of groundwork for this movement to maintain the legitimacy that it's established. So thank you. And that tapestry is lovely.
Thank you. And so I think we're at the top of the hour. I'm going to leave it to Leo, but you know, this is like interconnectedness. This is interrelatedness. And I thank you, Jay, for like saying something. It completes a cycle, like the energy of feeling like you're throwing, you know, vulnerably out, you know, from the heart, from the body, and then for you to share your voice in your face. That's a gift for me. Kind of makes me feel a little bit more solid, completed in this.
Hey, okay, so thank you so much. And just want to say thank you to Anita. David is our next moderator. I'm not sure if he's here. If he's not here, maybe we could just kind of hold space for a minute, and I'll round him up.
Hey there, I'm here.
Okay. Yay. Okay. The hour is yours, David. Take it away.
Okay. Hey, thank you all for being here, and Anita, thank you for that. Oh, she's gone. Oh no, she's there still. And yeah, you know, at any point during this, what is going to be a bit of a rambling, tired, cold story, because it's early on a Sunday morning here in Vancouver, and it's quite wet and cold outside and inside this old house that I live in. But yeah, so if at any point you have any yeah, any questions, or want any clarification on anything, just popcorn style, pop in, and I'd be happy to make it a dialogue conversation, because there's not that many of us here. It's like 10, 11, something like that. So we can handle it. So my name's David Chin, and I'm from Vancouver, British Columbia. I grew up here, and my dad is Korean, and my mother is English from Northern England. And that's my lineage, kind of Celtic and Korean. But my ancestors did come from Mongolia, because we have some Mongolian genetic markers in our family too. So I sort of claim a little bit of genetic Mongolian, at least, or Mongolian ancestry as well. So that's my Asian, and I think that's important, prefacing that in these spaces that are new, and also that are not, that are not new in many ways. But my regular job is that I'm an actor and an artist, and my and my I lost my train of thought there for a second. Anyway, I get it when that happens. But anyway, what was I gonna? Anyway, I'm just gonna cut myself off there, and just tell you my story about my heritage, my family, and how that relates to this experience here in this space. And I think it's important that we just that we show who we are and where we come from, as a way of taking space. It's sort of like, and here's my thought that's come full circle. When I was a kid, it was really important to me when I saw an Asian actor on screen because it didn't happen that often. And you know, it's as a professional actor now, I get to be that person for someone else that looks like us or looks like me, to sort of reflect themselves. And that's important for everyone in all spaces to see a part of themselves in that space. So um, my friend said this to me the other day, is that you don't have to have followers to be a leader. You can just all you have to do is step through the door first. Just go first, and that way you leave the door a little bit more open for the next person. So these little bits of our piece of our identity that we bring with us in the world are important, and we need to honor our lineages too, because we're all built on things that came before us. And so my story in psychedelics starts just a couple years ago, when I was in my 30s and really suffering physiologically. I used to play a lot of very competitive sports, which has left me with 3 knee surgeries, shoulder issues, and broken ribs and concussions and all sorts of stuff like that. Which has been incredibly painful, and throughout the last decade, really, of my life, and has been prescribed a lot of painkillers, and to the point where most people wouldn't be able to operate. But I had become so highly tolerant of that, having been on pharmaceutical painkillers since like the age of 16, when I first tore my quadricep playing soccer. And so this was a very habituated relationship that I had with painkillers. And when I decided to cold turkey stop them, and the pain returned very, very badly in my knees and my body, to the point where I walk with a cane sometimes in my 30s, that I have needed to have another knee surgery. And I didn't want to go back on the pills, and I had to stop drinking, and the drinking is what was what became my new painkiller, and to the point where it got to about 80 ounces of vodka a week as sort of a baseline. That was just to operate through the pain. And it sounds crazy because it's been a while since I've had a drink. And so when I asked my partner, who's a psychedelic assisted therapist, I was like, do any of these molecules that you use, because I'd never taken any psychedelics, except very, very small amounts of mushrooms when I was in high school, and without intention, that sort of thing. So I'd never done drugs and psychedelics, and I was like almost 40. And she said, well, I talked to my colleagues, and they said it's the best thing for inflammation is LSD. I was like, that's a bit much. I thought you were gonna say like microdosing mushrooms or something, and LSD is like, it's acid. It's like replacing my Advil with acid at the time seemed like very, very extreme moment. and but I just guess I just decided I would surrender to it because I didn't have any other options. I couldn't take any of the paths that I was currently on, and I was in a lot of pain. So I did it, and I started microdosing, once every 3 days, 10 micrograms, and I had no idea about dosage at that point. And I just was I thought I was gonna fly away with wizards and rainbows, and nothing happened. And I said, "Oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll keep doing this." Every 3 days, 10 micrograms, this tiny little amount of liquid under my tongue. And and I just, focused on my rehab, doing my physical rehab, and eating, drinking clean, um, taking the thing, and icing and all that kind of stuff. And lo and behold, a month into my rehab, 4 weeks, which is supposed to be what is supposed to be a 12-week rehab, my knees is almost completely healed, like 95% healed. And yeah, so I've had the surgery twice before, and it's taken 3 months, 4 months each time to recover from it. It was 1 month, and I was walking on it. No, I didn't need the cane. I was playing baseball again. Probably shouldn't have been, but I was playing baseball again, and pitching, and I was still able to do it. And I noticed that I hadn't had a drink since sort of like stopping the protocol and seeing that my knee was healed. And then I realized that it had been a while since I had a cigarette too. And I wasn't a heavy smoker, but I would definitely have a cigarette at some point during the week. And I was a very, very heavy coffee drinker, which I didn't do during the rehab. And it was I would drink like 3 large bodems of coffee a day. Just so I always had one going on, just black. And I hadn't had coffee either, and I didn't have any urge for any of those things. And after four, I was like, let's see how long this lasts, and it was like 6 weeks, and then it was like months, and then it was like, now it's been like 2 years, and I can have a glass of wine with, a fancy dinner or something like that here and there. And my wife and I enjoy a cigar, but my relationship with all of those three molecules or substances was completely changed. And the pain was, manageable, not gone, but very manageable. And haven't had any allopathic medicines for pain killings in 2 years either. I think maybe one Advil for a really bad headache in the last 2 years. And it blew my mind. I was like, how is this possible? Like, that makes no sense to the way things have been controlled and portrayed in the media and my knowledge of it. And I was like, okay, well, if that's what that can do, then maybe I should, be introduced to these other experiences. And so I started right at the top with the God molecule, the 5-MeO-DMT, and it was profound. It was utterly profound. And I just came back thinking, well, this LSD and mushroom psilocybin microdosing, has its limitations because you can't keep going with it because you build up a tolerance to both of those things. And then I did some research and I asked around and I was like, does anybody microdose DMT? And didn't really seem that many people were doing that. And that's not to say that people aren't, just didn't seem to be like a very commonplace thing. And so I thought, like, well, what would a microdose of the God molecule be? And I thought, well, because if I could microdose that profound experience on a daily basis, like a little support here and there, like a microdose, that would be pretty amazing. Because how do we integrate God into our lives, meeting God in universal divinity and oneness? How do we integrate that into our lives in a practical way? And I'm really about practicality in these things because it's all fine and dandy to have this huge spiritual awakening and, maybe go on a pilgrimage for a little while around the spiritual places of the world. But in the end, you still have to come, back to yourself. And it's 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 easy for it to be also sort of spiritual tourism, if we're not doing the work and we're not able to sort of download these huge, full release size downloads, and sometimes, whiteout downloads, which are, in some ways arguably not that useful because there's nothing to bring back to integrate. And so, yeah. So to sort of make it more meaningful in not only a daily practice that could be integrated with mindfulness practices, and breath work, and even like community prayer, whatever it is, sound bath, these what we call them light wands, these 5-MeO DMT vape cartridges. They can be dialed into the precise formulations for what is not a subperceptive, but we call it a low relational effective dose, and that's because it's sort of the least amount of the molecule necessary for you to have an effective relationship with it, an effective dosage, because you are having a relationship with this molecule that has its own personality, and that also in many ways, and this may seem a little esoteric, but in the synthesis or extraction process of DMT, it seems to be very susceptible. The quality of the product seems to be very susceptible to the energetic influences of its creators. And anyone that's experienced with DMT will tell you that certain people's creations, whether they're syntheses or extractions, they have that person's flavor. The stuff that I extract, it kind of has a bit of me in it, and my energy and what I imbue into the process, whether it's sound or music and love and prayer and all that kind of stuff. It's much like those experiments that were done with water, where it said like, I hate you and I love you, and in one that was ignored, and how the water crystals and the food particles inside of those containers that had different prayers essentially set on them were affected energetically on a molecular level by prayer, by energy, by frequency. And so I find it fascinating. I'm kind of rambling now. But I find it fascinating that we can have all of these nuances in just the molecules themselves. And what I've been learning is that there are many different sort of strains or flavors, if you will, of 5-MeO DMT that, as I said, sort of have the essence of their creators in them. And that is essentially the only real difference, because we're talking about something that is molecularly identical to a greater, lesser, greater degree. And so how can something that is so identical have such a different experience? Much in the same way that like a cheap tequila, might have one experience to be a little harsher as opposed to like the finest mezcal that's been aged for 10 years. And so there are those differences as well. And you can feel them in the medicine, which is fascinating. So based on these sort of like different feelings, we've since the first creation of that first vape pen, we've been able to create several more that have different experiences. And based on this one thing, this product, this novel delivery of low dose 5-MeO DMT, which we found the best ratio is like 1 to 10, which is sort of about 10 micrograms per second of inhale. And there's 100 milligrams of 5-MeO DMT in each vape cartridge. So not a huge amount, but enough that a 3 to 5 second inhale of this pen will sort of put your brain waves into a theta state, so a theta delta state where you are sort of like feel like you've been meditating for an hour, for example. And it's so in that way it could sort of be like a cheat code for meditation or for deepening your practice, which you can argue is good or bad, but I think it's neither here nor there. It's just what works and what helps for different people. And at the same time, not only does it have all of these properties, but it's also an anti-inflammatory. It's an it helps with the anti-addiction. As well. It helps with depression, anxiety, and I'm not making any like wide ranging medical claims here. These are just anecdotal, and there are some clinical trials beginning with 5-MeO DMT, and certainly there's a lot of clinical trials for NN-DMT, which has been deeply studied, by Rick Strassman and now again by Chris Timmerman. And then going back 100 years, a Hungarian chemist whose name escapes me at the moment, but I'll look that up and post it. Or if anyone knows his name, just post a link about his experiments with DMT. But that was almost 100 years ago. And it's great for headaches. It's great for inflammation, cluster headaches, migraines, all sorts of applications there with seizures and as well. So neurological conditions that can be treated with DMT. Well, of course, it sounds kind of extreme because DMT is like the crazy thing, right? That's like the one where you see aliens and go to different dimensions and meet entities and gestures and stuff. And that's kind of a weird thing to be microdosing in a therapeutic way. But when you when you take even NN-DMT down, and now it's not as strong, obviously, as 5-MeO DMT in terms of its sort of the power of it. It's no less powerful in its experience on a full embrace of NN-DMT or 5-MeO DMT is a big thing. But the NN-DMT is a reconstructive experience, one in which your identity, the construct of your ego remains intact, and yourself is what is propelled through this projection of your subconscious into your consciousness without an alpha brainwave making a delineation between the two, so they're like, for example, when you close your eyes, you see black. And that's because you have alpha brainwaves blocking the infinite potential of your subconscious. And what this does is it lifts that veil, and then you start hallucinating, seeing your own thoughts literally, or your own imagination, which in some ways is seeing your own thoughts and feelings. Imagination is not just thought. It's definitely there's something somatic about it. So a real sort of balance between mind and body in that manifestation. But so it's weird to think that you could microdose it. And so sort of convincing people that this is not not unsafe, that you're not going to blast off in the middle of the day microdosing. That you're not going to have communion with God on your smoke break if you're using it as a quick vape, if you were, trying to quit cigarettes, because it's the same motion. So, it can help soothe in some ways, and then also help, help change the patterns of those neural pathways in the same way that when I had done the microdosing of the LSD, my brain gave me choice essentially, and those new neural pathways that it opened up just went like, look, the pathway to the vodka bottle's still there. You can go drink it if you want, but there's this way to go now, and there's this way to go now too. So you don't have to go that way unless you choose to. And I have consistently chosen to do something else since, for the last 2 years. Um, and I'm healthier for it. I'm in less pain for it, and and my relationships with the people around me are much better, because being in pain, in chronic pain, is sort of like it's being in a blur, like a slightly angry, um, kind of almost hungover blur, because you just can't deal with the things in your life that come along. And anyway, the LSD saved me from that. The microdosing saved me from it. So I was like, okay, well, it is that effective. And or it can be, let's say it can be. It may be. Not all medicines are for every person. But we found some different discoveries with our experimentations in making blends and using different sort of strains, if you will. Strain is not exactly, strain makes it sound like it's like something biological, and in this case it's not biological. It's it's lab created, but strains, and until I come up with a better word, we'll use that one. And just finding these different molecules, and sort of learning and differentiating with them. It's really fun to create new tools. So the first one, which was based on like a darker 5-MeO DMT, which is a lower quality grade, and this is essentially because the market isn't fully educated, and I certainly wasn't, about like the different kinds and the different grades, if you will, of DMT. But this is the one I started with, and so the first product, which is called Jaguar, was designed around that. I'm not here to hawk my wares, but the company that I founded around this product is called Lucinor, and we make products like this, and then we also teach people how to use them in an effective way for meditation, breath work, prayer, all sorts of different things, practices that can help ground you, and show you the way back in, because these what we like to call psycho-spiritual tools are just tools. That's what they are. They're keys to a door, into an understanding of yourself, and then through understanding self, other, and connection with the world around us, and with people around us, with community around us, and because that's truly what the real medicine is. I jokingly say that we make products for that are designed to help you not need them anymore. And so essentially it's the worst business model ever, because once you've used some of these products, they're so effective in remodeling, if you will, your brain's neural pathways, neural corridors, neural map, that people are just like, well, I'm good, and maybe I don't drink, maybe I don't smoke anymore, or maybe I exercise more than I used to, or whatever sort of intentional changes you made during that malleable process of microdosing protocols or low relational effective dosing protocols, which is what we like to use because there's nothing really micro about microdosing. One, it's micros means in Greek it's a millionth, and it's not a millionth. It's maybe 1/10, 10%. And then micro is also, implies that it's like 1,000th, and it's not 1,000th either. Empirically in terms of measurement. So it's not accurate in either way. And then the word micro makes it seem very, very small. And can be huge and profound experiences from quote unquote microdosing. So why call it micro? It changed my life. Microdosing changed my life in a macro way. So, low relational effective dosing. And that can also be used in terms of like medium and higher doses as well, medium relational effective dosing. Because it's about, that the median amount of molecule necessary to have that, that center experience or that high experience. I had a really interesting conversation with Chris Timmerman, who runs the Imperial College, the DMTX project at the Imperial College, and he is the primary neurologist or neuroscientist, not neurologist, neuroscientist, who's a PhD, who is responsible for running the DMTX program and doing the clinical studies on DMTX with people under the influence of DMT for 30 minutes at a time. This was done in London last year, I believe, and the papers have been published. So you can look them up and check out their findings. They're fascinating. They used EEGs on people's heads as well as taking blood samples, throughout the half hour, and while the participants were under the full influence of DMT on a body weight to molecule ratio that was individualized for each person. And Chris, anyway, has now begun his studies because that the study's now complete, along with the fMRI study that went with it. Some fascinating information and about brain waves and like the different types of brain waves that are stimulated by DMT and DMT experiences and shared DMT experiences and all that kind of stuff. Because all of the participants are, also have, sort of like, not daily because they weren't tripping daily, but like trip reports, detailed trip reports for their experiences that were, included in the study and in the data gathering. So a lot of deep study there. And Chris says that for the majority of time in a naturalistic setting, when people are being tested, doing 5-MeO DMT at, say, like a party or something like that in what he calls a naturalistic setting, he'll put an EEG on their head at a party and do some naturalistic data collection, because now he's completed his NN DMT studies and he wants to continue on with 5-MeO DMT studies. So they're going to have trials on 5-MeO DMT, which is very interesting because it hasn't been studied that much yet. In Canada, for example, it's not even scheduled at all. It's not scheduled anything. In the United States, it's Schedule 1, but here in Canada, it's not scheduled at all. So it's like, it's sort of exciting to find out what might, which of your leanings or beliefs or like observations of benefits of this molecule stand up to clinical and empirical studies, and you know, and if they're reinforced or not, and you know, how much of this is actually placebo, or how much of this is so individualistic that it's difficult to be studied. But we'll see, I guess, is the answer. But I find it really fascinating. And he's like he's like in a naturalistic setting, the majority of people that are being dosed with either bufo, which is the straight 5-MeO, the straight venom from the 5-MeO, from the 5-MeO DMT, from the Bufo alvarius frog in the Sonoran Desert, in Colorado. And I'm not sure actually if it's in Colorado. Anyway, the bufo that comes from that toad's venom is, you know, essentially boiled down to a crystallized state and then smoked. He said there's so much variance in the amount of 5-MeO DMT from bufo to bufo crystal that a lot of times people are getting overdosed, a majority of the time, on sort of the way to on the way to you know, a full embrace. And I said, well, what's an overdose? And he was like 25 milligrams. And I was like, wow, that's a lot. He's like, yeah, sometimes up to 30. And I was like, that seems like a lot, because you know, my personal experience, you know, yeah, I can speak to the I can speak to natural versus synthetic for sure. It's not, and it's not snake venom, it's toad venom. Snake venom is more like a Thailand, some, you know, Thailand drinking a whiskey sort of like competitions where they put nasty things inside of whiskey in Thailand, like snake venom and snake and scorpions and stuff like that. Anyway, I digress. Tangent. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, the differences between the synthetic. And so, and then even in a synthesized version of the molecule, in a lot of times people are still dosing too heavily, and it's very easy to do if you don't have precise measuring tools, because like 10 milligrams is like a tiny little pinhead full of powder that could fit, you know, maybe 25 times on your fingernail. So it's not a very dense, it's not a very dense whatchamacallit, material as well. Anyway, so like, you know, it's unless you know the dosage precisely, it's an issue. And he's saying that most of the people are still in naturalistic settings being overdosed, and so whiting out, and sort of taking you to the absolute ultimate, you know, deconstructive experience, as opposed to the NNDMT experience, where you're, you know, ripped into the universe and, you know, have a conversation with God or divinity of your own understanding. And then and sometimes can be very visual, and sometimes not at all for some people. But the newer strains that I've noticed that are of a higher purity, they tend to be more visual. Anyway, yeah, so that's sort of like my backwards story of my way into psychedelics, and they've been profoundly life-changing for me. And you know, it's been fun building community around the protocols for the products that we've created, and the protocols are more important than the products, because you can really microdose on anything. And you know, if you want to be if you know, want to figure out how to do it yourself, it's not super difficult to do. You can do it. It's just time consuming, and you know, I've already made 1,000 mistakes that you'll make along the way from now to, you know, making your own microdose or low relational dose pens. It's not that hard, but there are mistakes and there are ways to make it better. And I've done all that legwork, which is not nothing. It took me 8 months to figure out the prototype. So it's a lot of work and time go into these things, even though it seems like a very simple finished product. But I guess that's that's a mark of any decent design, is that you can't always see the effort and the elegance. Actually, I like that saying. I can't always see the effort in the elegance. Yeah. Anyway, I digress again. I'm also a bit of a writer, and along with being an actor and a painter. So, but art is something that I think is important to imbue in everything that we do. Sort of the same way that it's important for us to imbue the essence of who we are, our lineage, into what we do. Tell our own stories, and that's why things are changing now in the world, because people, Hollywood is not telling everyone's story, or their interpretations, or their whitewashed interpretations of their stories, or just stolen stories, straight up stolen stories. And people are telling their own story, and it's more meaningful that way. And so that's what we do. We imbue a little bit of us into what we do. So we sort of have an Asian feeling to some of our products and designs, and we definitely in our psilocybin products and 4-ACO products, we mix traditional Chinese medicine into them that support different outcomes. So a little bit more, novel, differentiated forms of low relational effective dosing or microdosing, and a little more intentional, a little more like thinking about how we can use less and do more, because when you're mixing synergistic adaptogens with psychedelics, everything becomes more effective. Like everything seems to synergistically be more healing or more soothing to what it is that those herbs normally soothe, whether or in what conditions they engender. Like we follow the Chinese medicine design of the elements of and of the seasons. And so there's we have for example microdose psilocybin products, and they're for one for each season, and they have different outcomes. And the first one's sort of like airway opening and antihistamine, supporting one for spring, and then for summer it's more energetic, and also helping you with inflammation, because people tend to be a little bit more active in summer. And then in fall we have one that's all about immune support, and everyone's getting sick again, and the flu season and all that kind of stuff. And then winter we have one that's for mood stabilization, because people are getting SAD syndrome, at least in Vancouver they are, with the 8-month winters of rain and darkness. And and then and so we sort of infused some Asianness and some of us and into what we do. And I say us because my wife and partner in life, and my ally in business, who's a psychedelic assisted therapist and a brilliant woman, double master's degree, Joni Poon. She'll be speaking next. She is a music therapist as well as a registered clinical counselor. And of course, I consult with her on the creation of these different things. And she, volunteers her time to develop protocols around these things that don't have protocols yet. So that they can be used effectively in clinical settings or in therapeutic settings. And mainly, of course, above ground practitioners focus on integration and preparation. But it's nice to know that there's support for these ways of learning. And education is really important for when you're introducing new things to the market, because anything can be misused, or abused as well. And there is not a chance of like a addiction, in terms of a physiological addiction to any of these products, because they're all anti-addictive, in fact. But there is sort of like a habituation, so that's possible. A habituation to a feeling of potential escape, or sort of that spiritual tourism, which can be addicting in and of itself. And I think we've all seen it in behaviors of people, not just in experiences of molecules that alter one's state, but also through just endogenous experiences. And you see people going from healing circle to sound bath to ayahuasca retreat to this to that to the other. And so yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's just mute Doxy.
And yeah, and then so they come back to what was I saying? They come back to all of these different like healing experiences, and they're just constantly seeking, and that's the same sort of like self-soothing behavior that we see in sometimes when spiritualism replaces the other sort of addiction, if you will, in your life. And so we have to be mindful to be using these tools, these psycho-spiritual tools, in an intentional way. And so we've been doing workshops. Joni is a brilliant facilitator, moderator of educational workshops and educational experiences. And so I, with listeners, provide the product at these workshops, and we teach protocols that can be used with meditation, breath work. We've done workshops around sexuality. We've done workshops in nature, and just getting people in touch with themselves, and then showing them that very, very little amounts of this product. One pen has 100 doses in it. So essentially, you don't need to buy them very often. And like I said, many people don't come back because they're like, I'm good. Like I don't, my friend the other day, I got a text message saying, your microdose LSD thing made me quit drinking. And I was like, and he's like, is that a thing? Is that a real thing? Is that because or is that just coincidence? He's like, true or fact? And I was like, well, yeah, that happens. And I said to him, he's a comedian, and comedians are kind of dark people. So he says, the LSD made me quit drinking. And I said, well, are you still funny? Because let's get things straight. Your darkness and sadness is what fuels your your drinking, and your suffering is what fuels your comedy, your very, very dark comedy, which is my entertainment. And so let's just, let's get our priorities in order. And he's like, it's okay. My in-laws are still trash. I have lots of material. And I said, okay. And I said to him, I would reframe that thinking. Yeah, he's a funny guy, John. John Gagnon. If you ever get a chance to see him live, go see him. John Gagnon, brilliant comedian. So like if you, I said to him, I said, I would reframe that statement. LSD made me quit drinking to the LSD gave me a neuroplasticity, granted my brain neuroplasticity, and allowed new patterns of behavior to be reinforced by opening up new pathways, potential pathways. And I said, the LSD didn't make you stop drinking, stop binge drinking. The LSD gave you the choice to choose whether you wanted to binge drink or not. And you consistently, for the last however much amount of time, have chosen not to. And we really want to emphasize that because we really want to put the power back into the hands of the people in terms of their autonomy with these microdosing products, with these low relational dosing products. And and it may seem a little bit like threatening to the established, if you will, like priest class of practitioners. But in many ways, this has happened in many times, in many iterations of these sorts of constructs, human constructs, within societies and histories, is that something happens like the printing press or Martin Luther's ideas about not needing the church as much, and not needing the church to have your own communion with God. And in the same way, sort of giving that access directly to people, it can shake the boat a little bit. And so I've definitely received pushback from some community members about the things that I've created, and and I respect their opinions, and I invite their opinions often, just to be able to make more holistic decisions moving forward. One time tried in making a new product, something that was a ratio between NN DMT and 5-MeO DMT, in the effort to create one of our new products called Presence, which has both in it. And sort of has like a stretching feeling to it when you try it. It's very meditative, and it allows you to be very present because the 5 is very grounding and the NN is more uplifting. Sort of it's like that very tiny faint feel of being pulled into a higher dimension by the NN, and then that really grounding feeling of the 5. It's really, really beautiful. And in finding that specific ratio that we offer, then we tried a bunch of others, and I say we because I asked Johnny to try all my little, alchemy creations, I guess, like mad scientist creations, citizen scientist, I guess, not mad, not too mad, a little crazy. But I was distracting myself again. Oh yeah, the microdoses. In making them, we found one that was just like really, really nice ratio. And when my partner tried it, she was like, "Oh, dude, that's so good. It's just like bliss." And I immediately went, "Oh, we definitely can't sell that." And she was like, what? And it's like, you can't sell people bliss and then expect them not to want more, and the whole design of our products is so that people don't need them. Because what ends up happening is like you're using the 5-MeO DMT pen to help with meditation. I started meditating 2 years ago, and I meditated for like 5 minutes a day with an app. And I was using the pen to like sort of help me get in there. And it was like not my favorite thing to do. And then I worked up to like 15 minutes, and then I worked up to half an hour, and then I started listening to like hour-long guided meditations, Deepak Chopra and stuff like that. And then I decided that the words were getting in the way of my meditation. So then I just listened to like, harmonics and frequencies and some prayer music. And now after 2 years, I don't use the pen in my daily meditation. I don't microdose anything, in fact, unless there's something acutely affecting me, like an injury, in which case I usually use as NNDMT because it's a better anti-inflammatory. It seems to be a better anti-inflammatory than 5-MeO DMT, and now every morning when I wake up, I haven't done it yet this morning because it was a bit early. To be here 7 a.m. on a Sunday. But I meditate for 2 hours every single day, and I don't use the pens, and but the pens helped me sort of like supercharge my meditation learning process, and so that in a 2-year period, yeah, every day I meditate for 2 hours. It's the first thing I do. I don't do anything else. Again, today's exceptional. And I build different 2-hour song lists for sort of like different intentions of meditation. But I can geek out on meditation too, because that's actually one of my favorite altered forms of consciousness is through meditation. But it's pretty amazing. And shoot, I've done it again. Yeah. So what was I saying now? Yeah. I can't remember now. Anyway, so that's been my experience with psychedelics over a fairly short period of time. I have now made it a mission to sort of expand my knowledge of psychedelics through experience. So I'm working my way through the list and, figuring out what could be effective and figuring out those things that I enjoy. Because I think a big part of this whole psychedelics thing too, that's really important to me, apart from imbuing yourself and your identity into your work, into what you do, and to be respectful of others. And I don't really want to talk too much about the politics of whiteness in psychedelics, because it's a long conversation that I'm sure a lot of people have had today. And Anita before me was speaking to it as well. So it's like I feel like that message has been hammered home. Yeah, it's still a white space, and no, it's not the end of the world. And yes, we can evolve and change in a positive way that's not extractive. But culturally or in any way, really, this can be an a situation that adds to enriching all aspects of life. I think these psychedelics can be used for many different applications, not just healing. And I think healing is important, but it's really just like the tip of the iceberg when it comes to, I don't know how to get those messages back. All right, guys. But when I see them pop up, I then they disappear and I don't know how to get them back. So if I missed your question, I apologize. I can't see it. I'm using my phone because my laptop's really old and the camera's not very good. But yeah, and so that that's just been my experience, and yeah, and I'm learning every day. And it's fun because now people are coming to me to Lucinor. Chris Timmerman's going to be on our podcast, which is called Hot Pot, and it's stirring the pot on Asian and BIPOC mental health and wellness. Psychedelics use facilitates critical thinking too, not just healing. Absolutely, I agree, 100%. Yes, you know, this whole idea that it's just about healing, and everyone's going around on this like healing train. And one of my favorite meme accounts on Instagram is called Healing from Healing, and it's Adam Aranovich. And here I've rambled on to the hour, so I'll wrap it up right here. But yeah, but it's it the psychedelic process, the reason why our brains, in my belief, the reason why our brains have receptors for all of these magical molecules and mushrooms and plants and vegetables and animals, and endogenous and exogenous experiences, is because we're supposed to interact with them. It's like divine puzzle pieces. It's divine design. It's too good not to be true. And to the point that like we have receptors for things that don't even exist in nature, like LSD. So let's and things that have never been found in nature, we found in a lab before we found in nature, like Valium, which doesn't exist anywhere in the world. It's totally synthesized. And yet we have receptors for it. And ketamine, again, which is something that is used as a hallucinogenic, but it's synthesized. It was never created in nature. So why is it that we are able to interact with these things? And I believe that reason is evolution. I believe that is evolution, and that is the primary purpose, because the Shipipo people are not using ayahuasca to treat their mother wounds. They're not trying to get off their alcohol addiction and treat their diabetes and all that kind of stuff, because they don't fucking have those things in their culture, in their society. They don't have addiction. They don't have obesity. They don't have mother wounds. They weren't abused by their shitty stepmom or whatever. And I'm not saying that the healing isn't important. I'm just saying that it's just the first 10%. You need to do that work in order to get to the point where you can ascend and you can evolve. And I don't mean enlightenment, I just mean, that it's something. It's yeah, it just losing my thoughts. I love Canadians. Yeah, I mean, we do have integration coaches too. That's super important. Integration is the most important thing. I mean, there's so many things that I could talk on here. But I just gotta pick, and it's kind of hard, honestly, doing the solo thing without a conversation. But I am going to just check who's in the room and see.
I'm in the room, and I'll jump in real quick and just say that I really appreciate your, again, like the relational dose. How do you phrase that? What's the phrase you're using?
Yeah, it's Joni's invention. Full credit to my wife on this one. It's low relational effective dosing. So she calls it the RED protocol, relational effective dosing.
Relational effective dosing, because I find that so many people, when they talk about micro dosing, or they talk about macro dosing, or they talk about heroic dosing, that there's such a such a merit badge kind of thing that goes along with that, and I don't think that that's an effective way to introduce people to various experiences. And on the other hand, if people are on a spiritual tourism kind of kick, if they find something and that's the whole idea, is that the neurology accepts the influence of the molecule in such a way that it might unlock something for that person in a way that's valuable to them. And at the same time, a lot of these experiences can be quite challenging. if they're like you're saying, approached in such a way that there's the possibility of either, and not necessarily an accidental overdose as much as it is like an unknown quantity of the molecule within a variable substrate. So I really appreciate that you're doing good work in that way. I'm a little halfway bummed out that, like, you're in BC, I'm in the islands, like right across the way. I can see Victoria from the South Beach, and we can't receive your products. It's such a bummer.
And where are you in the world?
Uh, Basically the islands in the Puget Sound.
So like Flores and stuff like that, or not Flores? What's it called? What is the one that everyone goes to over there called?
San
Orcas.
Juan would be the.
Orcas Island.
That's one, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, again, I'm not here to hawk my wares, but if you go check on the website, you'll see that may not be exactly the case. And
that would be very encouraging. What's the website?
It's lucinor.net, LUCINOR .net.
Lucinor, excellent. They appreciate it.
Yeah. I was a history teacher in a previous lifetime, and so my background in education is actually nothing to do with science or psychology. It's I was a history teacher, and so Johnny, can you type it in the chat for people? Because I'm on my phone, on my computer.
Yeah.